This guy originally belonged to F rank, yet he passed the assessment with a perfect score. He even defeated the boss barehanded on the spot. The examiner was so furious he suspected this man must be hacking. Even the training room for S rank was utterly destroyed by him without mercy. The manager could only sigh, not understanding where this god had come from. This time all the monthly wages were gone. It turned out in his previous life, he had been a legendary top-tier hunter. But trusting his teammates too much, he was eventually betrayed by them. On the 8th floor of the tower, called the Dead Zone, a chill covered the entire space. Amidst a sea of white snow and towering stone pillars, a massive army marched forward with thundering steps. Leading the elite troops was Kyojo Kazuki, head of Guild 5 and currently ranked 6th. He declared boldly to the army, "Brothers, today we will defeat the 8th floor boss and make history." Kyojo Kazuki sternly reminded them not to delay. If this allied raid failed, the 9th floor would remain a mystery forever. Just as the soldiers simultaneously raised their spears in response, Kyojo Kazuki suddenly froze in astonishment. A group of people was approaching from afar, causing everyone to exclaim, "Look who's here, it's Lam Yen." Leading them was none other than Narukami Subaru, head of Lam Yen Guild and current rank 1. Seeing the familiar figure, Kyojo Kazuki immediately called out cheerfully, "Narukami Subaru." Narukami Subaru calmly stepped forward, apologizing lightly for keeping everyone waiting. Kyojo Kazuki laughed, "You were actually the first to arrive." Kyojo Kazuki considered Narukami Subaru the leader, while the others only wanted to follow and pick up leftover gains. Hearing this, Narukami Subaru lightly touched the hilt of his sword and murmured, "If they intend to pick up trash, they've miscalculated. 'Cause I already have something right here." He finished speaking. Narukami Subaru produced a glowing red item and placed it in Kyojo Kazuki's hands, leaving him stunned. It was the Blessing of the Archangel, a legendary item capable of instantly restoring half the fatigue when limits were reached. Looking at the treasure in his hands, Kyojo Kazuki stammered, "This is..." Narukami Subaru said he wanted the raid to be perfect, but for precaution, Kyojo Kazuki should keep it. Kazuki intended to refuse, thinking Narukami Subaru needed it more, yet he insisted and surprisingly asked, "After this battle, do you want to return to Lam Yan?" Narukami Subaru added, "My stuff is just lent to you, but if you keep it, beware of trouble." Just as Narukami Subaru placed a hand on his old friend's shoulder, a terrifying pressure suddenly fell, causing both to turn pale instantly. Kyojo Kazuki shouted, "It's here!" Narukami Subaru couldn't hide his astonishment as the enemy appeared too early. At the moment the Legion fell into chaos from the tower guard's overwhelming strength, Kyojo Kazuki roared, ordering the army to prepare for battle. Immediately, a giant multi-headed dragon monster, the Venom Hydra, appeared as if to crush everything. Facing the grotesque monster, Narukami Subaru felt a wave of discomfort across his body. Instantly, a powerful current of electricity ran through him. His eyes lit up in the dark. Narukami Subaru said in a deadly tone, "Today you will fall. Do not disturb me while I am displeased." Seeing the monster gathering dark blue energy in its mouth, Kyojo Kazuki panicked, shouting, "It's about to breathe, everyone fall back." Yet Narukami Subaru remained still and calmly replied, "No need." Kyojo Kazuki hadn't even realized what was happening. Narukami Subaru dashed forward, confronting directly. He faced the dragon's breath alone. An earth-shaking explosion occurred as Narukami Subaru cleaved the attack apart. He shattered the opponent's strike with a thunder-infused slash. Witnessing this, Kyojo Kazuki could only mutter, "Narukami Subaru, you truly have never changed." After an impressive opening move, the team surrounded Narukami Subaru. The red-haired youth cheered excitedly, while Kyojo Kazuki regretted being a step behind. At this time, a curious girl whispered to Narukami Subaru about the item he gave Kyojo Kazuki, but he simply replied, "You'll see soon enough." Narukami Subaru adjusted his mask, his gaze resolute towards the enemy. "Is everyone ready? We will defeat this giant lizard and surpass the deadly 8th floor." The giant monster roared violently at that moment. Narukami Subaru's army surged forward, commencing the attack. Watching from behind, Kyojo Kazuki smiled unpredictably as he saw the warriors coordinate smoothly. He murmured, "Unity indeed." Everything seemed to go according to Kyojo Kazuki's plan. He told himself the hidden troops were also ready in position. Sensing the opportunity, Kyojo Kazuki turned to command those waiting behind, "Well done, start now." Obeying the order, the middle-aged man with a mustache and his cloaked companion nodded in confirmation. "Good luck, you will need it soon." Kyojo Kazuki didn't reply, merely turned silently to watch the chaotic battlefield. Above, a female mage calmly observed the scene, ready to provide support if needed. The battle grew tense as the multi-headed dragon swung its massive necks repeatedly. Those thick and ferocious necks were ready to crush anyone daring to approach. However, the Alliance members did not flinch, all charging forward at once. They unleashed strikes as powerful as thunder along with sharp sword swings. Blades continuously tore through the flesh of the giant monster. Amid the fierce battle, a female assassin suddenly appeared and disappeared, leaping into the air and slashing the dragon's neck with a dagger. The reckless solo move made nearby teammates shout, "Hey, don't strike without warning. Haven't you gotten used to how I work yet?" Nevertheless, the teammate frowned, reminding her to be more careful in such dangerous situations. Toshia charged into the battle with fiery spirit, shouting his name before turning to taunt his teammates. Whoever deals more damage will be the boss brothers. Immediately after, a slash infused with blazing spiritual energy struck straight down onto the monster's neck. Not to be outdone, another warrior leapt into the air, releasing bright blue sword strikes. He excitedly declared, "The loser will treat us to dinner, sorry Chino." Relentless slashes continuously tore through its flesh, making the venom dragon sea monster roar in pain. At the backline Chino, she shouted to encourage everyone, "Don't worry about me, keep attacking, I'll handle the defense." But the moment Chino raised her protective shield, Kyojo Kazuki suddenly appeared behind her. He coldly called her name and mocked, "Do you think you can defend against this?" Before Chino's stunned eyes, Kyojo Kazuki ruthlessly thrust his sword through her from behind. He said casually, "Seriously, this is the price for excessive arrogance." Feeling the sudden calamity, Narukami Subaru turned around in shock. Chino was collapsing after being ambushed from behind by the vile man. Kyojo Kazuki still stood there, his sword stained with blood. Narukami Subaru's eyes blazed with fury. Kyojo Kazuki smiled wickedly, his face smeared with his teammate's blood, and reminded Narukami Subaru, "You don't have time to look elsewhere." As the monster lumbered behind him, Narukami Subaru bitterly exclaimed, "Kyojo Kazuki, why?" In the past, when the world began to mutate, a fate notification appeared. "You have been chosen by the tower." A mysterious invitation echoed, "Welcome children to the tower's slaughterhouse. Prepare to taste suffering." Only one message was sent to all players, marking the first appearance of the Great Tower. To this day, no one knows if it is a cruel trial or a salvific blessing, nor the intentions of the one behind it. Everyone could only obey the irresistible order, aiming for the tower summit that no one had ever reached. From Earth, Martial World to Junitra and Elfred, or Lucan, warriors from countless dimensions, each bearing their own burden, still steadily climbing the arduous tower. Yet the price of that journey was unimaginably cruel. After the horrifying battle, the Floor 8 boss Red Dragon Hydra lay motionless amid the white snow. Black smoke rose like traces of a brutal destruction. But the surrounding scene was even more tragic, with warriors' corpses scattered everywhere. Amid the wreckage, Narukami Subaru panted in pain. His face was streaked with blood, his eyes filled with shock. Seeing his teammates lying motionless on the ground, he choked out, "I told everyone to run, yet you all wouldn't listen." Finally, the Alliance defeated the supposedly invincible monster, but the victory was only bitter with loss. Narukami Subaru looked at the fallen friends, bitterly scolding, "I never allowed you to die, fools." The system continuously issued urgent warnings. Narukami Subaru was poisoned, and natural recovery had been completely disabled. When fatigue reached 94, he realized he would die if it hit 100. In his feeble breath, he thought if he could go back, what his teammates would say. Right in front of him, Kyojo Kazuki spoke mockingly again. Unable to contain his rage, Narukami Subaru roared, "Why did you do this? Answer me, Kyojo Kazuki." In response, he only received the cold smile of a traitor. Kyojo Kazuki stepped closer, saying casually, "It's been 10 years, Narukami Subaru." He admitted he had waited for this day for 10 years. Without distracting Narukami Subaru, his precious blue eye would have surely blocked him. He looked at the teammates lying scattered on the snow. Kyojo Kazuki screamed madly that Narukami Subaru had no idea how the gifts he gave weighed on him, so he chose the world over him. Clicked his tongue, feigning regret for having to end everything this way. Yet in the end, he witnessed that outcome. Kyojo Kazuki raised the great archangel's blessing and mocked, "Oh right, I probably don't need to return this anymore. After all, the blue eye will disappear with you." He advised Narukami Subaru not to be sad, for even in death he would be remembered as a hero. Faced with such falseness, Narukami Subaru only curled his lips bitterly. In the end, you still only hear what you want. Forcing out his last bit of strength, Narukami Subaru realized that in this situation, survival would be difficult. He absolutely refused to accept a meaningless death. Immediately, Narukami Subaru activated a magical item. Purple cards flared around him, as a warning never to underestimate the inventory of the top player. Witnessing this sudden change, Kyojo Kazuki turned pale in horror. Impossible. Narukami Subaru forced himself to stand, wielding Aeolus short sword, a legendary level 80+ equipment capable of sending targets flying up to 10 km. Kyojo Kazuki was stunned to see the treasure still active. That man shouted in shock, "It can still be used, still has charges left." Despite mounting injuries, Narukami Subaru swung the Aeolus fan fiercely, replying with a tone full of disdain, "I will not tell you, you piece of trash. The system reports the item still has 4 uses left." That number matched the surviving Blue Eye members, slumped behind him. Narukami Subaru told himself that was enough, at least everyone could return safely. A terrifying pressure erupted instantly, sweeping his teammates off the tragic battlefield. Seeing the prey escape right before him, Kyojo Kazuki flew into rage, immediately ordering the soldiers to pursue. "Hurry, absolutely do not let anyone survive." Narukami Subaru blocked their path, a challenging smile on his lips. "Where are you rushing to? Stay here and have a showdown with me for fun first." Meanwhile, the system continuously warned that his fatigue had reached 95%. His endurance was also limited to a critical point. A gigantic lightning bolt struck like the wrath of the Thunder King, burning the ground and pushing back the soldiers. Facing such overwhelming power, Kyojo Kazuki forced a calculated smile. Narukami Subaru, you are indeed stubborn. Even though his strength was nearly gone and fatigue kept rising, Narukami Subaru still stood tall amid the blazing golden electricity. He stared at the surrounding crowd and growled, I do not know what Kyojo Kazuki promised for you to betray. If you dare betray, be ready for the consequences. Narukami Subaru's eyes glinted coldly, declaring that no one would leave without his order. Feeling the approaching danger clearly, the traitors only had one path, was to risk everything with a final strike. Narukami Subaru swung his weapon, creating cuts that tore through space, confronting the enemy wave directly. Normally, Narukami Subaru could not lose to these minor soldiers, but his body had reached its limit, and if Kyojo Kazuki intervened, it would worsen. Defending against the soldiers while exhausted made Narukami Subaru struggle even more. The system continued to warn that his fatigue had risen to 97. He understood he could not prolong the battle any longer. Narukami Subaru forced himself up, but an enemy quickly closed in from behind. A fierce slash broke through his defense, causing Narukami Subaru to suffer further serious wounds. He collapsed in pain. The system coldly reported fatigue at 98, blurring his vision. Narukami Subaru groaned softly as pain surged through his body. Consecutive attacks rained down, as if trying to crush his last remaining strength. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. Seeing the opponent unable to fight back, a soldier cheered, we did it, Narukami Subaru is down. Early boasting often ends bitterly. Narukami Subaru suddenly raised his head, his cold gaze silencing the soldier. He growled, who did you say to kill? Immediately after, golden electricity erupted violently from Narukami Subaru's body. That power swept away the entire surrounding corpse. The lightning bolt scorched everything in sight across the battlefield. Amid the thick smoke, Narukami Subaru still stood firm like a war god. The remaining soldiers trembled at that imposing figure, horrified. Is he really down? Have we truly defeated that monster? From afar, Kyojo Kazuki coldly watched the ruined scene, muttering with indifference, Narukami Subaru. He did not expect his era to end so easily. The system continuously flashed red warnings, indicating fatigue had reached 99. Danger. Fatigue at extreme level. You will die if this reaches 100%. Narukami Subaru coughed. His breath was ragged, yet his eyes still blazed as he looked at Kyojo Kazuki. Though his body could barely move, Narukami Subaru forced himself up, gripping the lightning-charged weapon. He used his last strength to charge forward, declaring that with one breath left, he would still shed blood with that man. Looking at the treasure in Kyojo Kazuki's hand, he smirked as if preparing to offer condolences. I will survive thanks to this. Before the words ended, Narukami Subaru's eyes flared with rage. A colossal lightning bolt struck directly at Kyojo Kazuki, who could only gasp impossible. Narukami Subaru proudly asserted that in the end he was the victor, then his consciousness sank into darkness. He mocked himself for speaking heroically in such a pitiful state. Narukami Subaru only hoped to take Kyojo Kazuki down before vanishing. The final lightning strike hit, but on the brink of death, he felt something strange. Narukami Subaru wondered if he would remain trapped in the void forever. That emptiness felt like torture. Suddenly a pungent stench hit his nose, making him grimace. Even hell smells like trash. A spark of hope ignited in his mind. Could it be? The sound of a trash can lid being flung open echoed dryly. Narukami Subaru was shocked to realize he was sitting amidst stinking garbage, in a dark, narrow alley. He looked around the unfamiliar scene, where only old brick walls surrounded him. Panicked, is this hell? Suddenly, a magic status board appeared. Narukami Subaru, affiliated with Earth, level 1, fatigue 61. Seeing the pitifully low stats, he was bewildered. What kind of trash board is this? A severe headache struck as if trying to tear his brain apart, making him clutch his head and groan. He thought this name did not fit his face and came from Earth, a place considered for the useless. Just then, two unfamiliar youths approached, mocking, what are you doing here, standing to make us look better? Narukami Subaru realized the harsh truth. One who was once great was now an anomaly. He had to regain even half the strength of 20 years ago. His eyes widened. Narukami Subaru, dead 20 years ago. Narukami Subaru was shocked seeing his reflected image, unable to believe this body belonged to someone else. In panic, he tried to reassure himself that it was all just a dream. The fall from the pile of trash to the ground jolted Narukami Subaru back to harsh reality. Amid the rubble, he suddenly discovered a player's device scattered around. He realized with this device, he could look up information about past events. Immediately, Narukami Subaru powered on the device and entered keywords to search. A flood of data appeared. Lamsu, the hair of Lam Nyan lacking strength. The secret behind the name Lamsu, how Narukami Subaru named Lam Nyan, and Lam Xu's development to inherit his will. What shocked him most was the headline, Kyojo Kazuki Guild Leader, we will win the next tournament, where is justice? He could not believe seeing the traitor alive after 20 years. With a long scar and eye patch, Narukami Subaru gritted his teeth and called Kyojo Kazuki's name. Memories of the past flooded his mind, recalling the night on the rooftop when he told Kyojo Kazuki of his intent to leave Lamnyan and asked him to deliver the message. At that time, Narukami Subaru still considered Kyo Kazuki a close friend. Kyojo Kazuki smiled gently, told him not to worry, and assured that even if he left, he would still be a shadow by his side. Years later, Kyojo Kazuki established a guild named Lamksu, a name they had joked about as his shadow. Back in the present, Narukami Subaru wondered, after 20 years still stuck on floor 9, how dare this guy act like a boss? While thinking, he was startled to see news about a memorial attracting thousands. Narukami Subaru froze when he realized the world had built a grand memorial hall named after him. He stood before the building honoring himself. Narukami Subaru could only exclaim, completely stunned. Entering the hall, he was amazed by its scale, thinking the building was even more impressive than he imagined. The old mask was displayed along with a massive hologram recreating the golden era. Subaru bitterly wondered, why honor me? Who did this and for what purpose? Narration echoed throughout the auditorium, causing him to clutch his head in pain. He is my idol, but I inadvertently sent him away. The hero of Lamnyan had created an undefeated legend, the one standing near the top of the tower. The more he listened, the more Narukami Subaru shivered. Confronted with this hypocrisy, he exclaimed, "Are you joking?" Kyojo Kazuki's figure in a suit appeared clearly on the large screen. Black declared along with the team to honor him, "We built this memorial hall." Seeing the traitor play loyal, Subaru gritted his teeth. "You, Kyojo Kazuki." On the screen, Kyojo Kazuki continued his fake speech, emphasizing that Narukami Subaru and Lamnyan were gone. However, Lamsu was the only guild left, inheriting the noble spirit. Unable to endure the lies, Subaru shouted, "Shut up, stop talking nonsense." His eyes blazed with fury, his voice full of defiance. "Just killing me wasn't enough. Then I will meet your expectations." Kyojo Kazuki's image on the screen remained calmly assertive. Narukami Subaru and Lamnyan will not return. Wait and see, we will not forget them. The enemy smiled at the praise. Subaru clenched his fists, staring at the gigantic Kyo Kazuki, declaring, "Just wait, I will restore this deceitful world." He vowed to himself not to let him commit that despicable act again. With determined eyes, Subaru promised not to waste the second chance. While thinking, he accidentally collided heavily with someone else. The other person fell. He stepped back and reached out to help. Subaru called out, but, seeing the other clearly, he froze. Before him was a boy wearing the exact black and gold mask he had worn in the past. How did my limited mask become so common now? Subaru thought. Seeing the boy's concerned family, he forced a smile. "Don't worry, just a light bump." Astonishment multiplied when he realized not only Minato, but the boy's friends also wore masks. Subaru rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the reality before him. He exclaimed, "What the hell is this? The entire server using the same skin?" Looking afar, he was stunned to see the hall filled with masks identical to his. From old to young, everyone bore the Thunder King emblem, creating a bizarre, haunting scene. "What the hell is happening?" Subaru screamed inwardly. Kyojo Kazuki's words from years ago echoed like a curse. What a pity things turned out this way. Don't be sad, even if you die, you are still a hero in history. Seeing the sly smile in memory, Subaru bitterly realized this was how Kyojo Kazuki honored to exploit. He stood among the masked crowd, wondering if this was really his intent. Subaru gritted his teeth, calling the traitor's name, weaving through the crowd toward the center. Before him was an altar glowing with flowers and candles, holding a portrait of himself from the past. He bitterly realized all of this was just Kyojo Kazuki claiming Lamnyan's glory alone. Suddenly, Subaru's eyes stopped at the sections of blue chrysanthemums emitted a faint spiritual energy. His pupils contracted in astonishment. Ignoring the surroundings, Subaru dashed forward, pushing everyone aside. Despite the crowd cheering, he moved straight ahead, not stopping. He knelt before the altar, trembling as he touched the strange blue chrysanthemums. Feeling the familiar breath, Subaru picked up a flower and exclaimed. She twinkled, Sigurasagiri. High above, from a hidden corner of the building, two figures cloaked in black silently observed their surroundings. One said they had survived this year's accident, while the other warned that any further delay would lead to serious trouble. Girl accompanying them expressed her curiosity. She wondered whether the ritual was necessary for every anniversary or if offering chrysanthemums alone would suffice. At that moment, the silver-haired man appeared. He bluntly replied that she would never know what might happen, and Narukami Subaru could recognize the flowers they brought. On the windy rooftop, the person with a suspicious mind asked his companion, did he really think that boy was still alive? The silver-haired man walked slowly, his distant gaze saying he would not believe until he saw the body, while the other sighed, thinking Kyojo Kazuki could locate them faster. That man shouted bitterly, if Narukami Subaru were still alive, we wouldn't have been standing by watching everything for 20 years. Before that fury, the silver-haired man only smiled in silence. The sunset gradually descended on the horizon. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru ran through the bushes, panting and drenched in sweat. His mind was haunted by a barrage of questions. Was she really, truly alive? He clutched the green chrysanthemum, silently calling out Sigura Sajiri's name with nostalgia. As night fell, Narukami Subaru returned to the shabby inn-room he had once used. Looking around the meager space, he muttered, "So I'm poor after all." He climbed onto the simple bed, focusing on searching for information on the electronic device. However, searches about Lan Yan all failed. The winner becomes king, the loser loses. Yet he still believed Sigurd was alive, just hiding somewhere. Narukami Subaru held his head in thought, realizing Kyojo Kazuki was the source of all trouble. With his personality, no one would be safe if they knew the truth of the betrayal from years ago. Memories of the horrific battle 20 years ago surfaced. Narukami Subaru wondered if Sigura Sagiri could have survived alone amidst that wreckage. He recalled the moment he used the Yahello's fan to blow his teammates away, but wasn't sure if all four were safe. Looking at his reflection in the window, Narukami Subaru realized, as long as Kyojo Kazuki remained alive and powerful, contacting old teammates now would only harm himself. Moreover, with his current weak body, forcing himself would only make him an easier target for enemies. Forget it. First, Narukami Subaru told himself he needed to regain his original strength. Staring at his skinny hands, he decided to start again from zero. Relying on his memory, he sought out an old sword to train with, restarting the journey from a mortal baseline. 2 days later, Narukami Subaru arrived at the guidance hall. Before him was the inspection hall with a large imposing chief at one end. There, Proctor Hyuga, a muscular man with a long white beard, crossed his arms watching the candidates' battles, his expression displeased. Below the arena, a young man struggled to defeat 2 green monsters, panting, the bloodied sword trembling in his hands. Hyuga approached and commented coldly, "You passed, but do you wish to continue to the next stage?" To the young man's bewilderment, a notice appeared, inviting the next challenge. With each level up, another goblin appeared, and the rewards became more enticing. Upon reading, the young man panicked and waved his hands. "Never, I won't do that." Jinzaki Naoto couldn't fight 3 at once, still weak and prone to breaking. His shout irritated Hyuga, who snapped, "Quiet, I have a headache." He prepared to strike the boy directly, yet despite fear, the young man asked again if he had passed before vanishing in the beam of light. Seeing that frail figure, Hyuga sighed in disappointment, thinking the boy only reached this far in the guidance section. The world was doomed, even weaklings pass. Hyuga's mind at that moment only thought of Isaac, son of Reinhardt, as the only candidate to reach stage 20. He watched Isaac alone sweep the monsters with firepower. Then looking at the candidate list on the computer, Hyuga couldn't help but feel dismayed. Telling himself the test standards were pathetic, the selection quality nearly bottomed out. Hyuga looked at the handheld device, frowning when he saw the name Narukami Subaru appear. He silently thought this name carried too much weight, but only meaningful if the boy truly had the capability to surpass the challenge. Narukami Subaru stepped to the arena, calmly facing the 2 goblins that had just appeared and the command to eliminate the targets. "Begin the test immediately, Hyuga." Before he could react, the shadow shot across like lightning. A stream of blue spiritual energy tore through the space. In a single breath, the monsters' heads left their necks. The proctor turned pale in shock, stammering, wondering what had just flown past as Narukami Subaru ended the fight in an instant. Narukami Subaru smiled confidently. He realized spending 2 days testing the body's limits was entirely worthwhile, for the body was truly magnificent. At the call for the next escalating challenge, Narukami Subaru arrogantly replied, "Busy repaying blood debts. These chickens will die quickly for me." Witnessing the speed and haughty attitude, Hyuga froze, mouth agape in astonishment. Goblin corpses lay scattered on the floor. Hyuga was stunned, couldn't believe his eyes, wondering what on earth had happened. The proctor realized Narukami Subaru was not swinging the sword randomly. He was reading 2, even 3 moves ahead of the opponent, delivering a perfect finishing blow. With sharp sword strikes, Narukami Subaru continued to sweep the next overwhelming wave of monsters. Hyuga froze, seeing the young man's technique, muttering, "This is not just skill. The style of a skilled swordsman, even he could not move like that." An impossible hypothesis formed in the proctor's mind. This swordsmanship could only be the resurrected god Narukami Subaru. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru still swung his sword coldly. With precise and powerful slashes, he quickly finished off the monsters, their corpses piling beneath his feet, as the system announced the completion of Part 49. "You want to try the final name duplicate too?" Without the slightest hesitation, Narukami Subaru answered almost instantly, "Let us go." A wave of overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire arena in a tense and threatening air. The ground beneath his feet shattered under the pressure from above. A gigantic hand fell from the sky, shaking the space around it. Witnessing that reckless scene, Hyuga cried out in panic, Hey, you fool, wait. You are not Narukami. If you value your life, stop right now." He worried for the contestant as if it were himself. Despite the warning, Narukami Subaru stood firm. directly facing the gigantic monster with blazing red eyes that had just emerged from the void. The gigantic monster appeared along with its displayed information. The Goblin King had flown into a rage after discovering the offering at step 49. Before that pressure, Hyuga was terrified and blurted out, "Give up before it is too late. Fighting the Goblin King is too dangerous. This is suicide." He warned Narukami Subaru not to be greedy, because no matter how advanced his skills were, the gap in power was still too vast to close. Narukami Subaru kept a calm expression, thinking to himself, "I know that. With my stats, I can hardly deal any damage." Yet instead of stepping back, Narukami Subaru placed his sword on the ground and, he declared, "The sword is too dull. I will fight bare-handed to make it exciting." The dry clang of the falling sword rang out, leaving Narukami Subaru standing empty-handed before the enemy. This action left Hyuga stunned, clutching his head as he shouted, "Why did he drop his weapon? Has he gone mad? I knew he was strange from the very beginning." Meanwhile, the enraged monster charged forward. Narukami Subaru suddenly threw a small object. The giant goblin froze, writhing in pain as a sharp needle pierced its foot. It roared in astonishment, and the monster looked down at the wound on its body. Discomfort spread across its entire body. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Narukami Subaru quickly gathered more needles from the goblins collapsed on the ground. He looked straight into his opponent's eyes and said, "Surprised. I still have plenty of needles." With sharp needles in hand, Narukami Subaru's eyes blazed as he challenged him. "Bet on it, will you take me down first, or will I turn you into a beehive first?" Narukami Subaru poured all his strength into his arm, preparing to throw. The needles shot out at the speed of the wind, and he roared with determination, "Answer me." Small yet powerful hidden weapons sank deep to the opponent's massive body, making the monster howl in pain and astonishment. Driven mad by being struck, the Goblin King swung its enormous weapon down with a heavy blow. However, Narukami Subaru nimbly slipped aside and dodged by a hair's breadth. The attack only crushed the ground behind him, and he lowered his center of gravity. His razor-sharp gaze searched every opening in the monster, blazing as his battle instincts awakened. In that life-or-death moment, memories of his early training days surfaced in Narukami Subaru's mind. Teacher Rina sternly taught him the technique of throwing hidden weapons. "Then when will you be able to kill the one who defeated you?" She explained that anything could become a hidden weapon if the user knew how to control its center of gravity. Rina demonstrated with a powerful throw, turning a tiny object into a sharp weapon. Returning to the present, Narukami Subaru's needles had struck their targets with absolute precision. The Goblin King writhed in pain as the hidden weapons pierced its neck one after another. Its face twisted, and it was no longer able to resist. Narukami Subaru stepped forward, recalling the lesson from years ago. Power was directly proportional to force. Rotation and accuracy were inversely proportional to hesitation, and he stood proudly before the exhausted enemy. "That is what Rina taught me," Narukami Subaru thought to himself as he remembered the old hidden weapon technique. He realized the special mechanism of the trial. Items littered the ground, and if they were not picked up, they could not be thrown accurately. Narukami Subaru laughed at himself, never expecting that one day he would have to use a mechanism he had once looked down on to reverse the situation, combining swordsmanship and hidden weapon, throwing to pierce through every opening. Witnessing that display, Hyuga exclaimed in astonishment, "You are a genius." The proctor nearly had no words left to praise him, but immediately afterward, he wondered whether the word genius was enough to describe how terrifying this young man was. The Goblin King was now covered in wounds. It groaned in pain and collapsed under Narukami Subaru's cold gaze. Advancing toward the dying enemy, Narukami Subaru calmly gripped his sword. "I do not hate you." Although the monster growled in despair, he swung his sword decisively, ending the battle with a decisive slash. The system immediately announced, "You have defeated the Goblin King and completed tutorial step 50 for the first time." Narukami Subaru wiped the sweat from his forehead, inwardly lamenting how difficult it was to put this monster into the training stage. A series of congratulatory notifications appeared, from reputation level increases to achievement points. In particular, Narukami Subaru unlocked the tutorial shop, which could only be used during this stage, with 2 hours for 25 achievement points. He wondered what he could buy from here. This was the first time Narukami Subaru had seen a shop like this, leaving him stunned. Scrolling through the item list, from recovery potions to basic equipment, with prices only ranging from 5 to 200 points, he thought he would have plenty of points left over. But his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment when he discovered a special weapon. It was the Sword of the Nameless Demon, a failed work by the famed swordsmith, priced at 1,000 points. Narukami Subaru could hardly believe that King's work was right here. Narukami Subaru stood before a difficult choice between 2 rare weapons in the shop. On one side was a demon sword with tremendous destructive power, but it consumed a great deal of life force when using lightning skills. On the other was the Miranda sword worth 1,400 points, a blessed weapon capable of reducing fatigue and prolonging battle time. He asked himself, "I do not need a demon sword, I need a stable sword. Maximum power or endurance, both had their merits. forcing him to carefully consider how to use these precious points. Suddenly, a strange skill caught his eye, making Narukami Subaru stop. I can still exchange for this. It was the Wedge of Greed skill, priced at 1400 points. An F-rank technique with an unprecedented effect, nullifying all side effects of skills and items used. He realized its enormous potential. He had never seen any skill with this effect. Perhaps with the Demon Sword, it could nullify the debuff from lightning. Without hesitation, he immediately pressed purchase. The system announced that Narukami Subaru had obtained the Wedge of Greed skill for 1400 points, and the Nameless Demon Sword for 1000 points. Holding the new weapon radiating a powerful black-purple aura, Narukami Subaru smiled in satisfaction. Well worth it. He realized the Demon Sword and the new skill were a perfect pair, allowing him to unleash his power from the start without having to calculate too much. At that moment, the proctor approached and said, "Little brother, you picked quite the fierce item, just like an ox meeting a truck." However, he still had doubts. Hyuga crossed his arms and asked suspiciously, "Why did you choose that skill? I am not sure how useful or effective it is." Faced with a barrage of questions, Narukami Subaru only sighed. "Do you want me to explain every tiny detail?" Hyuga instantly erupted with terrifying pressure, his eyes lighting up. "Explain it." The sudden attitude made Narukami Subaru break out in sweat, thinking it was truly difficult to speak politely with this kind of person. Seeing his expression, Hyuga softened. "You must be tired after the test. I will let it pass this time." Narukami Subaru muttered, "Hyuga, huh?" Looking at his expression, he realized this was the boy from back then, Hiroto, now already a proctor. In his memory, Hiroto, his face smeared with sweat, had once trembled while holding out a notebook. "My idol, please sign this so I can take it home." When Narukami Subaru coldly replied that he did not give signatures, the little boy panicked. "Then just write your name on it. I am Hiroto." Back in the present, Hyuga rambled about his era, when becoming a player was a sacred right, roaring in frustration as he compared it to the children of today, arrogant, disrespectful to elders, and calling them outdated relics. Hearing this, Narukami Subaru mocked, "Times change, just like the number of hairs on your head." The remark struck his spot perfectly, making Hyuga furious. But Narukami Subaru ignored it and asked him to keep the results secret. Hyuga roared, "Fine, I will train you from scratch myself." He even enthusiastically suggested that Narukami Subaru join the Knight Order, emphasizing that proctors rarely recruited players directly. But Narukami Subaru only uttered a refusal, then walked straight toward the teleportation gate. Though Hyuga shouted in panic for him to stop, Narukami Subaru quickly pressed the movement command. Floor 2, he vanished into the light. The proctor sighed in disappointment. "Dear God, I am so disappointed in you." Upon reaching floor 2, Narukami Subaru appeared in the middle of a bustling town, the land of beginners. The air was lively with merchants from everywhere calling out their wares: fresh Runeterra fish, special dried meat, martial world fabrics, wool coats from Earth. Seeing the familiar scene, Narukami Subaru inwardly sighed. The smell of Runeterra fish and this dried meat is impossible to mistake. He realized this was a rare chance once more to redo everything. He strode confidently through the streets. He told himself that because he had experienced everything before, he had to handle everything better than last time. Images of his old teammates surfaced in his mind. They stirred a fighting will stronger than ever. He knew they were still waiting for him, and he had returned to avenge the horrific ending he had once endured. Narukami Subaru went to a private training room, where players often came to hone their skills and test equipment. The old manager at the reception desk asked, "Which floor did you come from?" Narukami Subaru calmly replied, "I just came up." The old man suggested, "Then you should use training room number 1. There was a boy there, but Narukami Subaru requested room number 5. The old manager was stunned. "Number 5. He advised him, "Honestly, do not waste your money. Use number 1. Even so, Narukami Subaru remained firm. "Thank you, give me 30 minutes. Watching him leave, the old man muttered mockingly, "Keep acting like you are the main character of a Korean drama. Suit yourself. No refund if you quit halfway." The system announced that Narukami Subaru had spent 50 credits, with 1050C remaining. Here, the higher the room number, the greater the difficulty. Looking at the other rooms with all kinds of brutal challenges, Narukami Subaru understood that players without proper equipment were naturally looked down upon. He gripped the doorknob and stepped into room number 5. Facing the vast arena, he told himself, "All right, let us begin." As soon as he drew his weapon, the system announced, "Greetings, new master. Please give me a little blood to start the engine." Instantly, red pressure erupted, temporarily increasing his skill power, but in exchange, it absorbed the user's HP and MB. Narukami Subaru suffered as he felt his body being torn apart. Level 1 Wedge of Greed activated, nullifying the sword's violent backlash and restoring a few HP and MB stats. But level 1 Wedge of Greed failed to block the sword's tremendous power, causing Narukami Subaru's fatigue to rise. He realized its current level was still weak, but forced himself to endure just as expected. Level 1 is too weak, but I only need a little more. The sword continued draining Narukami Subaru's life force, injuring him and making him cough blood. In return, his combat ability increased in proportion to the amount of HP he lost. Amid extreme pain, Narukami wondered whether this was his limit, then affirmed it was still within expectations and spent 10,000 credits to upgrade Wedge of Greed to level 2. He used the money to upgrade it, and now Wedge of Greed was E rank, effectively blocking item side effects and fully resisting the sword's violent backlash. The system announced that level 2 Wedge of Greed had partially resisted the backlash. Even so, the nameless demon sword still absorbed HP, madly damaging Narukami's body, but his combat ability grew even stronger. Looking at the red spiritual energy surround the weapon, he smiled in success. Without wasting any time, he charged forward, determined to test his power. An earth-shaking slash fell, making the training room tremble violently. Meanwhile, the old manager in the outer hall was nodding off when he suddenly jolted awake. He looked around in confusion and wondered, am I still dreaming or hallucinating? I woke up and an entire room was gone. Just then, from the dark corridor, Narukami Subaru stepped out of training room number 5, his body smeared with blood and covered in scratches. Seeing the bloodstains spreading across the floor, the old manager realized in shock that this was the kid who had entered room number 5, then rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the room that had just been destroyed. Both curious and worried, the old man went over and knocked on the training room door. Hey, daydreaming kid, are you still in there? The moment he cracked the door open and looked inside, the old manager's eyes went wide with terror and he screamed. Before his eyes was a scene of devastation like the aftermath of an earthquake. The stone bridge shattered, the brick walls crushed to pieces, arrows embedded throughout the rubble, leaving him trembling as he cried out. Elsewhere, Narukami had returned to his lodging and had just awakened after a long sleep. He groaned softly, wondering how long he had slept, then stretched to shake off his fatigue and realized his body was still stiff after that insane training session. After that, in a small eatery, Narukami sipped hot tea and thought that if he had an ordinary sword instead of that cursed one, he would certainly have cleared the training room far more easily, but he also admitted his physical strength had risen sharply, and he could wield the power of the Asura demon sword. Looking at the status window, Narukami saw that he had reached level 10 with new stats. His strength, ability, and stamina had all clearly increased. He thought to himself that with these stats, he should not even be able to lift the demon sword, let alone fight with it. The compatibility between the deep mind skill and the sword was too perfect, meaning combining it with lightning in the near future was entirely possible. However, the next problem was skill level. The system required 20,000 credits to upgrade Deep Mind. While he had exactly 50 coins left, Subaru broke into a cold sweat, staring at his wallet and wondering why his aura was so radiant while his pocket was left like 2 lottery tickets. The credit problem left him stuck. Just then, a shout rang out and caught Subaru's attention. A blonde young man with strange cat hands was holding a live stream device, running everywhere and announcing an exploration of Fluru. His topic today was showing off trendy items for young people. Then the screen displayed a notification that Alexander had donated a full 1,000 credits as an anniversary gift. The young man shouted his thanks to Alexandra in delight before the crowd, then even poured coffee over his own head like a lunatic. The cat-eared guy still forced a smile and thanked them profusely to keep his viewers, making everyone around him wonder in exasperation what was wrong with him. Subaru quietly watched from afar. He checked the information on his device and realized this was the era of PvP live streaming. 1 out of every 3 players streamed to earn credits from donations. Subaru fell into thought, live streaming, so that was what that guy had been doing. While he was thinking about a new way to earn money, a familiar voice rang out beside him. Thought you died in the trash heap. How did you crawl up here? That man approached, pretending to be surprised to meet him here, then asked whether he lived around this area. The moment he stepped closer, Subaru's body went rigid. Cold sweat broke out, as though instinct was warning him about the terrible relationship between the two of them. Seeing Subaru still silently looking at the screen, that man growled in irritation. Hey, your friend is talking to you. Do not ignore people. This feeling was not merely discomfort, but a fierce resistance from his subconscious, making Subaru tremble before the blonde young man. When Subaru confirmed that he had arrived, he laughed contemptuously. Surprising. I never thought someone as weak as you could pass the guidance test. He continued mocking him, saying he had once thought Subaru been dealt with by the goblins long ago. In that instant, the painful memories of the body's former owner surged back, and Subaru hoarsely called the name Isaac, the one who had once tormented him cruelly. When he weakly asked why, Isaac only roared in anger that his name and serious expression were an eyesore. It was an absurd reason beyond belief, and he even insulted Subaru as an empty shell, an ill-bred wretch who could not even complete the basic guidance. Though Subaru tried to explain that the credits issued were not enough, Isaac still shouted coldly, "Do not talk back, bastard." He struck him brutally, then threw Subaru into a broken box amid the ruins. After that, he calmly declared that from now on, that box would be his home. With a malicious smile, Isaac gave him a scrap of filthy food and threatened that if he stepped outside even once, he would pay the price. Back in the present, Narukami Subaru wondered why the former owner of this body had endured such unreasonable beatings. Seeing him remain silent, Isaac bragged that he had reached Section 20, broken his father's record, and been praised by Hyuga, then proudly said he possessed the strongest B-rank skill in the tower. Before those boasts, Narukami Subaru only said calmly that he was thirsty, took a sip, then coldly told him he was leaving. Isaac still put on an air of superiority, casually ordering him to buy him even a cheap cup of coffee when he came back, making Narukami Subaru stop in disgust. That attitude made Isaac flare up. He raised a hand to his forehead, sighed, and said seriously that he still did not know how to listen. He stared at Narukami Subaru with scrutiny, asking what had been wrong with him lately, always looking at others and constantly talking back. Had his soul been swapped? Not bothering to care, Narukami Subaru answered coldly and kept walking. I have no credits. If you want a drink, buy your own coffee. Rejected, Isaac growled an order. Sit down. Narukami Subaru thought to himself, kid, I am sorry, but I do not have time to deal with your personal trouble. He continued walking calmly, silently affirming that if anyone dared block his path of revenge, things would be different. Suddenly, Isaac lunged forward and grabbed Narukami Subaru's shoulder tightly, forcing him to stop. His eyes were filled with menace, his growling voice asking whether he truly wanted to be taught a lesson. Before that aggression, Narukami Subaru did not waver. His cold gaze seemed to freeze the air. Then he warned in a low voice to let go. Isaac glared and shouted, "Do not get arrogant, Narukami Subaru." Even so, Narukami Subaru quickly suppressed his anger, telling himself he could not cause a disturbance before the crowd, because it would only make things worse. Suddenly, Isaac burst into delighted laughter, laughing as he said he had only scared Narukami Subaru a little, just like last time. Isaac mocked that Narukami Subaru was still terribly timid, said that compared with before, he must have struggled with all his might just to pass the guidance test with his skill. He leaned close to Narukami Subaru's shoulder, his voice abruptly turning icy. Trash, do you really think you can beat me? Do you know who my father is? After saying that, Isaac calmly turned and left, even waving as he offered a fake blessing. Be careful, my friend. With friends like this, being alone is better. Watching that arrogant figure fade from sight, Narukami Subaru remained silent, his gaze icy. In his heart, he curled his lips in contempt. Friends, what a joke. At this moment, the world began to reveal the two main paths that helped players increase their strength. First method was clearing stages. By conquering trials inside the tower and receiving rewards, players could naturally grow stronger. To enter a stage, players had to pay a certain amount of credits. In exchange, they were protected inside the electronic space, and even if they failed, they would only lose the credits they had spent. The second method was hunting, directly tracking down monsters outside the safe zones or clearing dungeons on each floor. If they chose this path, a player's growth speed would be far faster than clearing stages. Because hunting took place in the real world, if they died there, they would truly lose their lives. That was the cruel rule of hunting in places like the Whispering Oro's Nest Dungeon, which made most players stay far away. But for Narukami Subaru, everything was completely different. He thought to himself that if he wanted to get rich quickly, he had to take risks, and if he wanted to surpass his level, he had to enter the dungeon. He sat beside the corpse of a giant Oros that had just been defeated. While Narukami Subaru was checking his device, he suddenly froze in shock when he saw a livestream drawing as many as 80,000 viewers. The broadcast title was Narukami Subaru will reach the 4th floor today. On the screen, a streamer wearing a black and gold mask like Narukami Subaru's waved enthusiastically to the audience and declared that he would challenge the 3rd floor stage. Seeing that scene, Narukami Subaru found it both funny and helpless. How many people had already used the name Narukami Subaru in this mask? Just then, a donation appeared with a provocative message. The fake Gasham was not angry at all, and even cheerfully thanked them for the 20,000 credits. Seeing such a large sum handed over through just a few jokes, Narukami Subaru was stunned and blurted out, "There are even 20,000 credit missions." The rain of money continued, and a series of other missions kept pouring in with rewards ranging from 5,000 to 15,000 credits. The fake Gasham kept sending hearts and making promises. "Thank you everyone. I will definitely complete this stage." Narukami Subaru sighed in exasperation. That man earned money easily through live streaming, while he had to risk his life fighting monsters. Looking at the balance of only 50 cents left in his account, Narukami Subaru gritted his teeth, his calculating gaze turning toward the screen. Let out a soft breath of relief after a tense battle. Narukami Subaru wiped the sweat from his forehead and silently told himself that there was still one final job he needed to settle. Right then, a violent rumble shook the ground, announcing the arrival of uninvited guests. A pack of Oros with blazing red eyes and heavy killing intent lumbered out from the darkness. The system immediately issued a warning. The boss Oro's High General has appeared. Facing the enormous monster wearing a necklace made of beast bones, Narukami Subaru remained strangely calm. He knew he now had a better weapon than the poison needle. When he gripped the demonic sword tightly, the system reported that the item was absorbing HP to increase its power. Thanks to the level 2 skill greed, Narukami Subaru still stood firm. Narukami Subaru immediately shot forward, but, like a bolt of lightning, he shouted that he did not want to waste time on this trash. He had to finish this quickly, then go make money. With elusive movements, Narukami Subaru unleashed a powerful kick and crimson slashes, tearing through the enemy formation. Oro's High General only had time to roar in despair before Narukami Subaru's sword strike knocked it down and ended it completely. After the Whispering Oro's Nest dungeon was cleared, Narukami Subaru returned to his room, silently looking at the familiar black and gold mask placed on the table. He sighed, understanding that he had to wear it once more to carry out his plan. After seeing how the streamer made money, he decided to make use of his own specialty. Standing before the mirror, he slowly picked up the mask, then put it on, officially returning to the mysterious appearance of the legend from years ago. After all, I am the real one. Once the original acts, the imposters will naturally disappear. Narukami Subaru thought so, then stepped out decisively. Immediately, a shocking notification appeared on the system. Narukami Subaru has started a live stream. At Southern Entertainment headquarters, the atmosphere was now tense enough to suffocate. Asuka, a beautiful woman with long black hair, was staring at the screen in fury. She ground her teeth in anger, her lips pressed tightly together, as if trying to suppress a rage about to erupt. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out, making the entire office seem to shake. Subakichi, the blue-haired male employee, fell from his chair in panic when he saw the new notification appear. Asuka irritably cursed the players out there under her breath. Even the strongest had yet to clear the trial, and yet someone still dared to impersonate that name. Asuka pressed him on who was bold enough this time. Subakichi looked at the screen and uttered the name. Subakichi asked, "Is this the real Narukami Subaru, or is it another imposter pretending to be him?" He shrugged. "Whoever punches the hardest is Narukami. That is the simplest way to put it." Subakichi sighed in exasperation when he saw people everywhere pretending to be Narukami Subaru to make money. He wondered whether the live streaming industry was truly nearing its end. Asuka reminded him that they were also living off this service, so he should not say such frightening things, then gave a faint laugh at those tower climbers who did not understand the rules. Seeing Asuka unusually harsh, Subakichi curiously asked why someone like her had left the tower to come to this office. Asuka fell silent, then replied that it was boring. She reminded Subakichi that he had also quit climbing the tower, making him hurriedly defend himself by saying he simply lacked talent. While they were arguing, Subakichi suddenly froze, then cried out that there was a very interesting kid. On the screen, Narukami Subaru stood in the dungeon wearing the mask. Subakichi exclaimed in shock, "How frightening." Hazuka slammed the table in anger, but still looked at the screen and admitted that every time she saw that mask, she felt hope again. Annoyed at being disturbed, Hazuka kicked Subakichi down without hesitation and said he had just given that masked man 1,000 credit points. At the same time, Narukami Subaru officially entered the trial on floor 2. After swiftly clearing the first dungeon, the system announced that his completion score would be based on the number of monsters defeated. Narukami Subaru strolled through the dark cave and thought, "What kind of trial is this? It feels like a walk in the park, a little boring." Even so, knowing someone was watching through the screen put Narukami Subaru under slight pressure. The device showed 2 viewers, along with constant comments from Love Money, asking what floor he was on, whether this was his first time joining, and reminding him that rookies would have a hard time since they were unfamiliar with the terrain. Narukami Subaru calmly replied, "Yes, this is my first trial." The moment he finished speaking, a massive black shadow suddenly closed in from behind. It was a one-eyed bat with deformed purple wings, diving down to attack without the slightest hesitation. Narukami Subaru seized the monster by the neck in midair with lightning speed, leaving it only enough time to shriek miserably. With just a light squeeze from one hand, he made it go still at once. The system announced that the one-eyed bat had been defeated, granting 1 corresponding point. Narukami Subaru adjusted his mask, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he looked toward the screen and asked, "Is there a problem?" That question left the viewers silent. Narukami Subaru quietly advanced deeper into the rookie dungeon, focused only on defeating as many monsters as possible to accumulate achievement points. By then, the broadcast had its first 3 viewers. Account Y was astonished by his reflexes, while Love Money remained skeptical, since floor 2 streamers usually gave up early because they could not draw views. Seeing Narukami Subaru about to enter a dangerous place alone, Love Money advised him not to be greedy and to wait for teammates to go with him. But he only answered calmly, "Thanks for the advice, Love Money, but that will not do. I am more used to handling everything myself." Stepping deeper into the dark cave, Narukami Subaru told himself, "My name is already a brand. The moment I turn on the stream, views will come. No promotion needed." Suddenly, a mud sea monster shot up from underground, trying to ambush him. But Narukami Subaru instantly swung his sword, cutting it in half in the blink of an eye. He murmured, "Now I want to test how far I can go." Sharp sharp sword strikes kept tearing through the darkness, while the system continuously reported that he had defeated targets and gained more points. His attack speed was so fast that the viewers were stunned. They could not even recognize what monster had just been taken down. Immediately after, a swarm of one-eyed bats shrieked and rushed in to surround him, but Narukami Subaru merely spun and unleashed a powerful arsing slash. Black-red spiritual energy erupted from the demonic sword, sweeping the monsters away in an instant. Every step he took was decisive, and so precise that Love Money and Tambourine Master were left stunned, unable to understand what had just happened. Another fanboy was about to fall into the pit, while the view count had already risen to 10. After taking down another series of venom bats and sea monsters, Narukami Subaru calmly sheathed his sword and explained indifferently, "If you focus on sound, you can tell which direction they are coming from and how many there are." He slowly stepped past the scattered pile of monsters. Behind him, the comments were still fiercely arguing over whether he was truly a rookie as the introduction claimed. Narukami Subaru adjusted his mask and calmly said to the audience, "Since everyone already knows, I will say what I am thinking." Comments kept appearing. Some said talent was everything, while others mocked him for writing on the legend of Narukami. Ignoring every comment, Narukami Subaru continued forward in silence, with only one thought in mind: still not enough. I have to accumulate as many achievement points as possible before leaving this place. Seeing him keep trudging straight ahead without scouting or studying the terrain, the viewers began to worry, constantly warning that he would definitely run into serious trouble if he kept going like that. Narukami Subaru's gaze sharpened behind the mask as a terrifying sight appeared before him. A dense swarm of purple one-eyed monsters had gathered together. Quantity cannot make up for quality, little brothers. Their red eyes flickered in the darkness, ready to rush at the intruder. The audience began teasing him, believing he was finished, and some even said they would see him back at the entrance. At that moment, a mission from viewer Milani Stream suddenly appeared, rewarding 100 reputation points if he wiped them all out alone. Looking at the glowing mission panel, Narukami Subaru curled his lips in a confident smile. Though many viewers thought this was a crude and ridiculous trap, he still replied casually, "Real money on the table. I accept the bet. Too easy." Meanwhile, at the company office, Subakichi screamed in despair as he watched the situation unfold on the screen. He clutched his head and pulled at his hair, unable to believe where he had gone wrong, then angrily demanded his money back. Realizing he was being too loud, Subakichi quickly lowered his voice and apologized to Hazuka. "Oh, sorry. I was a little too noisy, my fault." Hazuka paid no attention to that apology at all. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, her expression unusually tense and grave. Seeing his coworker unusually silent, Subakichi asked curiously, "What is it? What are you looking at?" Hazuka watched the masked man's every movement intently and murmured, "Something is wrong." Thinking she was worried about the money, Subakichi hurriedly explained that the amount was not large, and he had enough to pay it back. Hazuka still stared at the screen, her eyes trembling as if she could not believe what she was seeing. She thought to herself that this was no longer about money or betting, but something far greater. Hazuka called out Narukami Subaru's name in shock. Seeing his coworker acting strangely, Subakichi asked whether she was still watching that broadcast. But the moment he looked at the screen, he too froze, blurting out, "Are my eyes broken?" or as idol Narukami really manifested. On the live stream, Narukami Subaru created an overwhelming scene. Crimson sword strikes tore through the wind, sweeping away the monster swarm in an instant and making the comments explode. "Heavens, is this really a floor 2 rookie? I almost feel sorry for those bats." Everyone was stunned, wondering how many monsters he could take down alone at the same time. Narukami Subaru ambled through the pile of fallen monsters and casually dropped a line like this. The overwhelming strength left nearly all the viewers speechless. Some even admitted that although they were on higher floors, they still felt as if they were being taught by a floor 2 rookie, even though his combat power was almost unparalleled. Narukami Subaru awkwardly looked at the chat panel and muttered, "Communication really is hard." Seeing him about to leave, Love Money hurriedly reminded him not to forget to claim the reputation points from the mission. Only then did Narukami Subaru pause in surprise. "Oh right, I forgot." He picked up the device and fumbled with it for quite a while, his face full of confusion. The audience began laughing, teasing him about whether he had gotten lost in the controls. Narukami Subaru scratched his head in embarrassment and asked, "Where is the claim money button? I know swords well enough, but apps are beyond me." They immediately teased him for truly being a rookie streamer. Thanks to Love Money's guidance, Narukami Subaru finally pressed claim and obtained 100 reputation points. He politely thanked them and continued deeper into the cave, saying, "Well, the next point should be the last place." At this moment, he had 150 reputation points and 118 achievement points. In the backstage office, Hazuka suddenly screamed so loudly it seemed to shake the entire building. She held her flushed face in excitement, repeatedly exclaiming, "It is over, Big Sister's heart has been deleted." Idol really manifested, everyone. Seeing this, Tsubakichi mocked that she was the one in trouble. Hazuka immediately retorted, asking if he had ever seen anything this terrifying before. Although Tsubakichi thought she was overreacting since this was only floor 2, Hazuka insisted, "Yes, I am overexcited," then jumped up. Hazuka repeated the introduction on the screen, "I am Narukami Subaru from Earth," then excitedly wondered if this was fate or a reincarnation like in manga. Seeing her enthusiasm to an unbelievable degree, Song Hyeon broke into a sweat, thinking to himself that mentioning an idol turned this colleague into a completely different person. Hasuka's face flushed, feeling dizzy to the point she just wanted to close her eyes and drift into fantasy. That made Song Hyeon panic and stop her, afraid she would overdo it right in the office. Under the suspicious gaze of colleagues, Hasuka boldly affirmed she wanted to personally test this newbie. Even being reminded that he was just a lonely streamer and could anger the department head, Hasuka remained unwavering. She no longer had the playful look from the earlier bet. Instead, she became unusually serious. Hasuka stared at the masked young man on the screen, daring Song Hyeon to just wait and see what would happen. Meanwhile, in the dark dungeon, Narukami Subaru had found the endpoint of the challenge. He pushed the heavy stone door and stepped into the boss room. Narukami Subaru muttered softly, "Hiding well, but now it's time to show yourself." Before him was a gigantic creature covered in coarse gray-black fur. The gatekeeper was Werewolf Greg. As it appeared, the chat exploded due to its terrifying power and extreme difficulty. Narukami Subaru understood the werewolf was not a normal predator, but a gatekeeper testing newbie qualifications. Immediately after, a special mission appeared. Looking at the notice before him, Narukami Subaru froze and blurted out, The reward for this mission reached 3,000 reputation points and credits. For a newbie, that was an unbelievably large number. Meanwhile, the livestream had about 20 viewers. Greg, the gatekeeper of floor 2, loomed threateningly. Comments kept popping up, some even mocking. Some criticized him as rude, but others worried this monster would not be easy to defeat. The giant wolf growled, hot breath spreading in the cold air. It exerted itself, thinking again that someone had volunteered as dinner. Facing the massive gatekeeper, Werewolf Greg looked skeptical. "Alone? Really come here alone?" This wolf surely hadn't watched the live stream. Narukami Subaru calmly replied, "You look and still don't know." The monster sniffed Subaru's nose and suddenly commented, "You are interesting. I smell a great warrior from you." The chat immediately went wild. Greg said the Wolf Clan warrior not only smelled bodies but also saw through a person's nature. After observing it, declared Subaru qualified to proceed. That decision stunned the viewers due to the monster's obvious favoritism, and Narukami Subaru was equally surprised. He thought to himself that even in his previous life, nothing this strange had ever happened. Yet instead of taking the open escape, Narukami Subaru said coldly, "Really annoying, my target is you." Greg froze in disbelief, asking, "Is it me, not the door behind?" When Subaru confirmed, it beamed with excitement, as the battle between Narukami Subaru and Werewolf Greg was about to erupt. At Southern Entertainment Office, the atmosphere also became unusually tense. Department head John Teo stared at the screen, fingers constantly tapping the keyboard. He pondered aloud, "How many viewers does this stream have now?" Hazuka quickly reported about 20 viewers, but John Teo immediately interrupted with a pointed remark, "No." John Teo lowered his voice with pressure, "Now over 30. He lost patience, scolding Hazuka for wasting time on a channel with so few views. Just as Hazuka tried to correct that the number had reached 30, John Teo roared in anger, "That is not the main issue." He even mocked, telling Hazuka if she liked it, she should become a streamer herself. "Do it. Since you have the skill, surely there will be fans." While the department head lectured, Song Hyeon suddenly cheered as he saw the viewers surpass 40. Despite his subordinates' excitement, John Teo remained angry, feeling ignored. Back in the dungeon, Narukami Subaru was now facing forward. For the terrifying pressure emanating from Werewolf Greg, he reminded himself to stay calm, not to wonder, just focus. The system reported the nameless demon sword was absorbing mana to increase power, while level 2 greed skill activated, nullifying side effects. "Rise up, let me deal with you as usual." As soon as the words ended, the giant monster lunged like a thunder strike, shaking the entire cave. Narukami Subaru immediately swung his sword to meet the attack, creating a dazzling spiritual explosion in the darkness. Continuous collisions cracked the ground. Narukami Subaru struggled to counter the terrifying force of the sharp claws relentlessly raining down. The fierce clash pushed Narukami Subaru back a long distance on the floor. He thought to himself that if he fought with bare hands, it would be too disadvantageous. Unable to win with muscle, then he must use his head. Narukami Subaru narrowed his eyes calculatingly, realizing the huge gap in pure strength. Opposite him, Werewolf Greg also silently praised the one before him, truly a real warrior. The monster continued to launch powerful, overwhelming sweeping attacks. Narukami Subaru had to constantly dodge, evade, and seek counterattack opportunities. He tightened the demonic sword glowing red, facing directly against the opponent's superior power. A shockwave erupted as sword and claw collided, sparking electric flashes that lit up the entire cave. The chat exploded with admiration for the newbie's incredible strength, everyone thinking the quest giver would surely regret it. Narukami Subaru panted lightly, realizing that sometimes there were more effective ways than relying purely on strength. Greg looked excitedly at the formidable opponent, the one who had truly sparked his interest. The monster roared, "Excellent, warrior." He roared, "Let us end this," then lunged forward with a thunderous pounce meant to crush his target. But Narukami Subaru had vanished like a phantom. He replied coldly, "That is what I should be saying. One phrase, endure the pain." Before Greg's stunned expression, Narukami Subaru appeared right beside his flank, his eyes blazing with rage. He mocked that his attack was far too easy to predict. Immediately after, he unleashed a fierce slash, tearing through the monster's defenses. Narukami Subaru growled with ruthless resolve, "Die." Greg howled in agony as he continuously suffered blazing sword strikes. His speed was so fast it left countless afterimages behind. He followed up with a barrage of vicious slashes, leaving the monster gravely wounded. The final blow descended with all his strength. Gatekeeper of Floor 2 was completely defeated. Before his breath faded, the battle wolf only managed one final praise, "Magnificent warrior." Greg's enormous body crashed heavily to the ground, creating a dull, weighty sound in the ruined dungeon. The boss fell, and the player advanced. The system announced that Narukami Subaru had defeated the battle wolf, leveled up greatly, and received additional strength, agility, and 500 achievement points. The viewers watching the broadcast all fell silent, unable to believe a beginner could defeat this terrifying species alone. Praising comments kept appearing, while the system reported the mission complete, instantly awarding 3,000 prestige points from the Lightning faction boss. Looking at the device screen, Narukami Subaru smiled faintly. "I will put it to good use. Lightning faction boss." He had now accumulated 350 prestige points and 618 achievement points. At that very moment, the towering giant gate opened, accompanied by a notification that the gate had been unlocked. Narukami Subaru had intended to walk over leisurely, but immediately stopped in sheer astonishment. A series of challenge icons from ice, fire, wind, to earth, all lit up at once. The viewers stirred restlessly as if something had been angered. Everyone was stunned to see as many as 13 options appear, a record no Floor 2 beginner had ever achieved before. The system announced that the number of options was directly proportional to the player's talent, then asked whether he wanted to enter the Lightning Challenge. Faced with this rare opportunity, Narukami Subaru answered decisively without the slightest hesitation, "Needless question. His job is electrocution." The viewers grew wildly excited, thinking that if he did not choose Lightning now, he might as well change his name. When the command was confirmed, a blue-green light enveloped Narukami Subaru, carrying him into the harsh Lightning Challenge. In the back office, Hazuka was so excited she almost lost control. She hugged her colleague Sagan tightly and shouted, "He did it." She could not believe the views had surged again, reaching 60 people in the blink of an eye. Hazuka cried out in shock. Normally a mission only has 2 or 3 options at most, yet he has 13. Beside her, department head John Teo also admitted that this performance was very impressive, especially since Narukami Subaru had defeated the battle wolf, the one rumored to be undefeated. Even so, the department head remained skeptical, believing that Narukami Subaru was ultimately only a new streamer on Floor 2. Hazuka immediately made a bold proposal. "Department head, do you want to bet with me?" She declared that if Narukami Subaru failed to accept the Lightning, she and Sagan would work on a fixed salary for 5 years. Hearing himself dragged into it, Sagan protested in panic. "What, why am I included too?" Ignoring her pitiful colleague, Hazuka continued, "And if he succeeds, you will sign a contract with him without a single complaint." John Teo curled his lips into a challenging smile. He reminded her that the only person who had ever obtained Lightning was Narukami Subaru himself. Hazuka still kept her confident smile and replied, "How will we know without trying, right?" Faced with such determination, John Teo snorted coldly and decisively accepted the bet. Hazuka was delighted that the wager was set, while Sagan could only groan in despair after suddenly becoming a substitute pawn in this insane bet. As soon as he entered the Lightning Challenge, Narukami Subaru felt blue-green energy spreading over his entire body. He murmured in surprise, "This is..." While he was still observing his surroundings, a shout rang out, "Dodge bro. Stand there and you will become electric roast chicken." Before he could understand what was happening, Narukami Subaru was knocked down by a strange man rushing toward him. A blow as heavy as 1,000 jin immediately exploded where he had just stood, shattering the ground in an instant. That man roared angrily, "You only have one life. Are you standing there sightseeing, little brother?" Before them now stood an ashen gray monster with a burly body, named Giant Fragment. Narukami Subaru dropped to one knee. He was shocked to recognize the one who had just appeared and wondered inwardly, why is this man here? The giant monster roared, swinging a fist as hard as stone to crush them both. On the broadcast screen, viewers were bewildered. Comments kept jumping up as they recognized it as a giant race monster and could not understand why it had appeared. Narukami Subaru narrowed his eyes in thought. He realized this was a boss that should only appear in part 2 of the challenge, then wondered whether everything had changed because he defeated Greg. Immediately after, the monster roared again, slamming a thunderous blow into the ground. That attack created a violent explosion, shaking the entire area. Amid the thick dust and smoke, Narukami Subaru walked out leisurely with a calm expression. He judged that while this monster was huge, its structure was far inferior to Greg's. Even luckier, he already knew information about it in advance. Seeing Narukami Subaru still standing in place, the young man ran for his life while shouting, "I already got into trouble saving you, hurry up and run." Narukami Subaru adjusted his mask, his gaze cold and sharp as he decided to handle it quickly before being disturbed. As soon as he tightened his grip on the sword, the system reported that the nameless demon sword was absorbing blood, sharply increasing his stats according to the blood consumed, while level 2 Wedge of Greed activated and nullified the side effects. Giant fragments swung its heavy fist, as if wanting to crush everything before it. But Narukami Subaru swiftly leaned aside and dodged. He slipped past the attack, then stepped onto its arm to use the momentum and launch himself upward. His movements were as graceful as Fulatino. Beneath the mask, Narukami Subaru's eyes shone with murderous intent. At this speed, whether the boss could block it would depend purely on luck. The young man who had just saved him could only cry out in shock when he saw Narukami Subaru had somehow closed in behind the monster. A fierce thrust from the demonic sword sank deep into the enemy's nape. The monster howled in desperate pain, while Narukami Subaru only mocked coldly that it was too noisy. He growled for it to stay silent for the rest of its life, then decisively unleashed more fatal slashes. The monster's screams gradually weakened as Narukami Subaru kept attacking with sword strikes filled with rage. Giant Fragment's eyes gradually clouded over. Then it collapsed to the ground, creating a powerful tremor. The system announced that Narukami Subaru had defeated the species and completed Stage 4. The live viewers could only flood the chat with question marks, too shocked by the speed of his conquest. After the battle, Narukami Subaru rose 3 levels in a row. His strength, agility, and magic power increased greatly, and he received 4,000 achievement points along with Giant Heart and Thunder Body. Witnessing the monster fall in the blink of an eye, Falcon stammered in shock, "You are." Meanwhile, the broadcast chat exploded, with viewers continuously sending gifts and bonus points for his perfect conquest from Stage 1 to Stage 4. Falcon hurried over, still shaken by the masked man's power. He pressed him, "Are you human or a ghost?" beating a boss like it was a punching bag. Narukami Subaru only glanced over lightly, his hand still clenched tight. He gripped the blood-stained sword and calmly replied, "You still do not understand after seeing that. I came to bring down the giant." After leaving the dungeon, Narukami Subaru returned to a peaceful town, where old wooden houses stood beside a small stream. He found a simple inn-room to rest, while checking the gains he had obtained after the battle. Sitting on the bed with the handheld device, Narukami Subaru saw the viewers extremely excited. They kept urging him to open the item he had just received. Some even guessed, "Is it purple gear or gold gear? Hurry and show us, brother. I am too nervous already." Faced with that eagerness, Narukami Subaru smiled faintly. "I am curious too. Then let us take a look together." He immediately opened the interface and checked the treasures glowing with a mysterious purple light. The first item was the rare-grade Giant's Heart Ring, an accessory carved from a real giant's heart, greatly increasing health and recovery. Narukami Subaru nodded in satisfaction. "Accessories are very precious, and it increases health too. I like this effect." Next was the rare-grade Thunderclap armor with very impressive defensive stats. The armor was infused with Somset's power, allowing the user to nullify 1 negative status effect once per day. Narukami Subaru understood that this was exactly the equipment needed to improve his chances of survival in the fierce battles to come. The moment Narukami Subaru put on the new armor, a flood of missions from the audience suddenly poured in. "Well done, brother. Reward 5,000 money is just leaves to you." Along with that came many missions from Imban Mission Villa Inn and Safe Asset, with rewards reaching thousands of faith credits. That made Narukami Subaru unable to hide his surprise, and he sincerely thanked everyone. He stood up, draped in the majestic black cloak, his eyes shining brightly behind the mask as he felt power surging within him. Narukami Subaru told himself he would not disappoint those waiting for his lightning arts, because his appearance now perhaps carried greater meaning than he had ever imagined. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Narukami Subaru said coldly, "Come in." A man led in a blonde knight wearing majestic silver armor and introduced him. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. This is the knight leader of the village, Lord Peleus." Peleus looked at Narukami Subaru with a contemplative gaze. The guide explained that recently, the attacks of the giant clan had been constant, forcing the knights to stand guard day and night in full equipment. For everyone's safety, the villagers had been asked to avoid going out unless truly necessary. The guide seemed surprised to see Narukami Subaru still outside at this time, but he immediately changed to a grateful tone. "I heard you protected the village while I was absent." Peleus stepped forward and bowed politely. "Many thanks, great hero, for helping bear my burden while I was away." Faced with that solemn attitude, Narukami Subaru remained cold behind the mask. "Not at all. I only did what should be done, Peleus." Peleus was not only the representative face of the village, but also a brave knight who always stood on the front line against the brutality of the giant clan. He revealed that during reconnaissance, the knight squad had found traces of the giant clan chief, and they intended to risk their lives to drive them into a corner. Suddenly, Peleus and his companion dropped to their knees before Narukami Subaru, leaving everyone around them stunned. In an urgent voice, Peleus pleaded, "Please forgive my abruptness. I beg you to save our village." Seeing that scene, the livestream viewers began to worry, continuously leaving comments praying for the blonde knight. Yet Narukami Subaru only remained silent, his gaze sinking to darkness. From the memories of his previous life, he knew a harsh truth all too well. In the next stage, Peleus would die. He looked at the knight kneeling at his feet, whose face was still filled with hope. Baru reached out and ordered, "Stop kneeling, your knees will get sore." Then he declared decisively, "Fine, I will cooperate." Peleus clasped Narukami Subaru's hand tightly and said with emotion, "Thank you very much." Immediately after, the system displayed a notice that the survival stage had begun. Beneath the blood-red sunset, the night company silently advanced into the treacherous Rocky Mountains to carry out the purge. Walking at the rear of the line, Narukami Subaru quietly checked his broadcasting device. He realized the number of viewers was soaring, making the comments scroll so quickly that interaction was almost impossible. Suddenly, Peleus signaled for the whole force to stop. He pointed ahead, his voice tense. That is the giant clan chief. An aged giant with pallid skin and a long beard was sleeping in the middle of the forest. Peleus quickly laid out the plan. "I will draw his attention. As for you, benefactor, attack from behind." The plan sounded fine, but there was something very strange about this boss. Yet just as he drew his sword and prepared to charge, Narukami Subaru caught his shoulder in time and stopped him. "Wait." Peleus was still confused and had yet to understand what was happening when those violent rumbling began to shake the entire ground. Narukami Subaru pointed ahead and warned, "That thing." His eyes blazed with vigilance, his voice lowering, "It is not human." Immediately afterward, the enemy's form began to transform in a grotesque way. It was no longer a mere giant clan chief, but a swarm of gigantic beings with pallid skin. Deep black eyes and smiles stretched wide to the ears gradually appeared. Massive figures emerged one after another, slowly surrounding the entire force. Before that terrifying sight, Peleus cried out in shock, "Why is this happening?" The monsters began attacking violently. One of them grabbed a poor soldier amid desperate screams. "Stop!" Another person only managed to cry for help in panic. "Save me!" he cried out before being swallowed by the attack. Narukami Subaru stood still, his eyes reflecting the chaotic and tragic scene before him. Monster wore a chilling smile, its body still stained with the soldier's blood. Before the monster's relentless waves of attacks, Peleus shouted orders to the whole force in panic. "The situation is too dangerous. Retreat and preserve your lives." He frantically urged the soldiers to run quickly. "Hurry." The pallid giants with pitch-black eyes were turning the battlefield into a horrifying scene. Howled madly, constantly knocking soldiers down amid the chaos. Amid the ruined scene, a soldier called out in pain to the comrade who had just fallen, "Brother Jaqen." Realizing the situation could no longer be salvaged, Peleus shouted decisively, "This is an order. Everyone, run." He reminded them to think of their families and the village behind them. This was definitely not the end, and one day they would have a chance to begin again. Peleus decided to stay behind as the rear guard, entrusting the leadership of Falcon to the others. Turning to Narukami Subaru, Peleus urged, "You two, hurry and run." He earnestly asked Narukami Subaru to rebuild the Night Order and restore the giants. Yet Narukami Subaru, holding the demon sword glowing crimson, only answered calmly, "That is my line." He asked Peleus in return, "You are not going to run?" Peleus froze. Narukami Subaru put his mask back on and said, "Get lost already and let me fight freely, you trial." Peleus feared they would both die and did not want to abandon him. He still fell silent. Faced with Narukami Subaru's firmness, Peleus had no choice but to yield. "Then I will go gather the warriors. If you can hold out until then," Narukami Subaru softly. "Be grateful," Peleus shouted as he ran. "I owe you my life, stay safe." The colossal monster roared as Narukami Subaru's slash tore through its white hide. Giving the enemy no time to react, Narukami Subaru glided like a phantom through the encirclement. The demon's sword blazed with black spiritual power, releasing a terrifying aura. His overwhelming speed and strength made them collapse to the ground in an instant. The system immediately announced that Narukami Subaru had defeated the traces of two giants. Receiving 20 achievement points amid the smoke and dust, Narukami Subaru stood tall, his eyes bright with wrath, ready to crush anyone who blocked his way. Watching Peleus' back fade into the forest mist, he adjusted his mask. He told himself that even if this was only a test, he was not used to being left alone. His mouth complained, but his hand never stopped cutting, and solitude made his fighting instincts surge more fiercely than ever. In the distance, Peleus gritted his teeth in pain. Sweat streamed down as he was forced to leave his benefactor behind to carry out the mission. Narukami Subaru was surrounded by an army of white giants with sinister smiles. The chat box exploded with negative comments, calling it suicidal and asking why he had driven the other warriors away. When the side score depended on the number of survivors, Narukami Subaru looked deep into the eyes of the monsters advancing toward him, memories surfacing that everyone, including Peleus, had been destined to die. His eyes blazed with resolve as he gripped his sword tight. The tower wrote a terrible script, so I will rewrite it with a happy ending. The white giants rushed in, but Narukami Subaru was ready. One swing of his sword brought an enemy down at once. The system announced that he had defeated a giant trace and received 10 achievement points. Narukami Subaru glided like a phantom. Each slash carried death, with more points added from the giant corpses beneath his feet. A blazing red surge of spiritual power erupted violently from the weapon, and the system warned that the nameless demon sword was absorbing the user's mana, all stats increasing according to the amount of mana consumed. Narukami Subaru calculated that taking them down one by one was not hard. The problem was maintaining the demon sword's power. He knew he could not drag things out inside the encirclement. The crucial goal was to keep his field of vision and find the boss. Narukami Subaru leaped up, his fatal sword strike piercing through a giant's head. He moved constantly, turning the battlefield into a stage where a crimson sword tore through the darkness. Just watching it looked like it drained blood, but he pressed on regardless. Though surrounded by countless enemies, Narukami Subaru still charged left and right, sweeping away every obstacle with powerful sword swings that left the monsters no time to react. His speed was as fast as lightning, cutting through the giants. He charged straight ahead. In the chat box, viewers held their breath. One wrong step meant death, and many even joked about his terrifying speed. When his stamina reached its threshold, Deep Mind Level 2 took effect, neutralizing the demon sword side effects and restoring his stamina and spirit. Feeling his strength being brought under control, Narukami Subaru affirmed that equipment made all the difference. He needed to find the boss before reaching his limit, his eyes blazing with wrath behind the mask. Amid the encirclement of monsters, an old fake giant with a white beard and a savage smile entered his sight, and he shouted, "There he is!" The insect roared with bizarre laughter. Narukami Subaru gathered his strength and charged forward, not needing a single strike, but preferring to end it quickly. Please let this work. He bet everything on the decisive blow. Immediately he activated the equipment's power. A surge of heavenly lightning erupted, resounding across the battlefield and turning the earth into a realm of chaos. Narukami Subaru became a thunder god, punishing his enemies. Giants screamed in terror before that dreadful power. The boss stared blankly at Narukami Subaru and cried out in horror, "What kind of person has such vicious electricity, bro?" Giving the enemy no chance to react, Narukami Subaru swung his sword again and again, the system reporting that the demon sword was absorbing mana and pushing his strength to the maximum. He swept forward like a whirlwind, unleashing ruthless sword strikes that made the giant howl in despair before being defeated. With the final swing, the system announced that he had defeated the giant seed. It collapsed onto the ruined ground. The system announced that Survival Stage 5 had been completed with outstanding results. Narukami Subaru leveled up spectacularly, his strength, agility, stamina, and magic power all skyrocketing at once. On the broadcast, viewers were stunned, unable to believe anyone could defeat the boss so easily. Narukami Subaru looked at the wreckage and told himself that if this were a story, this would be the perfect, cool ending. The sky suddenly darkened, and bolts of lightning began tearing through the night with menace. As Narukami Subaru had predicted, the monsters did not disappear even after he completed the stage. They would only vanish when the entire test ended. A red notification appeared. Deep Mind Level 2 failed to neutralize the demon sword. The demon sword began to backlash, draining his life force and leaving him exhausted. He bitterly realized that the mechanism he had once used to gain an advantage was now putting him in danger. The power in Narukami Subaru's body gradually vanished, as the enormous monsters lumbered forward with savage grins. A terrifying thunderous explosion suddenly erupted with violent force. It engulfed Narukami Subaru right in the middle of the enemy encirclement. The protagonist's halo finally blazed back to life, everyone. In the silent ancient forest, the evening light slipped through the layers of leaves, creating a scene of strangely peaceful beauty. At a small wooden house deep in the forest, a girl with long black hair was sitting quietly on the porch. She stared intently at the device in her hand. A romantic-looking man with long silver hair walked over, breaking the silence by asking what she was doing in a place like this. He looked up slightly at the sky and sighed. "The weather is beautiful, is it not? And the air is also fresh too." The girl still did not look away from the screen, merely replying with a hint of meaning that it was something he could only enjoy for now. The man said thoughtfully that it was almost time, and the girl nodded softly, her voice tinged with vague sorrow. 1 year at most. The man's gaze instantly turned cold, and he said through clenched teeth that it was time to end everything. Seeing that she remained indifferent, he could not help sighing that she truly was unusual. Others were worried about the end of the world, while she was still absorbed in scrolling on her device. Curious about her focus, he bent down and asked what she was watching so intently, and she calmly showed him the screen and said that he was currently being called Narukami Subaru. That name made the man shout in shock, while Sigur calmly explained that he was not that Narukami Subaru, only a rookie who had taken that name and was doing the second trial. On the screen, Narukami Subaru was rampaging through a swarm of monsters, drawing countless praises for the extraordinary skill of a rookie. You understand that too, do you not? The silver-haired man spoke in a low voice, his gaze drilling deep. Looking at Sigur Asagiri, he declared that if Narukami Subaru had truly survived back then, the traitor Kyojo Kazuki would have been erased from the tower long ago. Before Sigur Asagiri's silence, he spoke through clenched teeth again. Narukami Subaru is dead. You have to accept the truth. Unable to bear it any longer, Sigur Asagiri shouted, demanding that he stop bringing it up. But the man still did not stop. He moved closer and asked how long Sigur Asagiri intended to hide beneath that boy's shadow. Sigur Asagiri sprang up in fury, her eyes blazing as she stared straight at her companion, while he coldly snatched the device from her hand. He mocked that this was exactly why she kept getting attached to things like this. Sigur Asagiri weakly replied that she was only killing time, but immediately after that, the terrifying change on the screen made her cry out in shock. The man also stared at the device in stunned silence, his voice stammering, "What now? That is in the middle of..." In the middle of the ruined battlefield, an earth-shaking thunderous explosion erupted from Narukami Subaru's position. Brilliant golden lightning and a storm of force spread outward, blasting away the entire army of giants surrounding him, just like a move that cleared the whole map. That terrifying power split the ground open, creating a deep crater like the mark of an immortal source of energy. The system repeatedly announced that he had obtained the Thunder skill. At the same time, it granted him 2,000 more precious achievement points for the miracle he had just created. Narukami Subaru stood proudly amid the ruins, causing the livestream to explode as the viewers could not believe a rookie had overcome such an unreasonable trial. Looking at his palm blazing with arcs of electricity, Narukami Subaru thought to himself that this was never something meant to be obtained here. The A-rank Thunder skill now officially belonged to him. Looking at the monsters that had been subdued, Narukami Subaru breathed in relief. At least I am not dead yet, and that is enough. The challenge being used at precisely this moment truly saved him. A stream of mission completion notifications appeared one after another, making Narukami Subaru's credibility points soar at a dizzying speed. From loyal fans to major investors like Safety Asset, everyone donated generously, pushing his total points past 20,000. Looking at the screen, Narukami Subaru nodded gratefully and repeated his earlier promise. Once he received the gift, there would be a performance of thanks. Gripping the demonic sword radiating blazing red spiritual power, Narukami Subaru was ready to act. Even as the monsters charged forward with snarls, the challenge system continued to display. His eyes blazed with defiance beneath the mask, his voice full of authority. "I will make everyone stand in awe." Immediately, he decisively used all 20,000 credibility points to upgrade the skill. The system announced that Wedge Greed had reached level 3, completely eliminating the dangerous side effects of the lightning art. Strands of golden lightning began dancing across Narukami Subaru's hands. He wanted the energy to spread throughout his body, but for now, he focused only on channeling the lightning into his hands, preparing for the decisive strike. Looking at the horde of monsters rushing toward him, Narukami Subaru was ready. He roared, challenging them all. Then he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, as though preparing for a highlight clip. He poured all his strength into the nameless blade. Blade erupted with red-black spiritual power. It radiated deadly might. In that instant, memories of his golden age resurfaced. Narukami Subaru told himself. Should he sweep everything away with a single slash, just like before? A sword swing carrying earth-shaking, heaven-shattering power came crashing down. It created a gigantic cut that swept away the entire monster legion. The scene was devastating as the white giants were sent flying and utterly annihilated by the terrifying might of the Lightning King reborn. Amid the choking clouds of dust and the monster corpses strewn everywhere, Narukami Subaru stood silently, panting hard and telling himself, damn it, even though it was an overwhelming victory, he had gone too far. He had meant to save some strength for the journey back, but excitement made him misjudge his energy. Narukami Subaru dropped to one knee, his hand gripping the sword tightly to hold up his trembling body, while twilight fell behind him. Looking at Narukami Subaru standing tall and imposing, in the middle of the battlefield, Peleus could only blurt out, "Huh, you are our benefactor." Right after that, the scene shifted back to the office, where a trembling hand rested beside a tablet receiving a new notification from the system. In the office, department head John Teo and Seong Hyeon stared intently at Hasuka. Their expressions were awkward as they saw her covering her face in embarrassment. The atmosphere was like sending the wrong message to the class group chat. Seong Hyeon wondered whether there was any need to be that tense, while John Teo shook his head in exasperation. Hasuka had now fallen into an extreme state of panic. She blamed herself. This is terrible. What should I do? Her face burning red with embarrassment as she thought back on what she had just done. Hasuka anxiously wondered whether she had sounded too cold, or whether she should add more emojis to seem friendlier. Song Hyeon read the message and mocked her, saying she sounded like a crazed fan harassing a streamer. Unable to hold back, Hasuka sprang up and shouted, "Before becoming a manager, I was an enthusiastic fan, how can you blame me?" She insisted to her boss that the young man's lightning skill was unique. Turning him into a special existence meant solely for Narukami Subaru. Song Hyeon smiled smugly. Thanks to that performance, thanks to Narukami Subaru, he had preserved his salary through an extremely intense round. Department head John Teo changed his attitude, stroking his chin in thought, unsurprised that someone else could achieve this. He is definitely someone worth watching, Hasuka cried out when she saw the new notification on the screen. Trembling, she reported that Narukami Subaru had read the message but only viewed it. Being ignored by her idol made Hasuka completely fall apart. She froze like a white statue in the middle of the office, while Song Hyeon and John Teo could only stare at their colleague, left dead still by Narukami Subaru's cold silence. Well then, shall we begin? In a room filled with character figures and many modern computer screens, a young man was preparing for a livestream. Hawkeye, a streamer who analyzed top player battles with sharp vision and profound knowledge. He had defeated many opponents and built a firm position in the analysis scene, fighting with his mind and dealing damage with his commentary. Hawkeye displayed his analytical ability while watching videos of other players including Kurokawa Amon, a new member of the Blue District Guild, regarded as the future of the organization. Hawkeye judged that a dark horse was rising, one even called the second Narukami. The analysis also included Kyojo Kazuki, formerly Blue Eye and now Earth's representative. Hawkeye noticed the immense pressure on Kyojo Kazuki, but today, he wanted to focus on carefully studying his skills. The legend Narukami Subaru was no exception. Hawkeye affirmed that lightning belonged to him, and most people thought of Narukami Subaru whenever they mentioned a player of overwhelming caliber. The livestream officially began, and Hawkeye eagerly welcomed the audience. "Hello, I am Hawkeye. Thank you for tuning in today." He announced that the main topic was the hottest player right now, Narukami Subaru. Immediately, the chat exploded with conflicting comments, some excitedly asking whether Narukami Subaru had returned. He returned, many people mocked, saying wasn't he the original, or wasn't he still on floor 2? Some even claimed Hawkeye had run out of ideas. Despite the chat arguing, Hawkeye focused on reminding everyone to keep the mood civil. However, when he watched Narukami Subaru's battle footage, even he was stunned. "This is too insane." He glued his eyes to the screen, sweat streaming down from excitement, able only to gasp in astonishment. Hawkeye could not believe his eyes, wondering whether his absolute focus allowed Narukami Subaru to channel the energy precisely into the sword without wasting any power. His control and refined technique made this possible. Hawkeye affirmed that Narukami Subaru had made no mistakes throughout the battle, and wondered in horror where this monster had come from. He bet that many viewers did not even understand what they were watching because the gap in level was too vast. This was the kind of person who made others wonder what all those years of training had even been for. Hawkeye firmly declared that the young man would become a major figure, and planned to keep following him in future broadcasts. To Hawkeye, this masked novice was truly extraordinary. Hawkeye ended his analysis with a weighty assessment. He had even forgotten to comment one line. To be blunt, his control may surpass even Narukami at his peak. Right after those shocking words, Narukami Subaru jolted awake on the bed, panting hard and drenched in sweat. The system kept displaying new notifications, announcing that Stage 6 was approaching, and that his stamina had fully recovered after sleeping. Although his stamina had recovered, Narukami Subaru still felt mentally exhausted. Looking at the conditions panel for pausing the challenge, he told himself that his body was fine, but his mind was tired, so perhaps he should rest for a while. He suddenly realized the stream's viewer count had surged to 742, despite the audience urging him on with more. "Thank you all for watching today. Sorry, the next stream will start the day after tomorrow. I will take one day off. See you then." The system announced that the live broadcast had officially come to an end. Narukami Subaru slowly left the challenge area, preparing to move on to the stage exploration phase. Amid the quiet, he opened his handheld device and saw an important message from SAO Entertainment. The two words "important" on the message sounded as tense as a Zalo text saying, "Hey you." Hasuka, the company's manager, sent her thanks and earnestly asked him to confirm the message so they could discuss a collaboration. Narukami Subaru took off his mask, revealing a tired face and golden eyes. With a sharp gaze, he muttered suspiciously, "Auditory hallucination. What is Sao Entertainment?" Then he began looking into it. He stopped by a roadside cafe to rest and look up more information about this organization. He looked at the description of an MCN company, large scale, specializing in managing and supporting Shimmer, developing at tremendous speed thanks to powerful investment. Narukami Subaru could not help marveling at how the times had changed. Now even companies like this existed. He realized that the streamer Hawkeye, who had just praised him lavishly, was also a member of that organization. Narukami Subaru smiled faintly, thinking to himself, that kid really did have a very good eye for people. Folding the device shut, Narukami Subaru strode through the novice town, considering his next course. At the same time, in another corner of the town, Isaac was staring at the screen with a bitter expression. That man had read Hawkeye's assessment that the novice named Narukami Subaru might live up to expectations. He might even surpass Narukami in his prime, making that man shake with rage. Isaac roared in fury. "Do not mess with me, he is only on the second floor." His eyes were bloodshot with anger. That man stomped hard on the ground, then swore through his resentment. Losing all his good mood first thing in the morning, Isaac trudged into the cafe in a foul temper. Yet the moment he saw Narukami Subaru sitting alone inside the cafe, in the corner of the cafe, that man immediately broke into a sinister smile. One look was enough to know something bad was about to happen. Am I just unlucky today, running into trouble everywhere I go? Before the thought was even finished, Isaac deliberately bumped into the table, spilling hot coffee onto Narukami Subaru. Caught off guard, Narukami Subaru only managed to cry out that it was hot while trying to avoid the coffee staining his outfit. "Oh, sorry about that," Isaac said in a fake voice, his face full of triumph as he mocked how small this second floor was. Faced with Narukami Subaru's uncomfortable silence, Isaac continued insulting him and pretended he wanted to compensate him for the cup of coffee. He gave that man a neat comeback, then calmly left. Isaac blocked his path and threatened him. "I warned you last time, didn't I? Do you have a problem?" That man roughly grabbed Narukami Subaru by the collar, gritting his teeth as he cursed and threatened to crush him again. In the face of that aggression, Narukami Subaru remained strangely calm. He softly apologized, then tightened his grip on Isaac's wrist. Narukami Subaru declared in an icy voice, "I do not have time for that nonsense today." Isaac was stunned to realize his hand was trembling. That man wondered, has he always been this strong? Only now did he understand he had picked the wrong fight. While Isaac was still frozen, Narukami Subaru turned and left, sneering, "Just consider it you paying for my coffee. Full package service, starting trouble, getting beaten down, then paying up." Isaac was so furious he went mad, roaring in helplessness. "Come back here." But Narukami Subaru had already walked completely out of the cafe. Only the clear chime of the doorbell rang out behind Isaac. That man stood rooted in the middle of the cafe, letting out a soft, aggrieved sigh. I only wanted to climb the tower quietly. Rage flared up and Isaac clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury as he recalled his past with Narukami Subaru. That man trudged out of the cafe, his will for revenge burning hotter than ever. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru checked his device as he walked. Oh right. Began scrolling through the notifications and messages he had just received. Elsewhere, amid the hazy white steam of a bathroom, a girl was soaking in a warm tub. She fixed her gaze on the phone sitting on the wooden shelf, where an important new message had appeared. The message from Narukami Subaru was brief but very decisive. "Let us meet once." Narukami Subaru silently advanced deeper into the dark dungeon, where lizard monster corpses lay scattered amid glowing blue water. The demonic sword in his hand flared with lightning fire, ready for the life and death battle ahead. The system immediately announced that Narukami Subaru was entering the boss room, the refuge of the exiled lizardmen. As soon as he stepped inside, the level 3 greed skill activated to suppress the violent side effects from the nameless demon sword. Suddenly a blazing surge of fire erupted fiercely. Salamander appeared with a towering presence, its roar thunderous, ready to burn the intruder to ash. To avoid repeating the previous accident and gain better control over lightning arts, Narukami Subaru decided to test just how far his current maximum strength could reach. He lowered his center of gravity, channeling lightning into his legs to push his speed to the utmost limit. Then he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, sprang into the air, and faced the fire monster head-on. He poured all of his lightning into the nameless demon sword. From that, he created an explosive strike, as though tearing space itself apart. Yet the system kept flashing a blinding red warning, signaling an emergency. Level 3 could not completely erase the side effects of lightning, causing his fatigue to surge. Though his body was under crushing strain, Narukami Subaru gritted his teeth and unleashed a ferocious slash, tearing the giant salamander apart amid the raging lightning and fire. The system repeatedly announced that Narukami Subaru had conquered the dungeon refuge of the exiled lizardmen. At the same time, his strength, stamina, and mana all rose sharply. Narukami Subaru trudged through the quiet night, silently noting that the stamina consumption reduction effect was even better than he had expected. He Looked at the status window and saw his fatigue at 61, yet still felt confident he had plenty left in him. Red battery but still scrolling on. However, when he saw the skill greedy throw had reached rank D level 3, Narukami Subaru frowned, since he needed 40,000 reputation points to upgrade it again. He let out a soft, weary sigh, feeling that requiring double the reputation points for the next upgrade was truly too harsh. While his head ached over money, Narukami Subaru silently wished someone would suddenly appear and introduce him to a good job. Suddenly, a looming black shadow stepped out from behind an ancient tree, accompanied by a mocking voice. Out hunting. Are you hunting indeed? One who had appeared with that sinister smile was none other than Isaac. He drew closer to Narukami Subaru, laughing as he said the two of them had known each other for a long time, but this situation was certainly unexpected. Faced with that annoying persistence, Narukami Subaru merely answered in a cold voice that he really was tenacious. Isaac gradually revealed a crazed look. He growled that he had thought about it a lot, but his anger had pushed his patience to its limit. Isaac stood opposite Narukami Subaru, his eyes blazing with provocation. He suggested ending everything here, while Subaru only looked back in silence. In his heart, he silently judged that this man was not normal at all. As the atmosphere beneath the moonlight gradually grew tense enough to choke, in another corner of the bustling town, a strange blonde young man wearing a jade necklace suddenly appeared. Over here, the call rang out. Danteo's voice rose as he saw Hawkeye leisurely walking over. As soon as he arrived, Hawkeye cheerfully raised a hand in greeting. Joe, long time no see. When asked whether streaming was going smoothly, he calmly answered that it was passable, since most of the viewers were still the same, so the numbers had not changed much. John Teo sipped his tea and judged that this was actually good, because what was built slowly was often hard to collapse. Exactly the kind of philosophy that would pop out of Jinzaki Naoto. Hawkeye immediately got straight to the point, saying he did not have time to sit around drinking tea for long. John Teo smiled and praised his sharpness as befitting the name Hawkeye, then mentioned Narukami Subaru, whom he had once rated very highly. It began yesterday. Seeing his boss serious, Hawkeye took a sip of tea and repeated his view of that newcomer. As I said, his talent may surpass Narukami Subaru in his prime, but whether he can climb to that position is another matter. Knowing John Teo was reconsidering his assessment, Hawkeye curiously asked the reason, and received the answer that he wanted to recruit him. Hawkeye excitedly praised him for having a good eye, but also reminded him that Narukami Subaru currently had too few viewers and too little recognition for a major company like Sao Tung. John Teo tightened his grip on the teacup. He admitted that was true, but Hawkeye's words only made him trust his decision even more. He decisively declared that they should organize a collaboration between Hawkeye and Narukami Subaru. Increasing viewers and recognition was their job. Meanwhile, in a deserted dark corner, Isaac stood imposingly before Narukami Subaru and growled that only the two of them were here. Isaac began to sneer, saying everything had happened only because Narukami Subaru had been carried into the dungeon by others. Seeing that he did not have a single scratch, that man mocked him, saying he must have run away from the start, then told him to know his place. Isaac brought his face close to Narukami Subaru, gritting his teeth as he asked whether he was dreaming of becoming Narukami Subaru or wanted to use lightning like that famous streamer. He furiously cursed Narukami Subaru as a lowly wretch, saying that if he was already dead, he should obediently lie in the cemetery. Isaac clamped down on Narukami Subaru's shoulder, contemptuously asking whether he hated everyone because he was bitter. He thought this era was ridiculous because it was full of people imitating Narukami Subaru. Faced with that attitude, Narukami Subaru remained strangely calm. He coldly asked in return that he had something he wanted to ask as well. He asked why Isaac regarded him as an enemy to that extent, and Isaac gritted his teeth as he answered that it was only because his name contained Narukami Subaru. Narukami Subaru calmly asked why he hated a name loved by so many people, making Isaac stammer in rage. Isaac roared, "You already know who my father is and still ask that." But Narukami Subaru still did not waver in the slightest. He mocked Isaac for being grown up, yet whenever something happened, he dragged out his parents to threaten people. When the name Reinhardt was mentioned, the memory of a top master of the 9th floor immediately surfaced. Narukami Subaru realized that he was none other than the famed swordsman One Slash. The memory replayed the scene of Narukami Subaru of the Blue Eyes Guild appearing brilliantly like a star. He had once defeated a formidable powerhouse of the ancient script continent with a single strike in under 30 seconds. Reinhardt had suffered a crushing defeat back then, left barely breathing as he begged in vain for another chance. Looking at Isaac's agitation, Narukami Subaru understood that his hatred came from his father's nickname, One Slash. He growled as he asked whether Isaac knew what the real Narukami Subaru had truly endured because of that absurdity. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Isaac shouted for him to shut up, then let firepower erupt and engulf his entire body. He declared that there was no need to say another word and coldly ordered Narukami Subaru to die. Isaac's hatred for the legend of years past erupted like a true sea of flames, accompanied by a terrifying roar. He hated Narukami Subaru so much it made him nauseous, so bitter it had become a biological reflex. To him, that hero was nothing special, yet always stole every gaze. That very arrogance, according to Isaac, had forced those who followed him to pay with painful endings. Isaac smiled crookedly, gloating that their deaths were deserved, and perhaps now they were all suffering the consequences in hell. He gathered firepower in his palm, forming a blazing fireball, then roared that carrying that name was his greatest misfortune. A violent fire dragon explosion immediately swallowed Narukami Subaru, turning the entire area into a raging sea of flames. Big explosion first, effectiveness later. Looking at the scorched scene, Isaac covered his face and pretended to feel guilty, muttering that his hand had slipped, that he had failed to control his power against a friend. But right afterward, his eyes flashed with cruelty again as he began calculating the next step. He intended to go deal with the masked streamer currently making waves. Right at that moment, from within the raging flames, a towering figure appeared with eyes blazing like fire. Narukami Subaru emerged coldly, leaving his opponent stunned as he asked back, "So this is what you meant, Harsh Snow? You thought you had won, only to get outplayed?" Isaac staggered back in shock, unable to believe his opponent was still unharmed after taking a direct attack, stammering in terror. "Impossible, you took my flames head on. How'd this happen?" Without giving the enemy time to react, Narukami Subaru drove lightning down into his legs, creating a swift step that tore the ground apart. He rushed forward like a flash of light. A powerful punch, laced with contempt, left Isaac bewildered, right? "Listen, you spoiled brat, what do you call this punch?" Narukami Subaru's punch sent Ike flying far away. He coughed up blood in pain and collapsed, utterly stunned. Narukami Subaru strode forward with majestic force, his fiery eyes staring down at the one lying beneath his feet. His aura now was like the final boss appearing, filled with indignation and hatred. Isaac gasped for breath, staring at his trembling hands, unable to believe he had been defeated so easily. Narukami Subaru stood tall like a god, passing judgment. He removed his mask and asked a question that chilled Isaac to the bone. "Let me ask you, who is the person standing before you today?" Narukami Subaru listed each identity: the person you once bullied and made cry, the one wearing a mask, or Narukami of blue eyes. Isaac dropped to his knees, trembling in fear, but still trying to act stubborn when he realized Narukami Subaru was the streamer causing a sensation. Even after losing, he still tried to preserve his ego, sneering that his lightning skill was nothing special, mocking that even someone ordinary like him could learn it. Isaac frantically poured firepower into his fist, confidently declaring that he was even better. The legendary Narukami rushed forward and blindly attacked Subaru, but all his efforts became meaningless before absolute suppression. Isaac was horrified to see his attack fail completely. Narukami Subaru closed in, his blade pressed against his neck. He said coldly, "Too bad, wrong answer," expressing his disgust at Isaac's meaningless insult. Feeling that dense power, Isaac trembled in overwhelming terror. He stammered, gasping for breath, "Do not tell me you are Narukami of blue eyes." The traitor did not have time to finish his sentence. Narukami Subaru unleashed a merciless sword strike. Subaru's gaze was cold as he looked at the loser and delivered the finishing words, "Playtime is over." Subaru walked away, putting his mask back on, and sneered, "I was already far too lenient." Looking at Isaac lying motionless amid the ruins, he quietly told himself this was his thanks for borrowing the boy's body, like a final farewell. After the battle, Subaru went to a cafe to rest. The black and gold mask made everyone around him whisper, "What is that, a Narukami fanboy?" Someone even mocked him maliciously. "Does he not know shame? Is he streaming?" Despite the gossip, Subaru still sat there checking his device, immune to drama, sticking to his policy of not revealing his real face, an advantage that kept opponents from knowing what he looked like. A girl hurried over, panting, apologizing repeatedly, "Sorry for making you wait." Subaru looked up in surprise. He blushed, stammering shyly, "Pleased to meet you. I am the one who contacted you. I am Hasuka, your manager." Subaru stood up and politely shook her hand. "I am Narukami Subaru." She trembled with emotion. "I am truly honored to meet you." Looking at the mask before her, Hasuka fell into thought they were so alike. What if Subaru was still alive and hiding his face behind a mask? Seeing Hasuka standing dazed with her face bright red, Subaru wondered, "Is something wrong?" Hasuka answered awkwardly in confusion. She suddenly heard the department head's voice scolding her about making a good impression to win the client's trust. Hasuka blamed herself. "I ruined it from the start." Subaru looked at her strange expression and asked directly, "Are you a Narukami fan?" Without hesitation, Hasuka admitted it at once, showing herself to be an ardent fan. Subaru reassured her, "I am not the real thing, calm down. Besides, manager, you are younger than me." Hasuka still insisted, "I am your fan too." She said she had followed Subaru since he had no viewers, watched him overcome challenges, was an early fan, and remembered every detail from the lightning trial to the encounter with the giant fragment. Subaru froze, sweat running behind his mask. She was his first viewer, and she remembered even more than he did. He smiled, admitting that he had been tear-free back then. Surprised she had continued watching, Hasuka was overjoyed, thinking this was destiny, and said she had run straight to the company to apply to be his manager. At the same time, she reminded herself that she had to act professionally to win the Lightning King's trust. Hasuka presented the prepared contract, explaining that when Subaru was busy, she would handle professional areas like advertisements and event clips to raise the value of the Narukami name. When Subaru asked what he needed to do, Hasuka smiled, just keep streaming as usual, easy work, high pay. Subaru was surprised streamers received treatment like this. Asuka affirmed that he was the first person to control lightning, and that everyone from the department head to the entire company rated him highly. Subaru asked curiously whether all Sultan managers were like her. Hasuka awkwardly explained that the others were far more reliable and professional. Subaru corrected her, saying that was not what he meant when he asked, seeing through her outer shell. Setting the facade aside, he judged the aura she gave off. She was no ordinary player. With that level, she was only working as a manager by choice. While Hasuka panicked and thought she was finished, Subaru was thinking of the opponents he would soon face who would be even stronger. He told himself there was no time to rest, he had to speed up. Seeing Hasuka fidget nervously as she feared he would refuse to sign. After signing the contract, Subaru held out his hand. I understand that you are someone I can trust. Please help me. Asuka blushed with emotion and clasped his hand tightly. I am the one who should say that. I look forward to your support. As soon as he opened the broadcast, Subaru was stunned to see the viewer count surge past 700 in an instant. The chat exploded with warm greetings. Here he is, I was waiting for you. Looking at the mask, today's content would be interesting again. Narukami Subaru quietly understood that this was the result of Hasuka's professional support. That man was still focused in front of the computer, arranging the skill schedule for him. Not letting the audience wait any longer, Narukami Subaru decisively declared, then let us begin at once. No beating around the bush, pull right away. Blue light enveloped him as the system announced entry into Legendary Level 6. The scene instantly shifted to a military encampment under a torrential downpour, where soldiers stood guard with strict vigilance beneath the gloomy night. Inside the command tent, the knights. The officers were gathered around the map, tensely discussing tactics. Peleus asked anxiously, where is our benefactor? Contrary to his worry, the others in the group were filled with suspicion and malice. One knight spoke up, I find this very suspicious. They doubted the idea of trusting an outsider who was not a knight, and one who had supposedly taken down a giant race boss alone at that. Jinzaki Naoto denied it, classic. A scar-faced knight even mocked Peleus for being deceived, suspecting that monster had only been an ordinary soldier. Hearing them insult his benefactor, Peleus shouted furiously, how can you say such things? At that very moment, a soldier hurried in to report Lord Peleus, Onion has awakened. Narukami Subaru slowly stepped in the tent, leaving everyone stunned. A knight hastily asked, benefactor, are you all right? Narukami Subaru replied calmly, thanks to you, I can walk normally now and no longer need anyone to support me. The answer was light, but the aura exploded. Even though he had appeared, the soldiers still whispered in contempt, looking at his build and doubting whether this was really the one who had taken down the giant boss. He did not look very strong. Behind the mask, Narukami Subaru's gaze turned completely cold. He looked straight at the crowd, his low voice full of provocation. It seems you do not believe I defeated it, or you simply do not want to believe it. As the atmosphere grew tense, Narukami Subaru quietly used the function Hasuka had once shown him. As long as he made a saved pose, he could adjust the microphone frequency so only the stream audience could hear his voice. Narukami Subaru silently thought this function was quite useful in boring situations like this. Seeing his arrogance, the chat instantly erupted. Do not look down on him. Did he just laugh under the mask? That confidence lull. There has to be drama somehow. Just then, an older knight with silver hair and a neatly trimmed mustache stepped forward. He extended his hand amicably and said, first of all, thank you. I am Dalai. Narukami Subaru shook hands with Dalai, while also receiving a warm welcome. However, Dalai lowered his voice and spoke of his concern over protecting the village, where the people were being trampled by a mysterious being. Narukami Subaru wondered about an entity even more dangerous than the boss. Dalai explained that the true giants who had once fought the gods had been sealed away long ago. Most current monsters were only traces or remnants of their lingering concepts, but the giant that appeared after the boss was defeated was completely different. Its power was almost touching that of a legendary giant, exactly the full option version with no extra purchase needed. Seeing Dalai's stunned expression, the stream viewers also began to doubt the absurd difficulty of this stage. Even so, Narukami Subaru still calmly affirmed, then we have no other choice but to defeat it. His confidence made another knight sneer that Narukami Subaru was only talking big because he had not truly faced that thing yet. Right then, Peleus suddenly called out to his benefactor and told him about an ancient legend related to Thousand Year Mountain. On the summit of the towering Mount Tortford, a fragment of legendary thunder was said to be hidden. Just hearing it sounded like an SSS difficulty side quest. Peleus looked at Narukami Subaru with eyes full of expectation, then said with certainty, I believe the only one who can do it is you, benefactor. Faced with the new responsibility, Narukami Subaru silently thought beneath the mask. Memories of the enemy's cruelty surfaced again through a raging sea of flames and the villagers' miserable screams. A colossal entity named Paidan appeared towering amid the sea of flames, then let out a thunderous roar. A child, he roared, while his enormous hands kept crushing everything. The soldiers desperately cried for him to stop as they witnessed the horrific scene. The monster Paidan crushed a soldier in his gigantic hand. His eyes blazed with rage as he let out a roar filled with hatred. "I will send off my child with the blood of mankind." He realized the enemy's madness as that man advanced through the ruins. That man truly wanted to wipe out everyone. Narukami Subaru's broadcast instantly fell into chaos, with countless comments shocked by the true scale of the boss. Peleus stood anxiously beside Narukami Subaru, reporting that the giant would arrive here in about 3 days. Knowing the danger had already exceeded control, he earnestly told him that if he could not find Thunder, he should flee to preserve his life. Narukami Subaru urged his horse forward through the pouring rain, heading straight for Thousand Year Mountain with iron determination. To defeat the giant, the power of thunder was indispensable, perhaps even the key to the trial. Faced with Peleus' advice to give up, Narukami Subaru curved his lips slightly and said in a clear voice, "No, there is no trial in this tower that I cannot conquer." The chat was probably already spamming, so confident I like it. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze, silently blaming himself for accidentally using his catchphrase. The viewers also noticed the familiarity, making the chat explode over his confidence. A wave of new missions was registered by investors and fans, offering thousands of reputation points if Narukami Subaru overcame this nearly impossible trial. Win this bet and get rich, lose it and get erased. Narukami Subaru silently breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the audience reaction was quite good. Thank goodness, I still have not been exposed. A reaction like that is not bad either, right? He poured strength into pulling the reins, urging the horse over steep rocky slopes in the increasingly heavy rain. After an arduous journey, Narukami Subaru finally set foot on the towering mountain summit. He stepped down from the horse, then slowly advanced toward a gigantic cliff face. Narukami Subaru placed his black-gloved hands on the cold stone surface. His eyes lit up as he sensed the energy hidden within. A fragment of thunder was concealed here, waiting for him to awaken the ancient power sleeping in silence. However, Peleus still explained pensively that the thunder fragment was only something that existed in legend. Whether it was a special power, an item, or even a person, in reality there was still no clear information. The knight admitted that they only knew the location of the mountain in the legend, but the one who had once held thunder was surely the one who destroyed the giants. At the same time, in the real world, Hasuka stared at her phone in astonishment and wondered what exactly was going on. She immediately cried out in excitement, informing the department head that the contract had been completed. Jantia was stunned, then burst into hearty laughter, teasing that Hasuka had finally become a decent person. Hasuka joyfully skipped along, thinking this success would soon make everyone respect her. Exactly the type of rise from casual fan to elite manager in the blink of an eye, peak greatness. Although the department head still intended to say more, Hasuka quickly finished her work and rushed back to bed, ready to enjoy her idol's stream. Hasuka's eyes shone brightly, overflowing with adoration. She told herself that being able to see her idol through the screen was the ultimate happiness of an otaku. On the livestream, Narukami Subaru declared in a clear voice, "There is no information. In this tower, what trial could there still be that I cannot overcome?" Those words left Hasuka frozen, and the excitement in her instantly went out. She was stunned to realize they were the very words that had rung out more than 20 years ago. Yet today this young man had spoken them with an almost uncanny ease. At the summit of Thousand Year Mountain, the first bolts of lightning began to tear the sky apart. The sky was gloomy. Narukami Subaru still stood tall amid the storm, despite the worried audience asking whether he meant to risk his life. He gathered all his strength into his fist, then swung hard. The punch slammed into the solid cliff face, as though challenging it to see which was harder and fighting to the end. If it hurt after the punch, it would become a stubborn meme, not a hard fist. A thunderous explosion shook heaven and earth, blazing golden lightning enveloping Narukami Subaru, as he poured all his strength into breaking the ancient seal. As the dust and smoke gradually cleared, Narukami Subaru's figure appeared. He still stood firm amid the rubble, breathing heavily. Sweat streamed down his face, but his eyes shone bright with victory. Gazing deep into the newly opened cave, Narukami Subaru curled his lips slightly and whispered, "Found it." Before the stone door he had just opened, Narukami Subaru quietly looked at the hand still flashing with golden electricity. If that hand went too far, even the edge would fly off. He understood why the viewers on the stream were confused, because this intense sensation could not be fully transmitted through a screen. A tremendous source of thunder and lightning energy was constantly calling out, powerfully urging him onward. Behind this ancient stone door, there was a great secret was waiting to be awakened. Narukami Subaru immediately stepped forward. The moment he passed through the ancient door, the system announced coldly, "You cannot leave until you complete this stage." In short, once you are in, you have to see it through. At the same time, at the military camp in Boku, The atmosphere beneath the flickering candlelight was tense enough to suffocate. The old knight Delai looked at Peleus with suspicion and asked, "Peleus, do you truly think he can obtain the lightning?" Facing his comrade's doubt, Peleus held firm to his faith. He declared with absolute certainty that he could do it. Delai was still uneasy. "Even though he is an outsider, why do you trust him so much?" Peleus smiled with respect. "That person has already proven himself. There is no reason to doubt him." But Delai suddenly snapped in despair. "What if that is lightning? No matter what, we are all going to die." Those words struck straight into the deepest fear of a young soldier standing nearby. He trembled violently, clutching his head and shouting through broken breaths, "You do not understand. That giant, that man's power, I experienced it with my own eyes in that village." Seeing his subordinate panic, Peleus placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. "Even so, we must not give up. As long as we are still breathing, there is still a chance. Trust the young hero who has given his all for us." But the nightmare of the giant race still kept the young soldier from calming down. He stammered, "It is easy to say. Only when you stand before it do you know how badly your legs shake." Suddenly, a violent shock shook the entire command tent, sending everything on the table crashing to pieces. Before anyone had recovered from the shock, a panicked soldier rushed in to report, "This is bad, he is here." The entire group of knights instantly changed color, hurriedly drawing their weapons and preparing for a life or death. Meanwhile, deep within Thousand-Year Mountain, Narukami Subaru trudged through a gigantic frozen ravine that gave off a cold blue glow. He looked around at the majestic yet gloomy scenery, then quietly asked the empty air, "What do you want me to do here?" Narukami Subaru continued walking alone, advancing deeper into the mysterious frozen region. He entered a cave that was brightly lit yet empty, leaving the audience confused because aside from the cold stone walls, there was nothing to see. Narukami Subaru analyzed inwardly. That also makes sense. Before discharging, lightning is only scattered electric charges in the air. Therefore, I cannot see it with the naked eye. He understood that this was not a trial meant to be found by sight. Narukami Subaru closed his eyes, focusing on sensing the electric current hidden deep within. The energy inside calling out, pulling him forward under its guidance. Narukami Subaru's eyes suddenly widened as he realized the true nature of the trial. A slight plot twist, and the audience's hearts dropped to 300 battery. He bent down and touched the rocks, silently thinking that this test was likely related to reaction. The instant he swung his hand, a violent surge of lightning erupted, making the viewers panic and ask one another what had just happened. Narukami Subaru realized that invisible lightning was scattered throughout the space. The deeper he went, the more violent their reaction became. Perhaps that was it. That was right. Even though he had understood that, he still had to move forward. At this point, only taking the risk gave him a chance. He understood that the lightning was testing his endurance through the ruthless law of survival. Basically, if he could not withstand it, it was over. Sweat streamed down his face as Narukami Subaru braced himself against the blazing golden arcs of electricity sweeping over him again and again. At that moment, missions from the audience came flooding in, from warnings that he should stop for fear the lightning would disappear, to rewards of thousands of reputation points urging him to enter the Thunderfire Zone. Narukami Subaru glanced at the screen and offered his thanks. He thanked everyone for the generous mission rewards. Meanwhile, in a warm wooden house, the fire in the hearth was burning with a lively crackle. The man with long silver hair was silently watching the broadcast on his phone. His gaze grew deep as he looked at the image of Narukami Subaru on the screen. Suddenly, a young girl pushed the door open and walked in, jolting him out of his thoughts. Seeing the familiar person appear without warning, he only let out a soft sound of surprise. Caught in the act, before he could even close the tab, Sigur Asagiri appeared without warning. She narrowed her eyes and looked at her comrade suspiciously, then pressed him. "Are you hiding something? Watching something shady? Are you? Caught you red-handed." The silver-haired man hurriedly explained that he was not hiding anything. His expression only looked strange, because his eyes were too tired. Sigur Asagiri did not seem very convinced, teasing that his hair had grown faster before leisurely sitting down on the sofa. Seeing that she still had no intention of leaving, the man anxiously asked what she planned to do here. Sigur Asagiri ate bread as she asked back, "What is with that reaction? Are you saying I'm not allowed to relax on the sofa?" Before her overwhelming presence, he could only mutter and endure, promising to do his best not to cause trouble. However, it was precisely that excessive eagerness that made Sigur Asagiri furious. She yelled straight into his ear, startling him into a shout, thinking only, "Just rest, don't worry about me." Clutching the device with sweat-soaked hands, the silver-haired man silently lamented her stubborn personality. That companion was always obstinate, never willing to listen to others. Seeing Sigur Asagiri stand and leave, he hurriedly called after her. He even invited her to stay for some bread, or to lie down and rest if she wanted. Only when Sigur Asagiri's shadow disappeared behind the door did he breathe a sigh of relief, almost having his secret discovered. Immediately after, he returned to watch Narukami Subaru's stream, scrolling quickly like flipping rice paper, thinking that if Sigur knew, she would definitely make a scene. Watching Narukami Subaru on the screen, the silver-haired man quietly sank into thought. Even if positions were reversed, Narukami Subaru would not forget them. He realized this young man closely resembled Narukami Subaru 560. Yet, his desperate way of grinding reputation points was the difference that made one laugh and feel perplexed at the same time. While silently chuckling, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, freezing his entire body. Seiger Asagiri's icy voice rang beside his ear. You should ask yourself that question. Do you really think I don't know? Seiger Asagiri leaned close with a grim smile, eyes full of menace. Planning to deceive me? You're still too inexperienced. The challenge progress had now only reached 2.3%. Narukami Subaru still trudged through the bolts of lightning continuously striking his body, feeling the familiar golden current running along his arms. When it came to thunder, he had faced it more times than he could remember. Despite growing labored breaths and the long path ahead, Narukami Subaru persisted, stepping slowly over the cold stone. Progress gradually increased to 5.74%. Subaru pushed through the continuously falling lightning pillars, as if they intended to crush the intruder. Seeing him advance at risk, the audience constantly urged him to retreat. Subaru coldly said he might stop reading chat, for his goal was much greater. Narukami Subaru placed his gloved hands against the cold green rock face. That was where the thunder energy waited to erupt. Meanwhile, in the backstage office, Hawkeye focused intently on the screen. He watched every movement of Narukami Subaru with a contemplative expression. Suddenly, John Teo suggested he cooperate with Narukami Subaru. Looking at the screen full of data, the scar-faced head of department silently wondered how long it had been since he undertook a major project himself. John quietly looked toward Hawkeye. He reiterated the unchanging rule. In the entertainment world, talent was only half. The rest depended on the ability to seize the right moment. According to him, background contemporaries were decisive factors in a player's fame. In John Teo's eyes, Narukami Subaru's broadcast resembled a seasoned player's vlog more than a normal interactive stream. Though Subaru was only a rookie, John Teo still advised Hawkeye to maintain a sharp commentary style, as this was a chance to shine alongside the potential young man. Faced with that weighty suggestion, Hawkeye remained silent, his eyes gradually changing. His eyes flickered with mysterious golden spiritual power. In his mind, Narukami Subaru's image appeared along with the challenge of whether he dared climb the tower. He recalled that man's aspiration to become greater than anyone. Looking at the galaxy-like brilliance on the screen, Hawkeye wondered if he could reach the level of those stars. He reached out as if to grasp that distant radiance, but immediately after, he was startled back to reality. Exhausted, he blamed himself for daydreaming during work, thinking of the universe, then remembering the deadline and snapping awake. Yet when looking back at the livestream screen, Hawkeye immediately shouted in terror, "This is... Hey, are you crazy?" On live broadcast, a terrifying scene unfolded, leaving everyone stunned. Narukami Subaru was facing the fiercest celestial lightning head-on, golden thunder continuously striking as if to crush him. Narukami Subaru screamed in pain. Sweat streamed down his face, soaking his cloak. He was enduring excruciating pain. His mask began to crack under the overwhelming pressure of the lightning. Narukami Subaru fell to his knees, breathing ragged, but his eyes glowed with anger through the mask slit. Despite severe injuries and the relentless electric assault, he gritted his teeth and stood firm amid the storm. Subaru's entire body was enveloped by furious golden thunder. He strode forward like a thunder god. The stronger he grew, the deeper the lightning penetrated his body. He gritted his teeth through bone-searing pain as the electricity ravaged him, silently thinking this might be enough. System progress notification reached 20.7%, and the process of clearing minor meridians had begun. Subaru felt his magical power increase as the thunder stabilized within him, reminding himself to control it at all costs. Ren and Du are the central conduits, while the minor meridians connect the entire body. Clearing them meant that the lightning power had spread to every corner of Narukami Subaru's body. But Subaru's body had never had minor meridians purified. In other words, he was taking a risky shortcut, and the system immediately warned of danger. Normally, this would only use his own mana. Relying on external lightning made it easier to activate, but the pain was nearly unimaginable. This phase was the kind where high risk could yield great reward, but one could see his body was being gradually eroded. Watching via the screen, Hazuka could not hide her shock and worry for Narukami Subaru's safety. She choked back tears in anguish. Clearing minor meridians, you intend to do that right here. Hazuka realized that the energy moving through his body did not rely on mana at all. It was all external force from the tower's lightning, not inner power of his own. Seeing Narukami Subaru writhe in agony, Hazuka could not help feeling heartbroken as she understood that this pain exceeded ordinary endurance. Most ordinary people would certainly lose consciousness at once before the destructive power of the thunderbolt. Although death in the challenge would not affect reality, the sensation of pain was still exactly real. She wondered why he had to endure this much, her gaze both admiring and worried as she witnessed his extreme resilience. The system announced that progress had reached 50%. The smaller meridians were still being brutally tested, helping Narukami Subaru's magical power gradually increase as the lightning stabilized. Despite the unbearable pain, Narukami Subaru's mind was still haunted by memories of guilt, by the feeling that everything was his fault. He blamed himself as though he had personally caused other people's deaths, suffering while being tormented by thoughts like a 3 a.m. spiral. He recalled his confident words to his former comrades, declaring that no challenge was impossible to conquer. Narukami Subaru had once reassured everyone to believe in him, because in the end he would win. Looking back at the faces and blue eyes, his heart tightened with bitterness. He blamed himself, thinking that if he had not tried so hard and pushed his comrades forward with his confidence, the tragedy from back then might never have happened. His resilience should have saved everyone from that tragedy. His eyes burned red with rage as he thought of the painful fate his former comrades had been forced to bear, making Narukami Subaru's soul twist as he faced the cruel truth. Amid his days inside the Thunder Cauldron, the image of Kyojo Kazuki covered in blood appeared with a mocking smile, filling him with bitterness. He mocked that they failed only because they were too arrogant about their own strength. Narukami Subaru roared in agony as the golden current erupted more violently than ever. He collapsed in the icy cave and uttered, "It was all my fault." The lightning still swept on without stopping, enveloping Narukami Subaru's lonely figure amid the ruins. He was completely exhausted and collapsed onto the ground. His face was buried in the ice, while sparks still smoldered over his blood-stained hands. His magical power drained, despair flooding over him. Amid a lush green meadow and a crystal-clear sky, Narukami Subaru looked around in confusion, wondering where this was. Beneath the shade of an ancient tree, a group of people gathered around a bonfire, leaving him stunned. Narukami Subaru awkwardly called out the names of each comrade, his old team Suhai Xoaake. Seeing Sigura Sagiri and Reina still safe and sound, nothing had happened. He shed tears of emotion, wondering whether all the tragedies before had only been a terrible dream. A friend walked over and patted his shoulder, affirming that everything was normal, making Narukami Subaru smile happily in relief, and he told them about the nightmare he had just experienced. The warm atmosphere suddenly vanished. The comrade before him transformed into deformed shape, half his face destroyed, coldly accusing him, "Narukami Subaru, you led us to our deaths." Narukami Subaru went rigid as he watched the others begin resenting him for the empty promises of the past. Chino appeared with a wound piercing through her chest, crying as she bitterly questioned him, "Why did you not protect us?" Narukami Subaru desperately called her name as that beautiful reality completely collapsed. In its place was a blazing red hell filled with resentful spirits. He could only let out a numb sound, holding back the screams of his former comrades surrounding him. At this point, everything had completely collapsed. This was the fully upgraded version of total disaster. Amid the blazing red space filled with wails of resentment, Narukami Subaru frantically rushed toward the fading figures, shouting in despair, "Wait, everyone do not go," his trembling hands trying to hold on. His former comrades were now nothing but illusions. Narukami Subaru collapsed in the middle of hell, murmuring a plea, "Please." This scene was like chasing after the past only to be swept away by it. A powerful surge of thunder cauldron struck straight into his mind, pulling Narukami Subaru out of the nightmare and back to reality. In real time, he coughed up blood, drenched in sweat as he collapsed to the ground, while golden sparks still flickered. Narukami Subaru gasped for breath, realizing this was only the dreamscape that often occurred when opening the meridians. He had nearly fallen into K deviation. The meridian opening progress had reached 97%, and his magical power continued to rise as the lightning gradually stabilized. He forced himself up amid the electric storm, his eyes exhausted but resolute, wondering who had come up with this insane challenge. Golden lightning crackling nonstop around his figure, proof of an unyielding iron will. His gaze hardened with resentment as the figure of Kyojo Kazuki, with a cold smile, appeared in his mind. Narukami Subaru silently thanked him for reminding him that he was still alive. Now this was no longer about trying, but resolve. Meanwhile, in the village, an aura of death shrouded everything beneath the night rain, heavy footsteps shaking the ground and heralding an approaching calamity. Soldiers and villagers trembled as they held their weapons and formed ranks, their eyes clearly showing terror as they looked toward the darkness. A colossal entity emerged, the eerie smile of the giant Paidan spreading wide. The pressure from him made the entire army freeze in fear. Facing the terrifying entity, a knight blurted out in shock, "Are you kidding? Is that really the boss?" In the panic, someone else bitterly said that the masked man had abandoned them. Immediately, a steel-like thought affirmed absolute faith. "Our people will definitely return." The group split into two factions, one believing absolutely, the other preparing to fight. You entrusted the village's fate to a stranger, and still dare to doubt him. Before the leader's fury and resolve, the soldiers could only lower their heads and awkwardly defend themselves. saying they had no doubts at all. Peleus gritted his teeth and blamed himself, ashamed of his title as a knight. Dalai stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him, "That is right. Before blaming others, remember that protecting the village is our duty." Dalai emphasized that knights were not the ones to be protected, but the ones who protected others. He drew a sword radiating a powerful blue-green chill. Dalai stomped hard and shouted, "Today, we fight as true knights." The entire order of knights charged forward, attacking the monster all at once. At Millennium Mountain, Narukami Subaru's challenge progress reached 99%, his body shaking under the terrifying pressure, blood streaming down his face. His eyes remained locked on the blazing thunder sphere directly ahead. In his dying moments, Narukami Subaru thought he did not understand what it was, but judging by the progress, it was certainly the target. The system continuously flashed a bright red warning. Fatigue had reached 97, and the corner of Narukami Subaru's eye began to bleed. His vision gradually blurred from exhaustion, yet his inner will did not waver at all. Even though the system kept warning him to reduce fatigue, and taking another step would be extremely dangerous, Narukami Subaru still gathered his last strength to move forward. His legs wrapped in golden lightning, he stepped decisively ahead. Each step he took created a violent shock on the ground. Meanwhile, on the battlefield submerged in a sea of fire, the old knight Dalai also dashed forward with terrifying speed. Clutching his sword tightly, he poured all his strength into striking the colossal enemy. Dalai unleashed a powerful slash on the monster's leg. The blue spiritual energy tore through its tough skin, causing the giant immense pain. The giant roared in fierce agony. Seizing the opportunity, Peleus immediately charged forward with a loud roar. The roar echoed, "Leave the rest to me." He leaped into the air, delivering a critical strike directly to the enemy's face, stunning the monster. The monster only managed desperate groans before the overwhelming power of the leader. This combo was a textbook organized assault. The boss barely had time to react before being pushed out of the fight. The pale giant collapsed heavily onto the barren ground. Seeing this, the soldiers erupted in joy, shouting, "We did it." They continuously praised the feat of Lord Peleus and Lord Dalai for finally bringing it down. The soldiers vented their fury on the monster's corpse with relentless stabs and curses. "Die, get out of here, monster." Peleus exhaled, stepped close to Dalai and said, "All thanks to you. The most dangerous one you warned us about is down. Finally we can rest." Dalai broke into a sweat, his face paling as he realized the truth. "No, that was not the one I mentioned." While the soldiers relaxed, thinking they had won, Dalai trembled, understanding the real disaster was still lurking behind. An excited soldier shouted, "Now we just need to finish off the remaining giants." But before the words were finished, a massive suddenly slammed down, pulling the entire squad into a catastrophic scene. Witnessing this, Dalai and Peleus were both stunned, their bodies trembling. Dalai pointed at the dark figure towering forward and exclaimed, "It's him." Peleus screamed in despair as he realized the new enemy completely surpassed everything before. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Narukami Subaru's challenge progress had reached 99.99%. The moment the progress hit 100%, his will surged. The wrath within him became crazily intense. "Kyojo Kazuki, I will take your head as a trophy." Narukami Subaru forced himself to stand towering amidst the blazing aura. Seeing this scene, it was like taking an exam unprepared yet still passing. Narukami Subaru's body had become a massive thunder entity, radiating a terrifying pressure. He breathed heavily, feeling that the final grueling process had come to an end. The system kept congratulating, announcing the completion of minor meridian activation, increasing magic amplification by 20%, skill casting speed, and adding 2 points to all stats. Narukami Subaru's face was bloodied, breathing irregular, showing he had reached the ultimate limit of endurance. At that moment, a massive lightning bolt struck, knocking him flat to the ground. His body now had almost no strength left. John Teo sat in contemplation before the screen, softly saying that one can only dare to a certain limit. On the live stream, Narukami Subaru lay motionless among the rubble, causing the audience to worry. The difficulty was insane. He had fainted again, not knowing when he waked this time. John Teo tapped his fingers lightly on the table, then remarked, "Wow, it seems he's not really cut out for streaming." The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. John Teo picked it up and calmly spoke, "I'm currently watching Narukami Subaru's stream." On the other end, Hawkeye excitedly spoke, "So you've seen it too, John Teo." In response to this excitement, John Teo told him to calm down and explained it clearly for everyone. Hawkeye leisurely leaned back in his chair, feeling this was hard to explain, because Narukami Subaru resembled a true player more than a mere streamer. Hawkeye asserted that this was the core reason audiences followed the stream. Narukami Subaru was almost authentic, not a streamer, but a genuine warrior. Hawkeye spoke passionately. "In other words, we are witnessing the birth of a new Narukami Subaru in real time." John Teo silently listened, his face serious as he contemplated the future of this young man. The story returned to the live stream. Narukami Subaru's hand moved slightly on the cold ground. He forced himself up amid heavy breaths, letting the audience exhale in relief. Chat exploded. This time he woke up early. Thank goodness, he's still alive. Finally awake. Narukami Subaru lifted his head, his eyes behind the mask still weary. He clenched his teeth, asking in pain, "Damn it, how high is my fatigue now?" The status bar now showed 10. Seeing 10 felt like having fought continuously for 10 years. The system should have a permanent leave button. Seeing the status panel, Narukami Subaru frowned at fatigue level 81, but quickly calmed himself, noting it was still lower than before. A series of mission completion notifications appeared, bringing in huge reputation points. With 20 fonts worth 20 points now, Narukami Subaru knew he had accumulated quite a lot for a bigger plan. The feeling after defeating the boss, seeing his point wallet still okay. Narukami Subaru's background skill had reached rank D, allowing him to expand item and skill limits. Yet he knew it was still not enough to elevate skill quality to a new level. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the object emitting golden electricity in his hand, and this was the key to defeating it. It was Thunder Spear, a legendary weapon of immense power, capable of delivering a decisive strike even if used only once. Stream viewers were astonished, constantly questioning why such a powerful item appeared on floor 2. Narukami Subaru slightly curled his lips to confirm that's right, it's no ordinary item. He marveled internally, even on floor 8 such items were extremely rare. Narukami Subaru began explaining that high-level items could change form if certain conditions were met. His extensive knowledge impressed the viewers as if witnessing a true expert in action. Without further hesitation, Narukami Subaru decisively spoke. Alright, let us go take it down. He strode toward the blinding beam of light as the chat erupted in cheers, urging him to use Thunder Wrath to blast the enemy away. Basically, go now, overthinking is losing. At the same time on the battlefield, the atmosphere was heavy with fear. A soldier's eyes widened, sweat pouring from the pressure. A gigantic shadow with long white hair draped down and ashen skin reappeared, radiating killing intent that made anyone shiver. The system announced that the giant seed had devoured the giant's records. It transformed into a terrifying entity with blazing yellow eyes and a maniacal grin. The monster roared with strange, provocative laughter. Witnessing the horror, Peleus roared in despair. Hey, do you know what you are doing? A soldier let out a twisted laugh. I told you, you know nothing. That soldier suddenly went mad, laughing and crying in utter despair. He collapsed at the feet of the giant monster, trembling and begging in cowardly fear. Oh gods, I am not like those fools. Please have mercy on me. But in response to that plea came only a low, contemptuous voice. Gods. The giant's eyes flared with anger, his voice edged with killing intent. Do not equate me with those filthy cowards. Immediately after, a devastating attack struck, plunging the scene into chaos. Amid the chaos, Dalai rushed forward, lifted the screaming soldier, and shouted, "What are you doing? Stand up." Dalai turned to urge his comrades with determination. Peleus, get the villagers as far away as possible. Run, hesitate 3 seconds, and you lose your heart. Peleus only managed to shout Dalai's name in shock as he saw the elder decide to stay behind alone to hold the rear. A sweeping strike erupted, tearing the ground apart and crushing any hope of resistance from the soldiers. Peleus stood frozen amid the dust, breathing heavily, sweat streaming down his face. He realized the cruel truth: there was no way to win. Every escape route was blocked. Before Peleus lay a series of massive black shadows with blazing eyes, surrounding all paths out of the village. This made him understand that running on foot was useless, especially since the enemy did not need cardio. The villagers' screams echoed everywhere as they desperately searched for escape through the ruins. Peleus gritted his teeth, helplessly watching his army stand on the verge of collapse. In desperation, Peleus roared a shocking declaration to draw the monster's attention. I know who killed your child, I know exactly who it was. Peleus continued to gamble his life with a lie. The one who killed the boy was, if only lying insurance worked now, he would have bought it long ago. The giant Paidan halted, its blazing eyes full of pressure as it growled, who? Peleus gripped the sword hilt tightly, gathering all his courage to speak. He uttered each word. It was. Without hesitation, he swung the sword toward the distant mountains and shouted loudly, over there. The one who killed your son is heading that way. He is gathering power to destroy you and your entire race. In his heart, Peleus prayed frantically, please, fall into the trap, go in that direction. Paidan silently turned its head to follow the tip of the sword, making the atmosphere suddenly tense and suffocating. But Peleus's faint hope quickly faded when the monster coldly spoke. Lies. Paidan leaned close, its dark eyes seeming to see through the soul, and affirmed that your words are false. So the one who killed my child is not there. Peleus froze, his pupils shrinking in horror as he realized his plan had been completely exposed. Paidan continued to mock. You just pointed that tattered sword at a random place. Golden electric sparks blazed around him as he growled a threat, if you do not answer immediately. Terrifying thunder strike descended from above, creating a violent explosion that shook the mountains and forest. Amid the swirling smoke and golden lightning, Peleus gawked. Hoang looked at the scene before him, then whispered in astonishment, benefactor. At least this time, the plot twist did not come from his lie, but truly fell from the sky. At that moment the system coldly announced, Stage 7 Thunder will begin now. From the mountaintop overlooking the burning battlefield, Narukami Subaru appeared majestically with his sword resting on his shoulder. He calmly looked toward the enemy and thought to himself, good, this is the final stage. The giant continued to swell and grow stronger. If something surpassing it appeared, this trial would no longer belong to Layer 2 content. In response to warnings about facing a mutant entity, Narukami Subaru calmly replied, it's fine, no need to doubt. Do not overthink. I only need to strike them once. He knew he could not fight directly, so he had to take it down before it could charge. Narukami Subaru stood proudly atop the mountain, raising his hand to the night sky to activate Thunder Spear. A massive heavenly lightning instantly descended from the void, enveloping his body in golden electric light. Anyone seeing this scene would think he had just signed up for a long-term VIP lightning experience. The system announced that the Thunder Spear initialization had begun, with 10.1% activation rate. The raging power made Narukami Subaru's fatigue soar from 84 to 85 in an instant. He gritted his teeth, gripping the wildly screaming electricity in his palm, struggling to maintain control. He maintained focus, pushing the activation rate to 33.1% amid the swirling giant energy. Narukami Subaru tried using the sand absorption skill to counteract the side effects of Thunder Spear, but the system coldly reported failure, the reason being extremely low compatibility. Blood began to seep under the mask, and Narukami Subaru bitterly realized his skill was still too low to wield a legendary item. As fatigue reached 88 and activation rate hit 50%, he continued to endure, telling himself this body must surpass its limits. Exactly the kind of knowing one is wrong but pushing on halfway through. The livestream chat erupted with excited and anxious comments, some noticing deja vu, others saying since learning Thunder, Subaru had endured too much, even some joking that he was addicted to the sensation of electric shocks. Amid the blazing golden flashes, Narukami Subaru's cold eyes shone behind the mask. He realized they were paying attention, then looked at the giant heading toward the mountain and thought, causing this commotion without anyone noticing would be surprising. The system announced that the Thunder Spear activation rate had reached 78.5%, while his body was covered in wounds and burns. At the foot of the mountain, the giant murmured, "Thunder." He completely ignored Peleo's presence. Zeus gripped his sword tightly, his blazing golden eyes filled with hatred as he looked toward the mountain peak, declaring that you're the one who killed my son. Peleus stood there in a daze, wondering why he had been ignored in this situation. A heavy stomp rang out, shaking the ground. The giant did not bother answering Peleus's challenge and charged straight toward the source of the exploding lightning energy. Peleus stared after the enemy's back in astonishment, surrounded by devastation, with soldiers strewn across a sea of flames. The old man painfully remembered his deceased son, grieving over everything his child had endured. My son Paidan endured too much. His face hardened, revealing boundless hatred before that terrible loss. He strode forward with force, creating terrifying tremors along the way as he roared in rage. I will reclaim that suffering. The giant charged forward madly with wind-like speed, his gaze fierce. His eyes burned red as he poured all his strength into his massive fist, roaring as though violently demanding a debt. Frenzied Paidan charged in at dizzying speed, his enormous fist aimed straight at the mountain peak. Amid the chaotic vortex of energy, Narukami Subaru still braced himself and endured. System reported that the activation rate of Lightning Spear had reached 88.5%. Subaru realized this was a 50-50 gamble, with only one chance to decide it. As the audience grew anxious, an old memory suddenly surfaced. It was a reminder from an old teammate. Do not take your eyes off the target, no matter what happens. He insisted this was the place where the spear was truly unleashed, which sounded simple, but was not at all easy to apply. Forget throwing it straight or creating a perfect curve, discard every complicated idea. The old teammate advised Subaru not to predict movement or worry about the weapon's trajectory and weight, because utterly different from anyone who had ever used a spear, because he was Narukami Subaru. Returning to reality, the activation rate surged to 95.2%, and Subaru poured all his will into the decisive blow. Subaru wondered what he had to do, while the words of his teammate from years ago rang challengingly in his mind. After all, you are not facing an ordinary spear. In that case, it is simple. Do not throw it, launch it. Paidan had He closed in, his enormous fist ready to crush Subaru in a single blow. The frantic shouting from the audience seemed to urge him to strike immediately. Subaru still calmly faced the death before him, gritting his teeth as he focused all his will, telling himself that just a little more would finish it. Gathering energy caused him agony as Paidan rushed in with murderous force soaring to the sky. Monster's 1,000-ton leap split the ground apart beneath its terrifying pressure. The scene looked like one side was about to erupt, while the other was ready to strike. At the decisive instant, the system announced that the activation rate had reached 100%, and initialization had succeeded. Subaru stood motionless at the heart of the lightning storm. His entire body was shrouded in blazing golden lightning and furious roars. He poured all his strength into his palm, ready to unleash the final punishment. Gripping the dazzling lightning spear tightly, Subaru knew there was only one chance, and resolved to finish punish his opponent with a single strike. Facing Paidan's furious roar, Subaru thrust with overwhelming force, tearing through space. An earth-shaking explosion erupted as the attack struck home. The blow completely swallowed the monster's body in blazing light. Paidan only managed to let out one dazed cry. Before taking his final breath, he called out his own name. He called the name, then gradually dissolved in dust amid the ruined space. Subaru landed firmly on the ground after completely extinguishing the giant clan's wrath. The live broadcast exploded with lively comments from the audience. "This is insane. Way too strong. Not a waste of time to watch." The system repeatedly reported that Narukami Subaru had defeated the Seed of Thunder, cleared Stage 7, and at the same time upgraded Strength, Speed, Health, Focus, and Magic, receiving an additional 5,000 achievement points. At that moment, a brilliant golden item appeared before Subaru, announcing that he had obtained Lightning. Subaru held the glittering crystal and thought to himself, "Lightning Core? Is it really this?" A radiant light flared around him. Subaru could not help crying out in pain. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned to find himself standing in a mystical purple space, the ground beneath his feet like a lake reflecting a sky full of stars. Subaru wondered, "Where am I?" Behind him, a gigantic black shadow appeared, startling Subaru. Everything happened too quickly, and Subaru felt a suffocating pressure bear down on his mind, trying to call out, but his throat felt blocked. Subaru's entire body went rigid, and he realized in despair that he could not move. A series of mysterious system notifications kept appearing, watching him. Ghostly black shadows surrounded Subaru from every direction, creating a terrifying atmosphere of menace. Looking at the bizarre entity before him, Subaru trembled and wondered, "What is this person saying to me?" In the endless space, Subaru raised a trembling hand toward the radiant light on the purple horizon. The entire region of space shone brightly like a brilliant dawn. Subaru stood alone atop a high cliff, gazing toward the horizon where light drove away darkness. At this moment, a red notification appeared on the system, reporting the performance. The true Thunder technique was only now beginning. It turned out that the previous efforts were just a warm-up. The system reported that thanks to Thunder Insight, Narukami Subaru could find crucial clues within the village. He staggered to his feet amid the ruins, as the chat exploded over his repeated fainting during the legendary trial. Narukami Subaru reminded himself to quickly claim his reputation points before the official livestream ended. Many missions from Safe Asset and God of War Beasts had been completed, earning him 6,000 reputation points, bringing his total balance above 40,000. Despite the audience urging to view new items, Narukami Subaru tiredly declared the broadcast over to return to the village and rest. Ignoring the teasing about being money-hungry, he firmly said goodbye and turned off the device. At a high-end cafe, Hazuka continuously praised Narukami Subaru's impressive performance in the recent challenge. She excitedly revealed that the peak viewership yesterday had exceeded 3,000. This surprised Narukami Subaru as he had been so focused on fighting that he hadn't noticed. Seeing his embarrassment, Hazuka quickly explained it was a sincere compliment for his talent. Hazuka emphasized that more than 3,000 viewers for a new stream was extraordinary, and finishing just as he reached exhaustion was a clever move. She noted that such an ending heightened the audience's curiosity, like a movie stopping at the most intense scene. Narukami Subaru calmly said he only wanted to save the reward segment for later, to preserve genuine reactions rather than perform. It turned out Narukami Subaru also had a sharp strategic mind, which made Hazuka smile and think that Department Head Jontio's worries were unnecessary. She looked at him meaningfully, then suddenly said she had prepared a gift. A very special gift, something she believed he would find hard to refuse. Hazuka smiled and suggested he check the stream of someone named Hawkeye. Narukami Subaru calmly replied yes, immediately checked the device. On the screen, Hawkeye began the broadcast with an attention-grabbing title, "Fake or Real? Let me show you guys." Kashima excitedly announced today's topic was Narukami Subaru. Although he briefly considered changing direction, he quickly told everyone to watch first, promising a detailed analysis of the recent classic performance. Narukami Subaru silently watched Hawkeye's analysis video. Kashima marveled that the challenge was already harsh. Narukami Subaru even added extra pressure on himself while taking the test. Seeing Narukami Subaru attentively watch himself on screen, Hazuka blushed slightly and quietly observed his reactions. On the screen, Hawkeye apologized for speaking too long and decided to summarize everything in one sentence to assert the newcomer's class. Hawkeye concluded decisively he is Narukami Subaru. No further explanation needed. That firm assessment made Narukami Subaru thoughtful, and he turned to ask Hazuka if she agreed. Hazuka hesitated, seemingly drawn into doubts about the young man's true identity. Regaining her composure, Hazuka asked if she could inquire about something. After Narukami Subaru's brief nod, she revealed it. Her embarrassment was evident, and she hesitated, admitting that it was unusual and slightly rude for a manager to ask this. Hazuka looked directly at Narukami Subaru, posing a question full of concern. Why are you live streaming, Narukami Subaru? Surely not just for money, since for him money must be trivial. Subaru silently looked at her through the mask, leaving the question hanging in the quiet space of the cafe. In response to Hasuka's query about the true reason for live streaming, Narukami Subaru calmly replied that it was indeed for money, nothing else. The blunt and pragmatic answer left Hasuka stunned, her face immediately flushing with embarrassment, making her awkward. She stammered apology for asking such a strange question, while Narukami Subaru calmly said it was fine. To dispel the awkward atmosphere, Hasuka quickly switched to the main topic, the gift. She revealed that Hawkeye, the streamer he had just watched, was affiliated with Satan and a highly trusted name under the 6-year contract. With an engaging analytical style and a large fanbase, Hawkeye's gaze was indisputably sharp. Hasuka decisively stated that the gift for Narukami Subaru was the entire revenue from Hawkeye's analysis streams, and future related content would be split 50-50. Narukami Subaru asked in surprise, split with whom? And Hasuka firmly replied, of course with you, as all content originated from your materials, from advertisements and donations to storage in the contract. Narukami Subaru exclaimed in astonishment. He realized that since signing with the management company, good things had kept coming, truly unstoppable fortune. He nodded and said this was indeed a surprising gift. Seeing the atmosphere had softened, Hasuka hesitantly made a goodwill offer. Do you want to collaborate with Hawkeye? Returning to his room, Narukami Subaru quietly entered the tranquil space, heavy with thoughts about the road ahead. Standing before the mirror, Narukami Subaru slowly removed the black and gold mask that had accompanied him all this time. He thought to himself, such a handsome face wasted being hidden all this time. Or perhaps reveal a little for the world to marvel at. Looking at his reflection with sharp golden eyes, he realized a truth that troubled him. As his relationships expanded, it became harder to decide how much of his true identity to conceal. At present, Narukami Subaru's sand absorption skill had reached grade C level 4. The next rank required 80,000 reputation points, leaving him stunned as his balance was only 120. Narukami Subaru sighed wearily, telling himself money was still the top priority and hoping the collaboration with Hawkeye yesterday would earn him a decent sum. He leaned back on the modest bed, his gaze distant, staring into the void. Suddenly, Narukami Subaru held up a glowing mystical blue chrysanthemum, pondering that he probably needed to handle a few things first. Nobody knew what he was planning next. While Narukami Subaru busied himself with his own plans, elsewhere Hasuka was lost in excitement, lying face down on the bed and kicking wildly with joy. Hasuka blushed, hugged her pillow tightly, and could not stop imagining Narukami Subaru's allure behind mask. In her mind, Narukami Subaru appeared as a romantic figure amid a rose garden, silently questioning if it was all for money. Hasuka screamed inwardly, indeed, behind that stylish mask surely lay a hidden extraordinary secret. She wrestled with her thoughts, extremely curious yet reminding herself not to act rashly, fearing self-harm. In Hasuka's imagination, Narukami Subaru gently reached toward her and said that since meeting her, good things had kept happening. Unable to contain her excitement, Hasuka shouted aloud, "Me too." Then she wildly punched the pillow, sending feathers flying across the room. Women's imaginations are truly formidable. Hasuka remained immersed in her passion for the mysterious young man, thinking that Narukami Subaru was a man with secrets no one knew, and even better in real life. At the same time, in Noxvera on the 7th floor of the tower, gloomy atmosphere shrouded the ancient structures beneath the full moon. Inside a training room, the warrior's muscles were taut, sweat beading on his skin, as he tirelessly performed powerful pull-ups. On the large screen, Hawkeye made a sharp assessment. "I will sum it up, I do not like this." Seeing Gashimar acting arrogant, the warrior asked who he was, and the man nearby explained that was Hawkeye, the one who boasted an average viewership of 8,000. Hearing that, the guild member Kurokawa Amon smiled mysteriously. "I will experience it myself for a bit." The assistant reminded Amon that the target they needed to pay attention to was Narukami Subaru. Seeing Subaru use lightning on the screen, Amon was surprised. Even a fake dares to spark electricity like the real thing. It was interesting to witness that explosive power of an opponent, he muttered. Truly impressive, truly astonishing. Faced with his assistant's question, Amon recalled the words Sako Suhei, the spear knight of blue eyes, had once spoken. In throwing, never taking your eyes off the opponent is most important. Amon remembered Sako Suhei's teaching. The assistant was surprised and asked why Amon still remembered such ordinary words, but Amon insisted he had trained bitterly to absorb everything, from the breathing to the techniques of blue eyes. He realized many people had overlooked something important. It was not only thanks to Subaru every member was outstanding. Regarding the mysteries surrounding their deaths, when Hawkeye confirmed on stream that the rookie was Subaru without explaining, Amon ground his teeth in fury, believing that arrogant streamer was being disrespectful by judging legends. Amon thought that was enough, turned off the stream, and resumed training. Streamers truly were a bunch who disrespected faith. Irritated, Amon asked the assistant why he had shown him this, and the assistant stammered, "Guild Master Kyojo Kazuki requested it." Amon was shocked when he heard Kyojo Kazuki's name. Voice rang out, thunder and lightning are the symbol of Blue Eyes, the predecessor of the current Blue District. He revealed that heroes and mighty figures at this moment were no different from orangutans. When the black cloth was pulled down, Amon froze in astonishment. Before his eyes was a dazzling pile of gold shining with blinding light. She had prepared enough budget and ordered that streamer to be brought back at any cost. Amon broke into a sweat, amazed by how lavishly the guildmaster was willing to spend. He could not believe the opponent he valued was actually so greedy for money. Amon pondered the Blue District's next move regarding the mysterious rookie. The second-floor trial began amid the scenery of a ruined village. Among the rubble, soldiers hurriedly cleaned up while Peleus ordered them to gather the wounded, treat the critically injured first, and distribute medicine to those with light injuries. Just as he saw a familiar figure approaching, Peleus cried out in joy, almost panicking. "If you had slept a little longer, then I thought we would have to hold a memorial ceremony," he hurriedly asked Han. "How are you feeling now? You were unconscious outside the village, and we were worried. If you had not woken up, I truly would not have known what to do." Subaru gently raised his hand, admitting he was still dizzy. Faced with the knight's readiness, he answered calmly, "Yes, what happened yesterday makes sense too." Wanting a quiet place to talk, Subaru suggested, "Could we talk at the inn? I have a few questions." Peleus readily agreed. "Of course, ask as much as you like." Watching the knight leave, Subaru silently judged Peleus was truly kind. Returning to his room at the inn, he quietly sat amid the lively comments from viewers congratulating him and teasing him about a wedding or the end of his hard days. Subaru told himself, check the rewards first. He opened the system window. Carefully examining the Thunder Heart item he had just received, it was bound equipment, unique growth type with no level requirement, and extremely powerful stats, plus 30% lightning resistance, plus 20% lightning strike with special resistance to the shocked status. How unexpected. Subaru blurted out, "No way. Is this real?" While the viewers debated its pros and cons, Subaru held the glowing crystal and declared that this item had been born for the Lightning King. Looking at the crystal, Subaru secretly marveled. This thing was too good, and as he clenched his fist, he felt the power surging inside. While he was absorbed in thought, a knock at the door rang out and interrupted him. Leos entered, holding a basket of fresh fruit, and greeted him warmly. "Here, take this. Did you sleep well?" Subaru quickly put on his familiar mask again. Peleus set the basket of fruit down and began shifting to a more serious topic. He told an ancient legend. The gods and giants fought madly over thunder to seize ultimate power. Looking curious, Subaru asked, "Fought over it?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it is basically a legend." The knight explained that humanity needed to use lightning because the gods and giants possessed overwhelmingly powerful strength. Therefore, fragments of thunder were created so humanity could face them and win. Peleus looked at Subaru with expectation because he was the one who had rediscovered the forgotten power. Immediately, the system notification appeared, a shockwave erupted, and every forgotten legend became clear. Subaru officially stepped onto the third floor Ortnan. In the middle of the square in Samut, pillar of golden light exploded upward. Subaru appeared majestically within the radiant halo. The stream viewers were thrilled. He had finally reached the third floor, ready for the next trial. Seeing the masked Narukami Subaru in the distance, a young man in knight armor clicked his tongue in boredom. Another masked Dutch hen man. "I am sick of the sight." Narukami Subaru silently looked at the device screen in his hand, then decided to stop. A notification appeared. The next stream would be a collaboration with Hawkeye. Even though the viewers kept complaining that today's broadcast was too short and asking whether it was truly over, Narukami Subaru still firmly brought his work to a close. The system officially announced that Narukami Subaru had ended the live stream. Narukami Subaru stepped into an elegant cafe, where brilliant lights filled the entire space. He spoke softly, apologizing for making you wait so long. The person sitting across from him at this moment was John Teo, the powerful boss of Southern Entertainment. While sipping his coffee, John Teo calmly said Hasuka was on the way, while explaining that traveling between floors took much longer than climbing the tower through ordinary trials. With the bearing of a leader, John Teo held out his hand and introduced himself as being from Southern Entertainment. In Subaru mind, Hasuka was silently cursing her boss for talking too much. Narukami Subaru still politely shook his hand and replied that he had heard his manager mention John Teo, and that it was a pleasure to meet him. John Teo revealed that normally he would have Hasuka convey everything, but this time he wanted to meet in person out of curiosity. He said that anyone praised by Hasuka was certainly no ordinary person. Hearing the number 2 mentioned, Subaru could not help feeling curious. John Teo calmly said the first was the legendary Narukami Subaru of Blue Eyes. That name made Narukami Subaru freeze, the sharp golden eyes behind his mask narrowing slightly in astonishment. Then he softly said that was quite unexpected. John Teo noticed that reaction and continued, saying that the strict judge had also taken notice of Subaru, the one who shared the same name as the legend from years past. Narukami Subaru merely smiled faintly and let it pass, then suddenly asked a rather abrupt question. "Are you interested in a guild called Blue Eyes?" Narukami Subaru looked straight at the other party, waiting for an answer. His eyes lit up, carrying a clearly probing look. Seeing the young man's attitude change, John Teo curled his lips, realizing he was not entirely indifferent to that name, then explained why he had asked. John Teo picked up the electronic device and calmly said that this was also an important part of why he wanted to meet him today. He pushed the tablet toward Narukami Subaru and said that in 5 days, this item would be the grand prize of a tournament on floor 3. Looking at the screen, Narukami Subaru could not hide his astonishment and blurted out, "This is your family heirloom. Why has it appeared here?" His eyes lit up when he recognized the familiar item glowing with brilliant golden electricity. At the same time elsewhere, the device screen displayed the words Narukami Subaru had ended the broadcast. Live. Sigura Sagiri silently looked at the screen, then sighed softly, wondering whether the remaining matter had also ended. She wandered through the quiet night in the forest. The sound of footsteps trampling dry grass broke the stillness of the great woods. Sigura Sagiri walked to her companion and asked whether everything was over. The man with long silver hair tilted his head slightly, his distant gaze answering that it had ended long ago. One glance was enough to know this character was not simple. Sigura Sagiri curiously asked what he had been doing earlier, while he answered coldly that he had been considering things. In his mind appeared the scene of soldiers being frozen, then completely overwhelmed by a terrifying power. The silver-haired man had once hesitated between dealing with all of them or sparing them a path to live. In the end, he ordered that they be dealt with, since he already knew who was behind them. As he walked, he muttered that he still could not be certain, which was why he had to consider it. The silver-haired man inwardly thought that if Kyojo Kazuki was truly behind this, he would never send such mediocre people. But Sigura Sagiri worried that even if they let them go, trouble would still come, especially when both their locations might be exposed. Immediately, Sigura Sagiri struck decisively. The blades, sharp beneath her control, they instantly flew off. Agile sword arcs fell one after another. They pierced through those who were frozen. Seeing his companion suddenly act so coldly, the silver-haired man cried out in panic, "Wait! Why did you deal with them so quickly? I did not even have time to interrogate them before everything was already too thoroughly finished." The entire enemy force had been crushed by the blades, ground apart and completely vanished. He shouted at her in shock, asking what she was doing. Faced with his questioning, Sigura Sagiri still said coldly that whether Kyojo Kazuki had sent them or not, letting them go would expose the secret that the two of them were still alive. She bluntly criticized his hesitation as unacceptable and demanded that he be more ruthless. Faced with those firm words, the man only lowered his head and admitted his fault, acknowledging that she was right and softly apologizing. He silently took out his handheld device, handed it towards Sigura Sagiri and told her to take a look. As soon as she saw the screen, Sigura Sagiri cried out in shock, a flash of anger gleaming in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and cursed, her whole body trembling with barely contained fury. The man softly asked if she was very angry. Sigura Sagiri shouted in confirmation of her rage, because the item being listed for sale on the screen was Sue's shoes. Someone was about to be in trouble. Looking at the device, the silver-haired man warned in a low voice that this was bait, a trap meant to lure them in. Sigura Sagiri's gaze instantly turned ice cold at that information. Silver-haired man affirmed that they could not simply stand by and watch, but had to find a way to retrieve those items at any cost. He admitted he was not good at moving in the shadows, but Sigura Sagiri was a master of such things. Sigura Sagiri decisively turned and walked away, saying that even if he had not mentioned it, she had intended to act on her own. Immediately, the silver-haired man hurriedly grabbed her tightly to stop her, telling her to wait. He reminded Sigura Sagiri in a stern voice that she absolutely must not rush in recklessly. His tactics were both cautious and sharp. Don't rush in recklessly, just wait until it finishes attacking and wears itself out, then move in to claim the spoils. At the cafe, John Teo pushed the tablet toward Narukami Subaru and introduced Teleria, a precious relic of the Blue Eyes member. He said this was the reward the Blue Zone had put up for this tournament to draw attention. When asked if he was interested, the golden eyes behind Narukami Subaru's mask lit with a mysterious glow. He answered firmly, yes, extremely. His unmistakable determination left John Teo unable to hide his surprise. "I didn't expect you to care this much." He emphasized that the upcoming plan depended entirely on Narukami Subaru, then analyzed that pursuing the Blue Eyes relic would create a compelling content arc. "Be careful or you'll get more backlash than views." Hearing that, Narukami Subaru's eyes flashed with fury. He gritted his teeth, thinking bitterly in his heart, they dare use Xoae's relic as a promotional gimmick. Golden lightning crackled around his clenched fist. Sensing his strange attitude and the frightening aura from the other party, John Teo asked worriedly whether something was bothering him. Narukami Subaru suppressed the rage in his heart, then replied coldly, "Let's do it." John Teo was visibly delighted when he heard him agree. "Really? Wonderful." Narukami Subaru immediately stood up and excused himself to leave first and prepare. John Teo enthusiastically saw his guest off, not forgetting to encourage him. "I look forward to working together. I'll always cheer for you from behind the screen." Cheering with his mouth, but his hands were probably already counting money. Walking through the darkness, Narukami Subaru's eyes shone with menace. He silently declared that he would not let anyone else obtain it. That night, Narukami Subaru lay stretched out on the bed, his contemplative eyes staring into empty space. He wondered inwardly what format this tournament would use. Immersed in the darkness, Narukami Subaru hoped for the scenario most favorable to him. Ideally, it would be solo combat, no need to carry a team. But then he gave a soft sigh, because reality reminded him that he did not have that many choices. Just then, an unexpected knock sounded at the door, shattering it. A silent atmosphere accompanied by Hasuka's hesitant voice from outside. Behind the door, she spoke softly. It's Hasuka." Narukami Subaru sat up. His gaze swept over the black and gold mask on the table. After a fleeting thought, he decided to put it on before opening the door. Seeing Narukami Subaru, Hasuka, dressed in a alluring nightgown, immediately became flustered. Face flushed red with embarrassment, and she could only let out a sound before silently wondering why he was still wearing a mask in his room. Ignoring her awkwardness, Narukami Subaru coolly invited her in, leaving her even more surprised. Hasuka started, stammering as she asked again. "Yes. You mean I should come inside?" Seeing her panic, Narukami Subaru calmly offered another choice. "If you prefer, we can talk in the hallway." "I don't mind." Hasuka hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. No, then I apologize for the sudden visit." Then she stepped into the room. The two stood silently beside each other, Hasuka still flustered in Narukami Subaru's private space, while he sat opposite her on the bed. Looking at the bare room, he quietly observed the shy expression of the female manager. Narukami Subaru realized that the depth of magical power emanating from Hasuka was truly unfathomable. He thought to himself that she clearly was not the type suited to being only an ordinary manager. This manager was definitely an hidden boss. Seeing Hasuka remain awkward for so long, Narukami Subaru asked if there was something on his face. She blushed and asked back, while he merely said calmly that she had been silent for too long. "I heard you have reference materials about the tournament." Hasuka hurriedly apologized, took out the file, introduced that this tournament would follow a battle royale format. She explained that this was a simple system where all participants would directly engage in combat. Everyone had to fight with all their strength to claim the sole reward, the Talaria shoes. Looking at the images of the chaotic battlefield, Narukami Subaru judged that this was an individual competition. Hasuka confirmed there was only one reward, so everything would proceed as planned. The arena was a virtual training ground reserved for third-floor players, with a registration fee of 1,000 prestige points, and no limit on participants. Hasuka quickly sent all the documents to Narukami Subaru's device, so he could get a general grasp of the situation. When he looked at the screen, Narukami Subaru was stunned to realize that everything, from the unbeaten brawl route to the way to become a true Narukami Subaru, was related to his own past self. He suppressed his surprise and calmly said he wanted to see whether his junior's portrayal of him was accurate. Hasuka cheerfully replied that it was her job, but then hesitantly asked whether he had heard anything from the leader. Narukami Subaru asked in confusion. "Heard what?" Hasuka hesitantly revealed an unexpected piece of news. "Actually, we received a message." The moment that name was mentioned, a cold aura radiated from Narukami Subaru, making the air grow thick and heavy. A fierce heat filled with wrath. The image of the traitor Kijo Kazuki rose in his mind like an unhealed wound. Wound still had not healed, and Narukami Subaru almost asked back in disbelief. "You said it was from Blue Zone." Hasuka explained that they wanted to meet Narukami Subaru once, and since they could not contact him directly, they had sent an email through the company. Narukami Subaru was secretly startled by how quickly they had acted, while Hasuka anxiously guessed that those big shots wanted to use money to force him out of her hands. However, Narukami Subaru cut her off coldly. "Ignore it." His decisiveness left Hasuka stunned. "Wait, ignore it." Narukami Subaru stated firmly that he had no intention of joining Blue Zone, nor would he join any other guilds. After receiving that clear answer, Hasuka jumped for joy and cheered in excitement. She let out a breath of relief, admitting she had hesitated over whether to say it, but she was lucky she had. Before leaving, Hasuka reminded him to enjoy his rest until the upcoming collaboration. Watching his manager's back as she danced happily down the hallway, Narukami Subaru silently thought that his manager seemed a little too energetic. Narukami Subaru slowly removed his mask, revealing sharp golden eyes filled with thought, silently admiring Hasuka's extraordinary dedication to her work. Behind the door, she was still quietly celebrating with fierce determination. Soon after, the scene shifted to a vast and majestic arena. Two small figures stood alone at the center of the enormous battlefield. John Teo and Hawkeye reviewed the plan for the broadcast. John Teo looked at the screen and asked, "So today's project is a talent comparison test between the old and new versions of Narukami Subaru." He smiled meaningfully. Sounds interesting, right? But John Teo also warned that directly confronting his own declaration was an extremely bold move, and if it failed, Hawkeye's reputation would be hit hard. Hawkeye calmly replied, "I welcome that, because the results will come, and I have to accept everything to win the audience's trust." Hawkeye's eyes shone with confidence as he asked himself, "Have I ever lost a match? Trying to make trouble usually gets you crushed." Faced with his arrogance, John Teo could only say, "How arrogant, in the end. Everything depends on Narukami Subaru." Hawkeye gave a faint smile. "Probably so, right?" Just then, Hazuka, dressed in a seductive gown, led Narukami Subaru into the arena. Seeing her boss, she called out enthusiastically, "Leader." John Teo nodded in satisfaction. "You did well today." Hazuka quickly greeted Hawkeye. Hello." Hawkeye looked at Narukami Subaru, secretly thinking this was his chance to become a true star in the sky. He stepped forward and chatted warmly. "Finally got to meet you. This place is huge. Did you rent it privately?" Hawkeye took the initiative to offer his hand. "Hello, I am Shimmer Hawkeye." Narukami Subaru politely shook his hand and replied, "I am Narukami Subaru. I look forward to working with you." Hawkeye immediately revealed the excitement of a hardcore fan and cried out, "Wow, it feels like I am meeting the real Narukami Subaru in person. Meeting today's main character has me moved. I am a hardcore fan." Seeing the two getting acquainted, John Teo spoke up to remind them, "Alright, save the introductions for after the stream begins. That is how streamers get to know each other. Let us continue on stream." Immediately, the system announced that Hawkeye had begun the live broadcast. He greeted the audience excitedly. "Hello everyone, Hawkeye here. Thanks for watching today." The viewer count surged rapidly, quickly reaching 12,000, and Narukami Subaru was stunned by the heat as the number continued to leap. Hawkeye declared, "Today is the moment everyone has been waiting for. I managed to invite that person." He introduced him clearly. Narukami Subaru is standing before 14,000 live viewers. Narukami Subaru gave a slight greeting. "Hello everyone." Chat instantly exploded with questions about his real appearance beneath the mask. Hawkeye immediately admitted that even he and Narukami Subaru's manager had never seen his real face. Then he asked, "Tell the truth, are you wearing a mask because you are too handsome, or because you are hiding from debt?" Faced with guesses about his past or an ugly appearance, Narukami Subaru calmly replied, "That is not it. Besides, I am handsome." The viewer count continued to rise as donations poured in, challenging him to reveal his face. Hawkeye was secretly astonished by Narukami Subaru's influence, which exceeded his expectations, and realized that his ability to banter was even better than he had imagined. Narukami Subaru confidently declared that he would not lose to anyone in friendly interaction, while also revealing that he currently had no girlfriend, or even any friends. Watching the onstage back and forth through the screen, Hazuka blushed in excitement, while John Teo reminded everyone to focus on the professional side and stop teasing their important guest. Hawkeye guided the flow. "Enough talk. Now let us watch Narukami Subaru break the boss's neck." The official challenge begins under the dazzling lights. Narukami Subaru trudged into the center of the arena. He wondered about the real reason he had chosen this grueling challenge. An army of combat robots with glowing red eyes suddenly appeared, surrounding Narukami Subaru from every side. He explained that there were two reasons for choosing this place. First, this was the perfect environment to measure his control over his power. Narukami Subaru stood in the middle of a ring of metallic enemies, their weapons ready for a massive sweep. The second reason was to prove that what he had said was completely correct. Right here, the legendary leaderboard appeared on the massive screen, with Narukami Subaru at the top with 43 points, surpassing even Kyojo Kazuki and Sigura Sagiri. Faced with the audience's skepticism about breaking the record, Narukami Subaru warmed up his body and confidently stated, "If I did not believe it, I would not have accepted the offer." The combat robots all switched into attack mode at once. Their glowing red eyes gave off a terrifying chill. Hawkeye laughed excitedly and declared, "The money counter. No, the kill counter starts running. Let us get wild." He decisively pressed the start button on the timer in his hand. The massive screen immediately displayed a 3-minute countdown, with the number of kills starting from 0. Without wasting a single second, Narukami Subaru charged into the middle of the robot encirclement, where weapons were already poised. Golden electricity began dancing around the mask. The system announced, "Lightning activated." Wreathed in lightning, Narukami Subaru shot forward like a bolt tearing across space, unleashing violent explosions whenever he collided with an enemy. Right after that, he suddenly closed in, reaching out to clamp his hand around the head of a battle robot. A fierce surge of electricity erupted, destroying its electronic brain in an instant. The system coldly confirmed that the first kill belonged to him. Watching the radiant golden lightning tear through the night, Hawkeye was almost unbelievably thrilled to witness real lightning with his own eyes. Without hesitation, Narukami Subaru tightened his grip on the hilt of the demon sword. He swept forward at terrifying speed, ripping through the enemy formation in a single moment. With 2 minutes and 39 seconds left on the clock, his speed made the audience believe that reaching 70 kills was entirely possible. Red-eyed robots kept falling beneath Narukami Subaru's feet. Amid the wreckage, he stood towering like a war god. Then he shot forward again, continuing to unleash slashes packed with overwhelming force. The time dropped to 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Narukami Subaru was still rampaging across the battlefield, turning the arena into a stage of thunder and destruction. At this pace, reaching 70 kills no longer seemed too difficult. Suddenly, Narukami Subaru sprang into midair, recreating a legendary moment that sent the chat into an uproar. He spun around, poured all his strength into the demon sword, then brought a pitch-black thunderbolt strike down upon the ground. The ground shook, and every obstacle in sight was swept away. With 1 minute and 22 seconds left on the clock, the system recorded 26 kills. His punches and slashes shattered the robots apart. From afar, Jontio, Hasuka, and Hawkeye stood speechless as they watched that performance beyond imagination. The audience began to pity those who had bet against him, because his chance of breaking the record was clearer than ever. Hawkeye's eyes shone with emotion as he witnessed the presence of a legend awakening. With only 13 seconds remaining, Narukami Subaru's kill count had surged to 41. Narukami Subaru continued sweeping away the robots at a speed that left viewers breathless. When the clock showed only 1 minute and 22 seconds, the system confirmed that he had defeated a total of 42 targets. Time quickly flowed into the final seconds, only 5 seconds left, then 3 seconds. A robot wielding a great blade charged straight in, aiming to deliver the finishing blow right in front of him. At the second, Narukami Subaru tilted his body with masterful precision, neatly dodging the opponent's downward slash. It was a razor-sharp dodge that stole the breath away. The clock began counting down the final second. A decisive slash immediately swept out, tearing open the enemy's steel shell. The time hit 0, the number 42 on the system flared brightly and changed to 43. The system immediately announced that the challenge had officially ended. The result of 43 kills was recorded. Narukami Subaru stood amid the scrap metal, while his name was displayed at the top of the leaderboard. The live viewer count surpassed 38,000. Narukami Subaru panted, sweat streaming down after the breathless performance. The chat exploded with countless words of admiration for that insane, unbelievable result of 43 kills. Hawkeye rushed over in a fluster, inwardly stunned that 43 kills meant he had tied with Narukami Subaru. Hawkeye shouted excitedly in front of the camera. "This match is a draw, damn it. It was so close, everyone saw that. How about that?" The viewer count was still soaring, while the audience got goosebumps before this historic moment. Fan reputation points poured down nonstop. Narukami Subaru thanked someone for 100 points, then sighed when he saw a familiar name appear. While everyone was still wondering whether this was a real livestream, he calmly denied it. Right then, Reinhardt gifted 10,000 reputation points. The chat instantly descended into chaos when they realized the one-slash-swordsman had truly appeared. Narukami Subaru nodded, thanking Reinhardt on behalf of both of them. The image of Reinhardt, the legendary expert seated with majestic dignity upon a throne amid countless swords, appeared like a symbol of overwhelming class. Right after that, Reinhardt left another new message. "I'm your silent fan, kid. Your fighting is seriously gripping." Hawkeye felt deeply honored. Narukami Subaru narrowed his eyes calculatingly beneath the mask. He secretly wondered why that man was watching this stream. Could Reinhardt have found out what he had done to Isaac? Suddenly, Reinhardt sent an invitation to collaborate right on the broadcast. The entire arena seemed to fall silent while Narukami Subaru quietly thought it over. Beneath the stands, Hasuka and Jontio were too stunned to speak before this rare opportunity. The chat also exploded with excitement. Under the expectations of tens of thousands of people, Narukami Subaru calmly replied that he was still busy climbing the tower, and that any exchange could wait until later. Suka and Jontio stood behind him with their mouths agape, sweat breaking out because they could not believe he had refused such a prestigious invitation. Ignoring the chaotic audience, Narukami Subaru warily asked Hawkeye to end things for him, because he had consumed too much energy. Hawkeye still had not understood what was happening when Narukami Subaru had already turned and left. He called after him in panic, telling him to wait. Jontio and Hasuka hurried after him. The department head asked regretfully why he had refused such a huge opportunity for his streaming career. Narukami Subaru stopped and calmly asked why anyone had to get so worked up over a little fame. Jontio hurriedly explained the enormous value of collaborating with a high-ranking ranker. Narukami Subaru glanced back slightly, his sharp golden eyes gleaming with pride. He asked, "Is that all? If the title of ranker matters that much, then I will become a ranker myself." Hawkeye stepped forward, excitedly praising Narukami Subaru as being exactly what he had expected. When the revenue came in, he would send him his share. But right after that, Hawkeye's voice suddenly sank, his expression turning serious. He said the stream had ended, so he wanted to ask something. Hawkeye looked straight at Narukami Subaru, saying that he had hidden his skills very well, but his hawk eyes had still seen through everything. Narukami Subaru calmly replied that win or lose, in the end it would only bring him more trouble. Hawkeye curled his lips and explained that the trouble lay in the highlight of the stream, which was whether he could surpass Narukami Subaru or not. That was what truly showed growth. If I won, I would only gain a temporary advantage, but if I lost, everyone would make excuses for me. Looking at the leaderboard where two Narukami Subarus stood together at the top with 43 points, Hawkeye affirmed that a draw was the optimal choice. Witnessing that intricate calculation, John Teo asked in surprise, meaning if he wanted, he could completely surpass his opponent. Strongly he uttered, who knows, he glided past everyone and added, now the outcome cannot be changed. Everything depends on how each person understands. Narukami Subaru slowly descended the stairs, leaving behind a trace of frost. Those behind quietly watched his mysterious figure gradually disappear. Fury erupted, shattering the table under the powerful punch. From now on, Narukami Subaru must face a real challenge. Standing in the luxurious room, guild leader Golden Lion Reinhardt, ranked 121 in power, gritted his teeth in anger at the weakling. On the floor, the tablet still displayed a notification that Hawkeye's broadcast had ended. Seeing the chaos, a subordinate hurriedly stepped in, trembling. She asked whether Lord Reinhardt was all right. Reinhardt's eyes flared with threatening red when Narukami Subaru was mentioned, almost certain that the brat had refused his offer. The subordinate could only bow, echoing that such an act was reckless to refuse someone like Reinhardt. The guild leader Golden Lion roared in anger. He intended to crush Narukami Subaru in front of everyone to quash rumors, but the plan failed. What angered him most was that an unknown footman dared to wound his pride. The subordinate tremblingly returned the tablet. Here is your device. Reinhardt asked coldly about the previous mission. The attendant reported they were still searching with full effort, but he also mentioned that a young master disappearing for a few days was not unprecedented. A great shock made the ground seem to tremble. Immediately, a blaze of red spiritual energy erupted from Reinhardt's hand, crushing the device in extreme rage. Reinhardt gripped the subordinate tightly, making him writhe amidst strangled groans. Face twisted in anger, he growled, "You intend to insult me too?" Poor subordinate could only stammer, attempting to speak. He tried to plead but was immediately thrown aside by an overwhelming force. The heavy impact cracked the solid stone wall behind. Reinhardt strolled forward. His entire body exuded a dark oppressive aura, thickening the air. "Here I am the law, no arguing, no prying." He looked at the trembling subordinate and coldly asked, "Since when did you start prying into my orders?" Terrified, the subordinate immediately knelt, pressing his head to the ground to beg forgiveness, promising to continue the search immediately. Elsewhere, white petals fell gently in the silent space. Hasuka held the device, continuously receiving calls from the department head. Hasuka replied wearily, "Yes, hello. Hello, good evening, Chuang Fong." Immediately, John Teo shouted, annoyed at her lethargic tone, demanding at least the enthusiasm she showed when talking to Narukami Subaru. Hasuka sighed inwardly, here we go again. After listening to the boss ramble about long-held beliefs, she decisively interrupted, asking directly whether he called about the cooperation proposal with Reinhardt. John Teo finally admitted they could not miss this great opportunity. Hasuka kept the line with department head John Teo. Worried, she asked, "But what can we do?" John Teo casually flipped the urging document, saying, "You can use any trick to make him earn money for me." Also noting Narukami Subaru seemed more interested in climbing the tower than cooperation. Hasuka was silent. John Teo teased that she only got excited when arguing with him. Without responding, Hasuka coldly declared she was hanging up. Standing at Narukami Subaru's door, Hasuka sighed inwardly. Although she was bold, this really was a great opportunity for him. She would try once more for his sake. Summoning courage, she knocked and called softly. Narukami Subaru opened the door. Narukami Subaru appeared and called her name. Uika. Hasuka startled out. Seeing he still wore the black and gold mask in his private room, she hesitated, asking, "Do you always wear the mask?" Narukami Subaru replied nonchalantly, "For now, yes, it makes me feel more comfortable." He slipped through the door and asked, "Are you curious about my real face?" Hasuka awkwardly explained, "No. The mask makes one think of the legend Narukami Subaru, even though he is the one with that name." Hasuka slowly concluded, "But one day he will have to reveal his face." Narukami Subaru was silent, then suddenly asked, "Why is everyone so obsessed with me?" Hasuka smiled, putting her hand to think, singing, "I can think of a few reasons. You are an earthling with poor stats, or just existing is enough to be cool." Her eyes became deep and reverent as she affirmed he was the lifeline of the entire tower. Narukami Subaru tilted his head slightly, wondering, "What do you mean?" Hasuka stared into the void, her voice sad. Maybe you don't know, the first time I came to the tower there was almost nothing. Memories of her early days in the ruined land surfaced. A young girl alone amidst the wreckage. Monsters appeared everywhere. Food ran out. No way to earn money, making stability an illusion. At that time, the only way to survive was to climb to higher floors of the tower, only by climbing. New players earned prestige points to settle down. Gradually, everyone believed this harsh world could belong to them. In the darkness of despair, great players appeared, rekindling hope for all. They proved that conquering the tower was feasible, allowing humanity to live with peace of mind in this world. The one at the top leading all was none other than Narukami Subaru. His reputation and achievements were not only about climbing the tower, he was the first to prove the summit could be conquered. Hearing this, Narukami Subaru asked softly, "Do you think so too?" Yuka looked at him with a meaningful gaze, treating it as a secret like the true face behind the mask. She smiled and promised, "One day I will tell you." Realizing his rapid questioning made Hasuka flustered, Narukami Subaru hurriedly opened the door to invite her in to continue the conversation. However, Hasuka panicked, waving her hand to refuse, stammering that nothing serious had happened, and immediately ran off with a goodnight wish. Narukami Subaru stood silently, watching her figure gradually disappear behind the door. Walking alone down the corridor, Hasuka blushed. He invited her in casually, yet her heart felt like it would leap out. Narukami Subaru muttered Hasuka's words, his eyes full of thought. A new live stream had just started, the heat from the previous collaboration pushing viewers above 700. He repeatedly thanked loyal fans like Narukami Subaru Love and Mission Villain for their generous donations. However, his attention was quickly drawn to pressing messages from the Kimsu Guild, questioning why he had not collaborated with Reinhardt, alongside a mysterious invitation from the G. Reinhardt Guild. Collaborating with Hawkeye created a huge pull, driving views and donations into Subaru's account. He realized that as long as he gave the audience what they wanted, they would respond. The system announced the initiation of a Floor 3 challenge, requiring Subaru to choose between two factions, the Ottoman Kingdom or Conrad. Although most viewers leaned toward the Ottoman, Subaru understood this choice would affect most upcoming missions. He surprised everyone by choosing Conrad, a risky option only 3% of players dared, since Conrad was the land of mercenaries and rebel forces. Narukami Subaru entered a tavern. The tavern in Conrad was filled with the smell of alcohol and the chaos of mercenaries drinking. The moment he stepped in, the atmosphere tensed. Subaru caught the gaze of a mercenary with a fierce face and a threatening smile. He licked his lips smugly, seemingly wanting to teach him a lesson. Hulking Man stepped forward. He struck Subaru hard in the shoulder to assert dominance. Yet instead of being thrown back, Subaru remained standing like a rock. The mercenaries had to turn back in astonishment. The mercenary froze, realizing Subaru was as solid as stone, internally panicking at his overwhelming strength. But to save face, he tensed and shouted to the crowd, asking, "Watch your step, what the hell is wrong with you?" Subaru coldly turned, his eyes shining behind the mask, replying, "May is the problem, May deliberately hit us." His pride offended, the mercenary grabbed Subaru's collar, gritting his teeth, shouting, "You bastard, you're E rank and dare to argue with B rank." The crowd began murmuring, realizing the mercenary was bullying a newcomer. Facing aggression, Subaru thought calmly, missing a shield. "If you bring it to me, I'll take it right away." A golden electric aura began to gather around his feet. Before the mercenary could comprehend, a strong kick struck his chin, flipping his head back. The hulking man collapsed, unconscious instantly. The tavern fell silent, everyone stunned at what they had just witnessed. A middle-aged man wearing GMF silently observed, while others were still shocked, thinking the B rank had been taken down by accident. The mercenary's comrades angrily approached, surrounding Subaru, growling, threatening to tear his mask and flesh. Subaru's eyes flared. He stood calmly amidst the defeated on the floor. Witnessing overwhelming power, the mercenary could only beg, utterly terrified, crying, "God save me, he's not human, he's a monster." The middle-aged gentleman approached, saying, "Young man, you're strong, I'm Raymond, the adjudicator." He looked at Subaru approvingly. "Young man, your skills are impressive." Raymond noticed Subaru's oddity and asked, "I haven't seen you around, have you completed any missions yet?" Subaru calculated, knowing E-rank mercenaries only got limited jobs. The livestream chat showed comments criticizing wasted time and abuse of B-rank title. Floor 3 required completing many mercenary tasks to receive 10,000 app, but total E-rank reward was only 50 points, trapping many for years. Subaru resolved to find a shortcut. He understood time could not be wasted, no idling to rank up. Raymond surprised, "A shortcut." Thinking back, "You're a player, not usually seen here. Though impressive, I still adhere to rules, no special preference, everything in order." Subaru persistently asked how to shorten the sequence, causing Raymond to consider the benefits of prioritizing a player before they left. Facing refusal, Subaru coldly declared only one way to complete Floor 3 immediately. "I'll make your dream come true." Raymond, stunned, asked. Subaru emphasized, "Thunder Cave, I'll make it belong to Conrad." Raymond was shocked, stammering if Subaru truly intended to conquer it, as only A-rank mercenaries could reach. He emphasized the issue in disbelief. Subaru stared straight, his eyes mysteriously shining behind the mask, knowing the cave was not just a dungeon but a battle of honor between Osman and Conrad. This was a special dungeon on floor 3 no one had played, no mercenary or knight had completed it. The map showed the cave located on a mountain range. Gigantic, treacherous mountains blocked the way, yet both nations coveted control. This was a golden location. Conquering the cave would open a unique path through the mountains, a long-term military ambition to prevent invasion and achieve rapid strategy. Subaru proposed, "If you give me a rank proof, I'll complete it, no abuse, using might to defeat the tiger." Raymond pondered, hesitating at the bold proposal. Subaru thought if rejected, he would have to defeat the adjudicator. Stream viewers worried for Raymond, continuously commenting to run before it was too late. After consideration, Raymond decided to write a letter inviting Subaru to join the raid. Raid teams were always short on manpower. He announced departure in 5 days. He told Subaru to wait for the letter to prepare immediately. Many missions from fans poured in. Total value 35,000, completing Thunder Cave alone. Receiving this cave would change Subaru's life. Subaru realized 5 days later was the moment to force action. On the concluding Tuesday, he wondered if Lamku was planning something. Raymond returned with the letter, still doubting the young man's ability. The adjudicator recounted he had attempted the cave in his youth and lost half his team that day. Subaru received the invitation letter, quietly affirming to Raymond this time there would be no mishap. The supervisor was still troubled and asked why he needed a letter of recommendation. Narukami Subaru looked straight at him, pride gleaming behind his mask. "I plan to go in there myself." That bold declaration flooded the chat with doubtful comments. No one believed a rookie would dare charge alone into a dangerous zone. "You trying to kill yourself? 20 people have died, and you want to play superhero." I heard Conrad is far more short-handed than Osman. Whether they can even gather 20 people is the real issue. Raymond sighed at the harsh reality, and guessed Narukami Subaru must already have teammates. But Subaru only said coldly, "I do not, and not now." Watching the confident exchange through the screen, Sigur Asagiri murmured, "Impressive." She climbed the sheer cliff, her eyes shining brightly as she excitedly watched every move of the masked man. Sigur Asagiri wondered, is he really planning to handle it alone? Looking at the screen, she saw that his manner was exactly like the Narukami Subaru of the past, and it made her heart ache. He is so much like Subaru. I wish this were not a live broadcast. On the stream, when the audience asked why he did not try the other gates, Subaru answered firmly, "No, I am not interested." He adjusted his mask and suddenly said, "I am done. The money is enough. Why tire myself out live streaming?" Viewer count of more than 4,000 suddenly dropped fast as Subaru said goodbye. "Thank you for joining." The screen went dark with the notice, "Subaru has ended the broadcast." Sigur Asagiri shouted in shock, "No," disappointed at losing her only source of entertainment while waiting to reach the 3rd floor. Right after that, Sigur Asagiri burst into hearty laughter, her eyes glowing with nostalgia. "He really is the person I remember." Sigur Asagiri slowly looked into empty space and realized this young man had a special personality, always walking his own path no matter what anyone said. Subaru was practically live streaming himself. Before the device, Sigur Asagiri made a firm decision. Alright, she tightened her grip on the cliff face. A crafty look appeared in her eyes as she thought of the upcoming tournament. "Try hiding, and let me see where you can run to escape me." Sigur Asagiri shot toward the mountain peak at an astonishing speed, tearing through the mist and leaving behind a mysterious message. "But I hope he does not win." While strolling through town, Hazuka looked at Subaru with admiration. "Just as expected, your way of handling things was exactly like that. You really are like the original, though I am wordience may not be very fond of it." She still sincerely advised that if Subaru only did ordinary work, the channel would not be anything special. Subaru nodded and accepted it. "Thank you for the advice." When asked about his plans, he said decisively, "I will hunt until the tournament. I do not know what kind of opponents will appear, so I need to upgrade." Subaru wanted to test the limits of his body's endurance and the true power of his mind. His gaze was resolute. "It belongs to someone dear. Anyone who touches it gets electrocuted at once." Elsewhere, Jinzaki Naoto, a member of Blue District, walked in fury, grinding his teeth and unable to believe that some nameless nobody had dragged him all the way here for training instead of running away. Jinzaki Naoto trudged into the tavern, his heart full of contempt for the insignificant 3rd-floor nobody he was about to face. As soon as that man passed through the door, he reluctantly greeted, "Hello, I am here," looking as if he were about to be defeated. Danteo was already seated in a shadowed corner and raised a hand in signal, "Over here." Jinzaki Naoto gave a faint, irritated snort when he saw the boss of Blue District leisurely sipping wine. Danteo calmly got to the point, "So you are Mr. Jinzaki from Blue District. I heard you wanted to discuss one of our live broadcasts." Jinzaki Naoto nearly asked about the whereabouts of the one who had stirred up the internet, but Danteo answered frankly, "Narukami Subaru is not present because he is busy with personal matters." That attitude enraged Jinzaki Naoto, and he slammed the table. For a rookie to act like that is far too arrogant. What personal matter could be more important than this? John Teo still firmly refused to answer questions about his colleague's private life. John Teo looked straight at Jinzaki Naoto, emphasizing this was the reason Subaru was absent. Jinzaki Naoto ground his teeth in fury as he realized the other side's intention. I know exactly what you people are thinking. You people just intend to keep the golden goose forever. That man slammed the table and demanded John Teo reconsider, believing Subaru should join a large guild instead of obsessing over broadcasting. Before that anger, John Teo still wore a mysterious smile. He calmly remarked, famous streamers nowadays can earn as much as top experts. John Teo sneered, there are always people who look down on live streaming. A job is a job, as long as it makes money. Jinzaki Naoto roared, accusing Teo of trying to turn Blue District into a reformer. The department head demanded that he hear him out. The company prioritized the streamer's will and supported Subaru's decision. Jinzaki Naoto mocked Teo as an outdated old man who did not understand the rules of this world, threatening that Blue District would not let this go. John Teo replied coldly, in this world, there are people who will never be shaken by cheap threats. Immediately, a pitch-black, terrifying surge of mana erupted from Teo's body and covered the entire room. Jinzaki Naoto froze, sweat beading as he felt the overwhelming power. John Teo gestured for him to leave. If you are done talking, do not make me use force. Driven away outright, Jinzaki Naoto yelled, go away, who do you think you are talking to? Though trembling in fear, that man still put on a fierce front as he backed toward the door. John Teo calmly waved the guest off, his face full of contempt. Naoto fled while shouting one last threat, I swear you will pay for this. Looking at the defeated man's back, John Teo sat leisurely and sipped his wine, mocking him, ooh, how scary. The third-floor dungeon, Mystic Heavenly Serpent, connection complete. From the deep darkness, a massive snow-white serpent with blazing red eyes roared and stretched out of the cave. From afar, Subaru silently observed the monster, his eyes burning with steady lightning. He gripped his weapon, ready to hunt. He launched a lightning spear to attack it. Sword strikes carrying terrifying power landed one after another, leaving the opponent no time to resist. The great serpent roared in pain, writhing under the player's relentless attacks. After the overwhelming chain of blows, Subaru calmly shouldered his weapon and told himself, the experiment went very smoothly. He looked at the glowing demon sword, feeling the harmony between his body and lightning power, lowered his center of gravity, and fixed his razor-sharp eyes on the dying target. Done playing, I will send you off to meet your ancestors. He sprang up and poured in all his strength. Lightning power entered the weapon, forming a giant spear of light. Subaru's finishing blow pierced straight into the desperate monster's mouth. An explosion of heavenly lightning erupted, burning the great serpent to ashes in the wasteland, and the system announced that Subaru had defeated the heavenly serpent boss. As he leveled up, his strength, stamina, and focus all increased at once. Subaru sat on the great serpent's corpse, pondering the spoils he had just obtained. Holding the glowing red celestial serpent fang in his hand, Narukami Subaru thought to himself, this could be exchanged for about 10,000 reputation points, or at least the value from 20 years ago. Looking at the status board, he realized he had reached level 35, jumping 9 levels in just 3 short days. Narukami Subaru reminded himself that it was enough, he shouldn't be greedy, as Toshiya was still waiting ahead. The scene shifted to a luxurious cafe, Hasuka already seated, waving excitedly at Subaru and asking, what's up? As he approached the table, she smiled playfully and quickly inquired about the latest news. Subaru was mentally prepared to become a star amid the manager's excitement. Narukami Subaru just silently watched, surprising Hasuka as he still hadn't noticed the new arrival. Subaru lightly touched his head and explained, oh, a collaboration video? Sorry, I've been too busy to know. Hasuka smiled in understanding. It's okay, that just makes you who you are. Her expression suddenly turned serious as she pushed a document folder toward him. This is different from the original. Check it out. Subaru could only gasp, huh? In astonishment as Hasuka handed over the folder and explained. It was the revenue statement from his recent collaboration stream with HI. Opening it, Subaru was stunned by the figure of 44,789 reputation points, far exceeding all prior expectations. Hasuka leaned down, saying she could provide this statement anytime, but today she met him for another reason, to tell him about her friend Kiyoharu, a gambling addict, from whom she learned a valuable lesson. Subaru asked curiously, and Hasuka explained a type of bet, where you back the winning person receive a reward. According to the rule, the higher the win rate, the lower the reward, meaning the profit is small but much more certain. Hasuka warned sternly, Subaru's current payout ratio is 6-1, while others are only 1-2, overwhelmingly in his favor. Seeing the scale tip entirely, Subaru asked, who is he? Hasuka replied, Omar Schneider, a member of the Blue District, holding the 3rd floor for 10 years, known for his stubbornness in conquering raids, even though he is neither a major player nor a famous streamer. Hasuka worried Omar would certainly try to confront Subaru, because Subaru declared he would solo clear the raids live, like mocking the effort he spent 10 years farming. Seeing Hasuka overexcited, Subaru gently reminded, "You're a bit too close." Hasuka snapped back to reality, realizing she was pressing too close to him. He blushed, quickly stepped back, and warned Subaru to be careful as they might encounter Omar in the upcoming challenge on the 3rd floor. Night was deep, the clatter of horse hooves echoing through empty streets. In the silent night of Ortanen, a cart trudged along the street heading toward the raid dungeon. Inside, the atmosphere was tense, clearly a soldier among them, declaring, "Tomorrow will extinguish that brat's glory." His companions mocked the one who dared conquer the raids alone on stream, thinking he didn't know what true hell was. Sitting in the dark corner, Captain Omar Schneider, with a stern demeanor, listened to the chatter. One subordinate worried, "Don't pay it any mind." Omar Schneider smiled slightly, his bright blue eyes thoughtful. "Let them bark, I just care if he's truly capable." He admitted, despite the short rookie career, Subaru had become the new master of the raids, a power Blue District had coveted for years. Subordinates still frustrated, thinking the masked man was arrogant, believing himself to be Subaru just because he had seized the electric raid. Omar Schneider interrupted, "Enough. Now is not the time to envy or belittle his achievements." Before the captain's serious look, the soldier awkwardly asked if they should respect that person. Omar clenched his fist. "If needed, I will." Suddenly, a cracking sound made the subordinate jump. The gold coin in Omar Schneider's hand was crushed by a single finger, the innocent coin destroyed. Witnessing the scene, the soldier broke into a sweat, realizing Omar Schneider's pride had been completely shattered. He feared for the streamer's fate. Facing someone as strong as Omar Schneider, disaster was inevitable. Meanwhile, Subaru was carefully studying the file on his upcoming opponent. He set aside the mask and sword, muttering, 15 hours to grind one dungeon. Is this guy sane? Flipping through the records, Subaru saw Omar only rose to fame 5 years ago, and joined the Blue District at that time. According to the records, Omar's talent had always stood out in the raids. He had nearly reached the goal, just one step away. Looking at the opponent's photo, Subaru thought he seemed confident when organizing tournaments, but if a local candidate was already present, that made sense. A sly smile appeared on his lips. "Sorry, Kyojo Kazuki, I have returned." He looked at the sword and mask, challenging the enemy. "Let's see if things go as he planned." Scene shifted to Orton Central Market. A merchant was bargaining with mercenaries, criticizing the monster skin as worn out. At the limit, he offered 1,500 reputation points, shocking the soldiers. Faced with the old man's firmness, he had no choice but to sell the item cheaply. The man thought himself lucky, as the precious skin was unknown to ordinary people. At that moment, Subaru stepped forward, placing the glowing item on the table. Subaru coldly said, "This is the Celestial Serpent Fang. How much will you pay?" The merchant was stunned to see a perfect S-grade item, undamaged. Greed made him immediately grin wickedly. He pretended to evaluate the item from high-grade B to A, praised the hunter, fabricated a minor scratch to downgrade the treasure, continuing to pressure the price, claiming demand was dropping. He offered 8,000 progression points, making Subaru consider. Even after 20 years, this price wasn't bad. But Subaru quickly saw through the cunning old man, asserting the item was worth at least 15,000 progression points, a fair trade or nothing. Subaru decisively declared the price was his decision, turned and walked away, leaving the merchant stammering, unable to respond. Suddenly, a tall figure wreathed in lightning appeared behind Narukami Subaru. He was a burly warrior with long hair, a full beard, and a massive spear in hand that radiated tremendous pressure. He stared at Subaru, his voice deep as he asked, "Little brother, you dared to solo my dungeon, didn't you?" Subaru remained calm behind the mask and answered directly, "That's right." Indeed, Subaru sat across from Omar Schneider in a luxurious space. He proposed frankly, "Why don't we get straight to the point?" He affirmed that their relationship was close enough for them to sit comfortably over coffee like an ordinary conversation. Watching Omar enjoy the sweet parfait, Subaru inwardly noticed the strange contrast between the dessert and his usual stern demeanor. Omar Schneider said calmly that he had once declared he would conquer the Thunder Cavern. Subaru showed an indifferent attitude, "So what is the problem?" Omar admitted that at first, he thought someone who had only just reached the 3rd floor lacked experience, and was still immature. Subaru asked whether he had changed his mind. Omar answered ambiguously, "This matter is only 50-50. He admitted that at least half of Subaru's worth came from his great potential, his tone comparing as he said, "Hard to believe you are being compared to Narukami Subaru." Looking at the other man's bright eyes, Subaru realized he was extremely serious, not strange at all. He said bluntly, "Surely you did not block my path just to praise me." Omar immediately applied pressure, demanding that Subaru withdraw his statement from the previous day about conquering the Thunder Cavern alone. With blue eyes full of power, he roared, "You must admit it was only arrogance born of ignorance. Start a live stream and apologize immediately." Omar said frankly. That sounds more like an order than a request. He said he would not force Subaru to do it right away, but set a wager. If I defeat you in the tournament, you must admit your fault, that is when you will bow your head. Subaru replied calmly fine, but he did not forget to add his own condition. Conversely, if I win, hand over all the Thunder Cavern materials to me. He looked straight at the other man. You were the one who started this. Surely you will not refuse. Omar did not hesitate and agreed at once. No problem, I accept. Defeat, at least before you as you are now, often brings bitter results. After saying that, he leisurely stood up and turned away with confidence. Looking at Omar's back, Subaru slowly thought, this old man has some inner strength too. He does not only know how to squeeze out money. Meanwhile, the management company office became lively. A male employee cried out in shock when he saw the screen showing more than 10,000 participants. Witnessing the registration numbers skyrocketing, he judged that the Talaria Shoes reward had made the number of applicants terrifying. He secretly regretted, if only the contest had taken place when I was still on the third floor, I would at least have tried once. Faced with the choice between two candidates, he analyzed Subaru, the scale is too large, the risk too high. Omar Schneider was the safe choice. His ability had already been proven. Even with so many participants, the odds for Omar were still 1 to 2. The answer was far too obvious. As a professional bettor, he trusted conviction over numbers and decisively pressed the button. All in, I am putting all my capital on Omar Schneider. Phone rang loudly, startling Song Hyeon and making him drop the device. He cried out in panic, that scared me. Song Hyeon snapped irritably, You must be monitoring me, right? What are you doing? On the other end, Hasuk asked back, are you getting involved in gambling again? The words struck home, leaving Song Hyeon stunned. He checked his surroundings, he knew it. Where did you plant the listening device? In the room or right on me? Hasuka brushed it off and went straight to the point. Teach me how to play the game you are playing. Song Hyeon asked in shock, are you really planning to step onto the path of gambling? Hasuka declared, I am betting this month's salary and everything on him. If I do not get rich, I quit. Song Hyeon screamed helplessly, do you not care about the money you earned? He then asked whether she truly believed Subaru would win. Without looking down on Subaru, Song Hyeon persuaded her rationally. You have to assess fighting style, stats, and odds. He analyzed that Omar Schneider was no ordinary man. His achievements far surpassed the original Subaru. For a new streamer to claim he could defeat someone who had trained for an entire decade was a pipe dream. Seeing her coworker grow noisy, Hasuka cut him off with a challenge, want to bet. The loser skips meals next month and works without pay. Song Hyeon did not flinch and agreed immediately. Hasuka warned coldly, do not start whining, I am walking in the hallway. She froze in astonishment when she saw a mysterious figure in a black robe. Hasuka exclaimed, huh? Afterward, in the office, Song Hyeon glared irritably at the phone that had just been cut off. Do not hang up on your own. He wondered why Hasuka had mentioned betting and whether something serious had happened without him knowing. At Ortanen, Omar Schneider strode forward with the spear on his shoulder, his might making others wary. The subordinate asked curiously for his assessment of the new opponent. Omar Schneider replied, he does not look ordinary. That weighty answer made the subordinate shudder, but he still wondered whether a seasoned warrior like Omar Schneider could lose to a rookie. Omar Schneider remained cold, knowing that only by facing him directly could one feel the real danger. His eyes blazed with determination as he reaffirmed himself. There is no word lose in my dictionary, little brother, just wait. None of his movements escaped Sigura Sagiri's sight. The secret observer watched from the top of a high-rise building. Looking at Omar's back, Sigura Sagiri smiled with interest. So that is the person, the championship candidate Omar Schneider. She judged his magical energy impressive, and was confident there was no need to worry about any mishap in the coming battle. The tournament flags fluttered in the wind, signaling that the fated moment was drawing near. The day of the match finally arrived, and Antina Arena was livelier than ever with thousands of players and spectators. In the dark tunnel, Subaru trudged forward, the sound of his boots echoing across the dry stone floor. The heavy iron gate slowly opened. Narukami Subaru slowly stepped into the blinding light of the arena, ready to face all challengers. The moment Narukami Subaru strode in, the stands erupted with roaring cheers. Crowd buzzed as they recognized the familiar figure behind the mask as Narukami Subaru. His appearance stunned many. That man is also participating today. The voting gates had closed and Narukami Subaru's odds were surely close to second place, signaling a major upset. A tall shadow slowly emerged. It was Omar Schneider. He wore jet black armor, gripping a massive spear in his hand. An overwhelming, suffocating pressure radiated from him. The atmosphere in the arena boiled like never before, thousands of spectators rising simultaneously. They shouted wildly the name of the odds leader, Omar Schneider. His fanbase was indeed overwhelmingly large. Cheers echoed across the arena, fireworks illuminated the sky to welcome the championship contender. Amidst the smoke, a blonde braided MC suddenly appeared. She spoke clearly, thank you all for waiting. I am Mizuha from Blue Zone, the host of this tournament. She then announced the brutal preliminary rules and excitedly introduced the prize reserved for the champion. From below, Narukami Subaru narrowed his eyes with determination as he prepared to see the item he had always desired. Mizuha boldly announced to the audience the priceless treasure, a pair of shoes once owned by the god Hemet. This was Blue Zone Guild's proudest possession, a relic of the legendary Toshiya, the saint who possessed the Talaria shoes. As the shoes appeared brilliantly on stage, Narukami Subaru silently gazed with resolute eyes. He quietly called the name of his old teammate and reminded himself, "My friend's item must be reclaimed. Omar Schneider has no chance." From afar, Hazuka realized Narukami Subaru was likely about to livestream. She was furious to see Toshiya's relic used as a prize. Those bastards dared. Suddenly, Hazuka felt a heavy pressure pressing down from behind. She turned in shock and froze as she recognized who had appeared. Hazuka trembled in fear, only one thought in her mind: this is the person I least want to face. At that moment, she encountered her nemesis, a mysterious shadow cloaked in a long robe. His cold iron mask became visible as he strode forward. The system announced that Narukami Subaru had begun livestreaming directly from the Octagon Arena. Views quickly surpassed 3,000. The chat exploded with greetings and curiosity about the mysterious streamer. Narukami Subaru spoke softly, "Long time no see, everyone." Watching the scrolling comments, he realized it would be hard to keep up with the chat speed. Suddenly, a mission from Narukami Subaru's sister Love appeared, offering 30,000 points if he won. Narukami Subaru calmly replied, 30,000 prestige points, thank you. Accepting the mission with composure, he drew his magical sword, eyes glowing cold with fighting spirit, and growled, "Now let's go." At the same time, MC Mizuha enthusiastically shouted to energize the crowd. Fireworks lit up the sky as Mizuha boldly declared, "The tournament officially begins." Immediately, a blue-black energy storm began to accumulate and then exploded in the arena. A colossal beam of light shot straight into the high sky. The terrifying pressure emanated, leaving all contestants and spectators stunned. The crowd continuously marveled at the grand scale, believing only Blue Zone could create such a spectacular sight. Standing amidst the blinding light, Narukami Subaru narrowed his eyes to observe. He silently assessed that such a scale could not have been prepared in just a day or two. The entire arena fell into a solemn atmosphere as the warriors readied themselves. All took their positions. The system announced the official start of the preliminary round. Narukami Subaru, along with thousands of other contestants, were placed into a vast jungle arena. The harsh survival rules appeared on the screen. Once inside, forget morality. Whoever survives is right. The challenge only ends when exactly 1,000 remain, forcing everyone to fight to advance. Seeing the current number of 10,259, Narukami Subaru calmly realized this was a brawl. Since no one had targeted him yet, he could conserve energy for later stages. But audience missions kept appearing, with challenges noting that a deadly fight would be irresistible. Each kill rewarded 100 points. Faced with the enticing rewards from two sponsors, Narukami Subaru smirked calculatingly, 100 points per defeated foe, truly irresistible. Suddenly, Narukami Subaru turned slightly as he sensed a killing intent coming from behind. A ferocious enemy ambushed him, causing the chat to explode with excitement. Too hot, take him out to earn the reward. Narukami Subaru remained unflinching, gripping the sword hilt, his cold eyes viewing the attacker as a juicy reward right before him. The purge was fierce, survivors quickly dwindling to 844. In the deep forest, Omar Schneider carried his massive spear, casually ignoring minor skirmishes. He scornfully said, "These shrimp and prawns are not worth my concern." His eyes gleamed with determination as he affirmed that his sole target was Narukami Subaru. At that moment, an arrow shot toward him, but he easily dodged. It turned out someone had attempted a sneak attack, but the execution was overly complicated. The accompanying hunters became noisy. One enthusiastically urged, "Place your bets, brothers. One arrow is 100 breakfast points right away." Seeing the target evade the arrow, he angrily shouted, "Do not move," then mocked the opponent, "You are indeed lucky." The group worried as the assassination failed, but another laughed coldly, reassuring that the opponent was just a guy stuck on the third floor for 10 years. Standing in the midst of the encirclement, Omar Schneider carried his spear on his shoulder, calmly said, "The plan is not bad, but you chose the wrong opponent." Seeing Omar Schneider still arrogant, a bald man stepped forward with a hammer to provoke. "Hey, did someone say something?" Trying to act tough before being taken down. However, before he could finish speaking, an invisible slash tore across. Watching his comrade fall in an instant, the archer panicked and shouted, "What happened?" That was not within the spear's range. Omar Schneider stood tall amidst the violently exploding purple spiritual energy, coldly declaring, "I have seen countless people like you." His eyes flared with killing intent as he focused all his strength on the massive spear. A powerful swing formed a fierce cut, tearing the entire space asunder. A blinding purple light tore through the ground and crushed the entire Hunter Legion. Omar Schneider walked coldly among the defeated, his voice nearly a whisper. "To ascend the floors, train diligently, do not dream unrealistically." Purple spiritual energy enveloped his body, creating pressure that made everyone tremble. He strode forward, eyes blazing. A threatening light radiated as he declared, "The only thing that can protect you now is about to end." Witnessing Omar Schneider's absolute dominance, the audience in the arena was stunned into silence, every movement carrying destructive power. Each spear swing made opponents scream in pain. His superior skill turned the preliminaries into a showcase of his strength. Amid the chaos, a man shouted to adjust the formation. "This is just a test, do not be cowardly." But his call could not stop the spreading fear. Sitting silently in a corner observing, Sigura Sajiri silently judged, this was not a real battle. She glued her eyes to Narukami Subaru on the screen, believing that if he reached higher floors, he would surely be among the top players. Absolute faith in the idol. It turned out the girl next to her was watching Narukami Subaru light. Raptor screeched, tearing off the head. Asagi turned to ask, "Adjust the volume, friend. Is she a fan of Narukami Subaru?" Hasuka blushed, smiled brightly, and introduced, "I'm Hasuka, also a 20-year fan. And you?" The conversation was interrupted as the system announced only 1-342 players remained in the preliminaries. Standing in the desolate forest, Narukami Subaru calmly observed and asked into the microphone, "How many have been eliminated?" The chat exploded with numbers, confirming he had eliminated 98, including the one just fought. Watching the sky shift, Narukami Subaru muttered, "Almost over already." He lightly touched the mask to adjust the device. Viewers repeatedly mentioned the 200-point reward per kill. The number was quite tempting. A bold idea sparked in Narukami Subaru's mind, his eyes shining. Instead of seeking each one, he decided to stand still and lure the opponents. Narukami Subaru gripped the sword hilt, decisively drew his weapon, an action that thrilled the audience, curious about his plot. He channeled peak lightning power into the sword, creating a strong, radiant golden spiritual energy. A staggering slash swept through the entire forested area. Light and force from the blade toppled ancient trees, creating tremors that shook the arena. He became the radiant center in the gloomy forest, intentionally making loud noises to provoke opponents, swirling dust proving overwhelming strength. From the dense fog, a tall figure stepped over the pile of defeated. Omar Schneider appeared with a giant spear on his shoulder, eyes sharp. His eyes blazed as he looked at the destruction Narukami Subaru created. As soon as they met, he nearly whispered a threat. "I see it, I see it." Narukami Subaru remained unshaken, gripping the sword, emitting cold, dark energy, and replied, "I am the one who found you." The audience cheered as their tournament idol appeared. He advanced straight, facing his opponent, and declared, "Right on time, no more delay, end it here." The new mission villain appeared with huge rewards. 1,000 points for Donkao, 10,000 points for defeating Omar Schneider. Seeing the glowing 10,000 points, Narukami Subaru smiled confidently. He thought he would have it soon. Two strong opponents facing off in the silent forest, ready for a life-or-death duel. 1-2 remained, needing to eliminate 202 more for the preliminaries to close. Narukami Subaru's gaze was sharp and cold. Power from the opponent's strike still swept past his shoulder. Indeed, the dangerous ones cannot be underestimated. Omar Schneider remained calm, thinking, "Clean up these ants first, then deal with the rest." Narukami Subaru realized this was no ordinary skill but top-level martial combat. He focused because a single lapse would end everything. Omar Schneider's spear reach exceeded normal physical limits. He forced Narukami Subaru to constantly dodge through waves of purple spiritual energy seeking openings. The nameless demon sword began draining its wielder's life force, pushing its power to the maximum. The system announced, power increases corresponding to lost health and greedy skill activation. He also exerted himself fully to limit the negative effects from the demon sword. Narukami Subaru's eyes blazed with fury. He spun fiercely, creating a black arc/tearing space, pushing back his opponent's pressure. A fierce explosion of spiritual energy erupted as sword and spear collided, leaving Omar Schneider astonished at the opponent's speed and force. He could only gasp in shock as Narukami Subaru closed in right before him. Narukami Subaru gritted his teeth, gripping the sword hilt, eyes blazing fire as he faced the deadly spear thrust. Omar Schneider continuously swung the giant spear, creating purple slashes tearing through space. Narukami Subaru moved nimbly, dodging, using the demon sword to deflect the deadly thrusts, the clash creating sparks illuminating the forest. Narukami Subaru's eyes glowed red, threatening behind the mask. He focused intently, keeping pace with Omar Schneider's rapid movements, the repeated clashes creating strong aftershocks, the ground shaking amid swirling dust. After the intense exchange, both unexpectedly separated, avoiding direct confrontation in the silent, ruined battlefield. Omar Schneider panted, looking at Narukami Subaru with doubt, asking why he hadn't turned on the dark power strike against him. Narukami Subaru exhaled lightly, replied calmly, "Electricity costs more, save it for a stronger opponent." Omar Schneider froze, unable to believe his eyes at the opponent's disregard. He asked in disbelief, "You mean using it against me would be a waste?" The system reported 1,007 remaining. Omar Schneider gritted his teeth, furious. "Unbelievable, you're trying to buy time." Narukami Subaru did not give the opponent a chance to speak. Omar Schneider dashed fiercely, launching a thunderous thrust that shook the entire arena. Narukami Subaru instantly raised his sword in defense, causing his spiritual energy to erupt brilliantly the moment the two weapons clashed. Amidst the sparks, Subaru coldly taunted, "Don't tell me you really gave it your all just now." When the number of survivors dropped to 1003, a snape also began to descend. Omar Schneider roared in utter humiliation. The elimination ended with exactly 1,000 survivors. He sheathed his spear and coldly warned Subaru to prepare well for their rematch. Losing this battle only meant another challenge. Subaru calmly replied, "Fine, see you soon," before disappearing. He sarcastically mentioned temporarily holding 10,000 credits for Omar. The system immediately teleported the player to the waiting area for the next round. Once the process completed, Subaru appeared alone in the room bathed in green light. He had 30 precious minutes to recover all the stamina spent in the skirmish. Looking at his hands still trembling from the violent aftershock, Subaru admitted he had almost been overwhelmed by Omar at the final moment. Had the battle lasted longer, the outcome might have been different, while the stream still exploded with over 11,000 viewers. As the head of Mahatsu once said, this was the life-death threshold, proving whether a streamer had the right to exist in the profession. Murakami Subaru quietly felt satisfied realizing he had begun to establish his own name and status. From the broadcast to the encounter with Omar Schneider, everything went smoothly as planned. Even so, Subaru was puzzled that Omar had not seen the true secret of the Thunder move. Subaru's stream continued to explode with donations, nearly 20,000 credits from 2 anonymous users. He thought, whatever comes, just take it and thank everyone. Subaru immediately spent 80,000 credits to raise the greed skill to level 5. With a B rank room, this skill allowed him to strongly suppress side effects from other skills and equipment. Subaru was surprised at how quickly he reached B rank, then thought it might be time to use that skill. The audience, noticing his unusual silence, guessed he was strategizing for the finals. Night fell. The full moon hung high above the arena, glowing with mysterious blue spiritual energy. Before the carefully guarded Teleria shoes, Mizuha silently observed, her eyes full of thoughts. She wondered if the truth matched her suspicions. A bad premonition made Mizuha believe that after this, a thief would reveal themselves, and the identity of that person seemed to gradually emerge in her thoughts. Mizuha suddenly flinched, sweat pouring as someone called her name from behind. A soldier reported that reinforcements from the guild headquarters had arrived. Mizuha turned in shock, confused, asking who led them. From the shadows, a tall figure slowly stepped forward, coldly replying, "It is I." Mizuha froze, realizing it was Kurokawa Amon. She asked, trembling, why a master like him had personally come down to floor 3. Kurokawa Amon glided past her with a cold expression, uttering only, "The guild leader's mood is very bad right now." Mizuha worriedly asked Kurokawa Amon if his presence was because of Narukami Subaru. Kurokawa Amon coldly confirmed his targets were both Narukami Subaru and Omar Schneider, then gravely warned of another problem that had just arisen. At the same time, in a hidden corner of the arena, Hasuka sat facing a mysterious figure in a black cloak exuding pressure. The bright eyes behind the stranger's mask made Hasuka shiver. She silently judged that this person possessed an unbelievably vast amount of magic power, and could not understand why such a figure appeared on a lower floor. Suddenly, the mysterious figure lifted their hand to remove the mask. Beneath it was the face of a young girl with purple hair and sharp yellow eyes. Beautiful yet extremely magical, she introduced herself as Tame. She slightly curled her lips, saying being called elder sister felt a bit unfamiliar. Observing her aura, Hasuka was certain this girl was absolutely no ordinary person. Extremely strong, Hasuka even realized the girl was using magic to alter her face. Asaji was astonished, thinking she was an assassin sent by the Lamb Guild. Hasuka bluntly asked if she had come to disrupt the tournament. If that were the case, Hasuka would immediately flare up, declaring she would stop her at all costs. A bright blue notice suddenly appeared midair, bearing strange words. Immediately after, a blinding light erupted, leaving the contestants shocked and terrified. Someone nearby trembled and shouted, "What the hell is this?" He panicked, realizing they had stood close all this time without hearing anything. Amid the chaos and shouting, Narukami Subaru still stood tall with a terrifying calm. The system continued announcing the rules. The test would take place in the form of territory capture, the mission being to seize the enemy's land. Beautiful Fairy suddenly appeared to explain the rules in more detail. She said when the match started, each player would be assigned a territory. This land only admitted the strong, and victory meant immediate transfer of ownership. The warriors had to simultaneously defend, attack, and hold land. When defeating an opponent, the player would take over the loser's entire territory. The fairy excitedly announced that when time ran out, the one controlling the most land would be the winner. She did not forget to motivate the contestants with priceless rewards. Who will become the new owner of Teleria? In 2 hours the answer will be clear. After that, a resounding boom announced the official start of the test. Enormous arena immediately turned into a colorful chessboard, where thousands of shadows rushed to seize every inch of land. Observing from his position, Narukami Subaru squinted. Realizing as predicted, no one hurried to move. He silently analyzed. Engaging immediately would only gain a single territory. The wiser way was to wait, take out the one holding more land, then capture all. Subaru told himself waiting was the proper strategy, but immediately dashed like a phantom, taking down a contestant ahead and coldly stating the audience forced him to become a money-printing machine. In another corner of the arena, Omar Schneider was also conducting a fierce sweep. Wherever his spear swung, opponents fell, turning the territory around him into a terrifying battlefield. Amidst the bloodlust, Omar Schneider darted his eyes around anxiously, silently wondering. Narukami Subaru was frantically searching for the figure he wished to face directly. From above, the arena now resembled a giant chessboard tainted with war, territories constantly changing hands. Shadows with glowing red eyes clashed violently, creating a chaotic and brutal scene. Amidst the battle's center, Subaru remained unusually calm, quietly observing the situation while others fought fiercely beside him. Seeing Narukami Subaru suddenly turn his back, quietly moving in the opposite direction, Omar Schneider froze for a moment, then roared in anger, "Stop right there." He had just finished preparing the text when he left, little brother. The livestream chat immediately erupted, filled with comments questioning his strange behavior. Yet Narukami Subaru did not stop. He coldly replied without turning his head, "Fighting without money, let me go get some porridge first." His extreme practicality left the audience speechless. Fresh blood dripped lightly from the sharp blade. After sending another roadblock out of the way, he silently assessed the third floor of the tower to be stronger than expected. The gap with Omar Schneider was indeed immense. At that moment, the system announced that player Donkao had entered his territory. Subaru turned in surprise. The magic screen continued to warn that 2 players were currently in the area. Blocked from moving into another territory, a burly bald man stepped forward to stand in his path. He stared at Subaru and asked, "You are Narukami Subaru, right?" The chat immediately buzzed. Donkao from Area 5, apparently Omar Schneider's subordinate. "This looks interesting." The bald man smirked smugly. "If I defeat you here, I will probably get scolded." Subaru narrowed his eyes coldly. Area 5. He immediately drew his magical sword, ready to fight. Wasting no more time, Donkao shouted, "Apologies in advance, Captain," then lunged with a heavy staff swing. Lightning-fast clash immediately erupted. Narukami Subaru deftly leaned aside to dodge each staff strike. He swung a precise and cold slash, leaving his opponent completely unable to react. Donkao froze when he saw his weapon sliced clean in half. He stammered in fear, "What, my weapon was just cut in two." Seizing the opening, Narukami Subaru unleashed a powerful kick, sending the mercenary flying. Subaru immediately closed in, pressing the icy blade against his opponent's throat. He coldly mocked his opponent. "I take back my previous words, Captain." Donkao trembled in utter humiliation, unable to believe he had lost so miserably. The stream audience began mocking him mercilessly. First slash on Donkao, not even at swordsman level yet. Truly trash, probably got in through connections rather than skill. Suddenly, the system displayed a shocking notification. Player Omar Schneider had entered his territory. Subaru's eyes narrowed, while the viewers excitedly speculated, "Damn, it seems he was telling the truth. Looks like everyone is lining up for their turn." "My turn." Omar Schneider roared with fury, charging straight at his opponent, pleased to finally catch up with Narukami Subaru. Sword and spear clashed violently, sparks flying, showing the tremendous pressure Omar Schneider was imposing on Subaru. Seeing Subaru continuously dodge and defend, Omar Schneider shouted, "Use lightning. Otherwise, the next strike will surely defeat you." The audience watching the stream also began chatting excitedly. They could not understand whether Omar Schneider wanted to defeat Subaru or was giving a warning. Many even mocked his strange politeness while waiting for the opponent to reveal their strongest move. Narukami Subaru quickly retreated, widening the safe distance between them. Dodging is an art, the dodger is the artist. Seeing his opponent withdraw, Omar Schneider sarcastically asked if he intended to run further. Narukami Subaru replied coldly. He would show him exactly what he had always desired. Immediately, the system announced that the lightning skill was being activated. Thanks to the lightning heart, Subaru's lightning skill effects increased by 20%, and he became immune to electric shocks. At the same time, level 5 greed eliminated all devastating side effects of lightning on the body. Narukami Subaru clenched the thunder roaring in his hands, coldly affirming that running was only for the weak. Omar Schneider was stunned when he saw Subaru turn elemental energy into a glowing lightning spear in his hands. He could not believe a newcomer could reach the level of transforming pure energy into a real weapon. Narukami Subaru slowly advanced, the lightning spear radiating suffocating pressure. He looked directly at his opponent and asked, "So now the one intending to flee is Omar Schneider, right?" Omar Schneider steeled his will. As long as he broke this time he would surely surpass it. While walking with his subordinates, one of them hesitated. "Captain, may I ask a slightly rude question?" Omar Schneider smirked, saying he already knew that was rude. The subordinate was still curious why someone strong enough to reach floors 5 or 6 would remain obsessed with lightning on floor 3. Omar Schneider merely chuckled, who knows? He admitted that when a person delves too deeply into something, they often forget the original reason. Faced with his subordinate's silence at the vague answer, Omar Schneider explained thoughtfully, positively it is faith, negatively it is obsession. But one thing he was certain of, whether he overcame this or not, it would change his life forever. Omar Schneider's eyes blazed with determination. Once you throw the spear, follow through. Even if you lose, lose with style. Back to the current battle, purple spiritual energy exploded around Omar Schneider's spear as he poured all his strength into the strike. Omar Schneider charged like a purple whirlwind, spear tearing through space straight at his opponent, roaring. And you, I have a feeling you are about to become my second obsession. Facing that suffocating pressure, Narukami Subaru stood firm, his legs radiating full force. He silently thought, to honor 15 years of hard work from his opponent, he would unleash a decisive counterattack. Narukami Subaru growled, enough showboating, prepare for full thunderstrike. Immediately he dashed like a golden lightning bolt, channeling all the lightning power into the finishing blow. Below, Omar Schneider also erupted with purple spiritual energy, fully bracing against the immense pressure descending from above. The two immense powers collided, creating a shockwave that shook the entire space. Omar Schneider gritted his teeth, his blue eyes blazing fiercely as he poured all his strength into the spear to resist Subaru's frenzied attack. The entire arena shattered, the ground cracked under the tremendous force from the clash of the two warriors. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, sweeping away the entire surrounding area. Facing the pressing question from the mysterious girl, Hasuka remained unshaken, staring at her opponent and declaring, because I am Narukami Subaru's manager. That proud affirmation left the stranger momentarily stunned. Hasuka continued to explain that if this tournament was ruined, Narukami Subaru would bear severe consequences, and she absolutely could not ignore it. He would suffer greatly, and she could not allow it to happen. She laughed smugly and recounted, it took me so much effort to invite him back, do not ruin it. Contrary to her initial threatening demeanor, the mysterious girl transformed into a true superfan. Blushing from excitement, she revealed she was truly his manager, having followed Subaru since the battle with the Squirrel Warrior. Seeing that excitement, Hasuka asked in surprise, are you a hardcore fan? So you also admire Narukami Subaru with the blue eyes? Conversation between them was suddenly interrupted by a violent shock from the arena. A blinding flash erupted, scorching everything around the point of impact between Narukami Subaru and Omar Schneider. Two girls froze, holding their breath as they watched the explosion shake the stands. Dust and sparks flew everywhere. Hasuka trembled as she looked down at the device screen in her hands. Her face showed worry and headache. She groaned softly, at this rate, where will we get the money to compensate the organizers? Before her eyes was the arena in ruins after the deadly collision. Golden bolts of lightning still flickered amid the wreckage and dense smoke. As the smoke cleared, two figures appeared. Omar Schneider staggered, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth after taking such a heavy blow. That was the devastating damage from the fierce thunder strike that had just fallen. He had no strength to rise, his legs shaking before collapsing to the ground in complete helplessness. Narukami Subaru silently watched his opponent fall at his feet, the spirit sword in his hand still crackling with golden sparks. He coldly muttered a farewell, see you soon. Immediately after, the system notification board glowed in the sky, confirming he had captured a total of 283 territories. The announcement boomed over the speakers, making the space feel like exploded. The winner was Narukami Subaru with 283 territories. Fireworks lit up the sky, illuminating the face of the new king standing proudly amid the wild cheers. The audience roared madly for Narukami Subaru, ecstatic at the unprecedented performance of the rising idol. Witnessing the miracle that had been created, Hasuka was dumbstruck, emotions swelling beyond control. Beside her, the mysterious girl with sharp golden eyes also watched Narukami Subaru intently. Her gaze reflected seriousness mixed with admiration. She murmured in astonishment, incredible, and the one receiving the highest prize is... Zuha stood on stage, announcing once more amid the roaring cheers, the glorious winner of the tournament is Narukami Subaru. He stood tall beneath the radiant light. The majestic presence of the new king made the entire arena fall silent for a moment. Not keeping the audience waiting, Mizuha continued to stir the atmosphere. Next was most anticipated reward for the winner. The Talaria shoes glowed within a purple crystal, slowly descending before everyone's eyes. Among the crowd, the mysterious cloaked girl silently stood below, her eyes fixed on the stage, her face showing seriousness. As the legendary shoes slowly fell into Narukami Subaru's hands, he immediately felt the familiar warmth of the relic. He was shocked, had it already been 20 years. His eyes behind the mask blazed with indescribable emotions as he looked back. He gazed at the memento once linked to his old teammates. Memories suddenly surged, showing Toshia yelling in anger, "Who borrowed my shoes to flirt with girls and didn't return them?" As Toshia went berserk interrogating friends on the rooftop, Narukami Subaru could only ask Riley, "What's wrong, Toshia? What's going on with you? You are throwing a fit again." Another man rubbed his stomach, sighing, saying he was uncomfortable because he was too full. Memories of Toshia came back clearer and more vivid than ever. He shouted in extreme rage, "My shoes!" Toshia charged in, kicking and yelling when he found the precious shoes taken. "I told you hundreds of times not to take them. They will lose shape." Looking back at the mischievous moments of the group on the rooftop that year, Narukami Subaru could not help but smile lightly. Then he returned to the present. In the present, audience messages kept appearing, claiming Narukami Subaru was in desperation and would surely sell the item. Before Mizuha's curious eyes, Narukami Subaru immediately declared firmly, "I will not sell." Mizuha asked in bewilderment. She explained the shoes could be auctioned for several 100,000 to even 1,000,000 credits, yet he still refused. The crowd below began to riot, frantically shouting, "Set a price, I'll sell everything to buy it." The relic frenzy caused the stands to explode. Offers from 2 to 4 million credits were continuously thrown. Fed up with the crowd's greed, Narukami Subaru could disappear from sight. At that moment, a golden thunderbolt suddenly erupted violently. Lightning from his body struck down, shaking the entire arena as a warning to those prying eyes. Amid the flickering bolts, Narukami Subaru boldly declared to the audience, "Even 10 million credits I will not sell." His resolve and presence made Mizuha tremble, sweating. She silently lamented the danger of her work, while the salary did not increase. Narukami Subaru coldly turned his back. "Alright, I am leaving." He strolled into the tunnel, holding the shoes of his old teammate, leaving the Orknan arena's glow behind. Night quietly descended over the entire city. Lights from high-rise buildings flickered in the dark space. Kurokawa Amon stared at the device screen, her face showing astonishment at the match results. This was completely beyond any calculation of hers. Hanamaki Hiyori, the archer from the green zone, stepped closer, continually marveling at Narukami Subaru's extraordinary showdown with Omar Schneider. She curiously asked Kurokawa Amon, "Hey, is this one the GAP version or the AUTH version of the legend?" Seeing her teammate indifferent, Hanamaki Hiyori explained how the public referred to them. Narukami Subaru, with blue eyes, was the original, while the current streamer was the newcomer. The newcomer, Kurokawa Amon, clicked his tongue in annoyance at that outdated definition, then lowered his voice, confirming the comparison order had been reversed. According to him, if the new Narukami Subaru could do it, the original Narukami Subaru could do it as well. The difference in perspective made Kurokawa Amon silently curse the Blue Eye fans as the most troublesome. Though Kurokawa Amon still muttered in annoyance, Hanamaki Hiyori eagerly followed, asking about the upcoming intense developments. Kurokawa Amon decisively slung his spear over his shoulder, coldly reminding of the real objective. "Stop gossiping, go fetch the thief back here." Seeing Kurokawa Amon trudging away, Hanamaki Hiyori hurriedly ran after him, asking if he was angry. The two led the black-clad assassin group onward. In another corner, Narukami Subaru quietly held the Talaria shoes before over 11,000 viewers watching live. The chat exploded with debate. Some criticized the item as outdated, others marveled at the relic's value. Looking at the old shoes, Subaru thought, "Tashiya, whatever happens, I'm still glad to see you again." Despite the audience commenting that he appeared so calm his emotions were unreadable, Subaru began checking the stats. The unique shoes required level 30, increased movement speed by 25%, bounce by 15%, and had the cloud step skill usable twice a day. While viewers debated the value of this rare speed-enhancing equipment, Subaru received an urgent message from Hasuka on his handheld device. She anxiously warned, "Don't get carried away celebrating. It seems a skilled thief is lurking. Don't be complacent, he's around." Narukami Subaru. You're probably wondering what's going on. At that moment, amidst the bustling crowd at night, a mysterious figure appeared. They wore a black cloak, moving silently with a shadowy presence. The stranger stood before the display, mind torn violently. "What am I doing?" Standing in front of Tashiya's shoes. She adjusted her mask, her eyes lighting with determination as she realized she had come this far with no way back. A sharp clack of heels echoed on the stone floor. She silently thought, if she couldn't borrow the shoes, she'd take what she needed, then blend into the crowd. In the quiet space of a classy bar as night fell, Asuka smiled at Narukami Subaru, gently congratulating him on his recent victory. She thoughtfully said she had already called for food and prepared drinks. She guessed that after the tense battle, he must be very thirsty. Narukami Subaru silently sat down, then took out his device. He reviewed Hasuka's urgent warnings about a suspicious person targeting the prize, then asked quietly, "What were those messages about?" Hasuka took a sip, her expression serious as she said, "Actually, I met a very strange person in the stands. It was a female gamer wearing a full mask, looking quite like Narukami Subaru." Initially, Hasuka was suspicious, but conversation revealed compatibility as both were fans. But when Narukami Subaru claimed the final victory, her expression suddenly shifted oddly, as if emotionally shocked. Hasuka judged that if she were a true fan, no one would be that distressed when their idol won. Furthermore, right after that moment, she disappeared completely without a trace. Hasuka tried to follow, but the woman's ability to blend into the crowd was truly remarkable. Narukami Subaru fell silent in thought, understanding that anyone capable of hiding from Hasuka could not be ordinary. At this moment, Hasuka recalled an important detail. When she asked if that person was a fan of Narukami Subaru, he thought she meant him. Hasuka immediately clarified, "No, I wasn't talking about you, but a member of the Lamb Eyes." Hasuka continued explaining that when she mentioned it, the woman's expression became very complicated, as if wanting to confirm something but not entirely. Despite ambiguity, Hasuka was sure she did not deny the connection to Lamb Eyes. Hasuka's words made Narukami Subaru's eyes flare with shock. Upon hearing this, Narukami Subaru froze, then jumped up so forcefully that the chair fell to the floor. Without time for further explanation, Narukami Subaru dashed out of the bar, leaving her manager astonished. Hasuka could only call in vain. "What is it?" Narukami Subaru, her manager, was left behind. In the silent night of the Ortonin Kingdom, the mysterious girl from earlier perched atop the roof of a tall building. She silently observed the bustling crowd below. Her sharp yellow eyes glimmered with contemplation and calculation. She murmured, "I had already guessed everything would turn out this way." Turning to her silver-haired companion in the shadows, the girl lowered her voice proudly. "If you appear in person, then there is still things to discuss. But do you really think a new soldier like him could defeat me?" She bitterly admitted she had underestimated her opponent, for the ultimate winner was Narukami Subaru. Watching Narukami Subaru hurry past the doorway, she mocked, rushing off where, still drunk on victory, then coldly affirmed that 5 seconds would be enough to take him down, before glancing at the Teleria shoes. Suddenly, she clutched her head in frustration. "Damn it, my appearance was clearly impressive already, beautiful yet sulking for a poor performance." But the anger gradually gave way to a strange feeling, making her wonder why she did not want to act drastically against the masked figure. For every gesture and action of his mirrored exactly the man she remembered. It was as if another Narukami Subaru stood before her. She wavered momentarily, but quickly discarded weakness and decisively turned into the shadows. She left a cold warning for Narukami Subaru. "Whatever, you'd better be prepared. Next time in the blue zone, I won't just aim for your legs." Truly, Sigura Sagiri had always longed for the day to speak directly with that mysterious man. She resolved she only wanted to remove his mask to see if he was the real thing. Meanwhile, in the bustling city, Narukami Subaru wrestled with chaotic thoughts. He blamed himself for never considering that the tournament and the Teleria shoes could merely be a trap to lure the Lamb Eyes remnants into revealing themselves. If Rina had truly been sent to infiltrate and retrieve Tashia's shoes, that must have been the reason she had to hide her identity all this time. Narukami Subaru suddenly remembered the flow of Sigurd Asagiri's magic power that he had once sensed from that snowflake. Now someone with a face identical to Rina's had suddenly appeared, leaving him unable to remain unmoved. A faint glimmer of hope flashed through his mind. He had thought everything had vanished, yet could that soul still be around here? However, Narukami Subaru quickly reminded himself to stay calm, because it was still far too early to confirm anything. With Rina's personality, he believed she would never simply watch from afar when Tashia's keepsake was right before her eyes. Just then, Hasuka's voice suddenly rang out from behind. That sound snapped Narukami Subaru awake. "Hey Narukami Subaru, are you all right?" She hurried over, her face full of worry and drenched in sweat because he had suddenly rushed out of the store. Narukami Subaru replied softly, "It is nothing. I just thought it was someone I knew." Asuka was surprised to hear him mention the suspicious person from earlier, but Narukami Subaru only waved it off, saying he had probably seen wrong. Hasuka hesitated, her face flushing with embarrassment. "Narukami Subaru, this is a little awkward to say, but you really do not have even a single friend, do you?" Narukami Subaru remained silent, offering no explanation at all. Hasuka added another teasing line, "let alone having a girlfriend." Narukami Subaru paid no mind to the joke, firmly saying that if she kept talking, he would sulk and go home to sleep off the humiliation. Seeing him turn away, Hasuka panicked and asked if she had offended him, but he only calmly answered that it was fine. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Hanamaki Hiyori kept whining to Kurokawa Amon, "Senior, my feet hurt so much. I am so tired and I am hungry too. Hey senior, I am already bored out of my mind." Yuri Nani also pleaded, "Come on, senior, say something. Are we really just gonna let them get away?" Kurokawa Amon coldly checked the device and replied no. Hanamaki Hiyori asked curiously why he could be so sure. Kurokawa Amon held out the screen and announced, "I just received word from Kyojo Kazuki. All forces retreat." That sudden order made the atmosphere instantly freeze. Hanamaki Hiyori sprang up in fury and shouted, "What retreat? We are just leaving like this, after waiting so long." Kurokawa Amon calmly explained. He said that if they went to the trouble of coming here, they definitely would not let the reward fall into someone else's hands. Hanamaki Hiyori asked in frustration, "Does that mean all our efforts this whole time have gone completely to waste?" Kurokawa Amon suddenly paused, then added thoughtfully, "Besides that," he also said, "even though they know perfectly well that it is a trap, they will still come looking for it." Hanamaki Hiyori muttered that they were far too attached to old memories, then pressed him about the true identities of those being hunted, bringing up again how Kurokawa Amon had once dismissed it as nothing but a groundless rumor. Looking up at the perfectly round moon, Kurokawa Amon admitted that he had also once hoped it was a lie, only for the truth to prove cruel. He repeated the shocking rumor that Narukami Subaru had died after being betrayed by Brian. High above, Narukami Subaru stood alone on a rooftop, silently watching the city submerged in the night. Beneath the hazy moonlight, Narukami Subaru's face clearly showed a pensive yet unwavering expression. He opened the handheld device. Headlines about the fall of Blue Eyes years ago appeared, painfully stark. The news still mentioned Narukami Subaru's sacrifice and Kyojo Kazuki's suspicious silence after the tragedy. 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and he bitterly realized that Kyojo Kazuki's current position had probably risen far beyond his reach. Narukami Subaru pondered in silence. If he wanted to catch up to a giant like Kyojo Kazuki while he was only a novice, he needed something truly different, and that was the power of the lightning spear he had summoned in the previous battle. That spear, the legendary grade treasure he had once held on the second floor, was the crucial key. Narukami Subaru had successfully recreated the energy that was originally usable only once to turn the tide. Even so, he still was not satisfied, because he had thought he understood the lightning radiance completely, but reality showed that this power could still be refined further. This was the great source of energy that both gods and colossal beings coveted. That was the power humanity had always longed for, the power to face and subdue supernatural forces. During this time, Narukami Subaru's lightning radiance ability had still not been drawn out to its fullest. His gaze was resolute, fixed on the mysterious tower looming in and out of the mist. Night was regarded as the dwelling place of spirits. Narukami Subaru was determined to conquer this place, because only then would every mystery gradually come to light beneath the bright full moon. However, in stark contrast to the stillness of the night, an entirely different scene was unfolding at a tea party. Hasuka made her boredom plain. Lung looked at the screen and bluntly said she could not hear anything, despite the explanation from the other end of the line. When you are rich, you have the right to ignore things. Song Hyeon knelt down then, sincerely apologizing for getting too worked up. Teacher Hasuka pretended to be innocent while loudly demanding that she at least act as if she had heard him. Hasuka gave a mocking laugh, saying her hand could not record the voice of someone who had just burned through all his money. Struck where it hurt, Song Hyeon shouted about the enormous fortune Hasuka had just received after splitting the profits from Narukami Subaru. Desperate, because he had no money to pay the electricity bill, Song Han did not hesitate to throw away his dignity, calling Hasuka big sister as he begged for mercy. When everything went dark before his eyes and he saw that the other party still had not softened, he humbled himself and performed a bizarre act right on the screen. Asuka was annoyed and demanded that he stop at once, but her gaze turned solemn as she made an offer. Are you willing to carry out one request of mine? The shop bell rang as Narukami Subaru strode in with an imposing presence. He went to the bar counter and met the contact again, his demand unchanged. Looking at the cheap beer, Narukami Subaru took a sip, then made a bitter comment. He could not believe that the renowned guilds had been reduced to the point where they could only afford cheap drinks for 10 customers. This had always been a common sight. The bearded man recalled that he once had many brothers, and every time he treated the whole team, his pockets were emptied at once. The taste of cheap liquor had seeped into his blood until no other drink seemed better to him. Hearing that, Narukami Subaru wondered if he had always paid for everyone. The man answered sadly, "What face does a big brother have without younger brothers? Everyone followed me into the Lightning Radiance Cave." He remembered how poor everyone had been back then. Guild sponsorship money was unimaginable luxury. Even the whole team back then was not enough for Woonguk to say hunting was as easy as flipping his hand. The days before hacks were truly hard. After the dry clink of glasses, the man fell silent. He explained that joining the challenge cost credits, but if one was unlucky enough to die, everything would be lost. Poor players had no choice but to hunt for entry fees, hoping to gain a few levels or achieve some small accomplishment. On that day, Narukami Subaru asked. The man nodded, memories of the fated day rushing back when the whole team encountered the distant sky, an opponent beyond their reach for 7 new players at the time. Even touching it was unimaginable. The enormous monster, with white scales and blazing red eyes, roared as it charged forward. The attack shattered the formation in a one-sided massacre. The man painfully asked Narukami Subaru, if victory makes you king, and defeat leaves you watching your brothers fall, was it worth it? Amid the horrific scene, he awkwardly revealed that 4 of them had been left behind forever. They were not only teammates but sworn friends. The man's face was smeared with blood, his eyes filled with regret as he spoke of them. They must have hated me deeply. In Omar Schneider's mind, his teammates' curses echoed like a malediction. What good was there in the Lightning Radiance Cave? It was your fault things ended up like this. The grief-stricken screams drove into his heart. If you had not been so stubborn, your best friend would not have fallen into death. How were you still able to survive? Cruel question left Narukami so silent, shock clear in his eyes. Vader shouted to drive away the ghosts of the past. Stop it, that is enough. Back in the present, he looked at Narukami Subaru and mocked himself. Stop looking at me like that. I have already grown used to suffering. Omar Schneider fell into thought. Most people would have given up after falling into that state, but to him, quitting would be an insult to those who had fallen. He nearly lost his life because of that stubbornness. If he stopped, his teammates' deaths would become meaningless. Pain and responsibility weighed heavily on him. Omar Schneider clung to the lightning radiance cave for 10 whole years, looked at Narukami Subaru, smiled, and said, "Perhaps you do not understand, but thank you for bringing a little hope." Narukami Subaru stopped bringing it up, hope within the space. The shop was quiet. Omar Schneider spoke slowly. "Let me die. I will share with you the true nature of the lightning radiance cave. Man proposes, heaven disposes." That man Kojo Kazuki walked away silently, his heart full of schemes. He worried that if Kyojo Kazuki acted to neutralize Rina's stealth skill, he would not know how to respond. Yanaka clutched his head in tension, his eyes blazing with both anger and anxiety. Kyojo Kazuki, do not dream of an easy death. With each step Yanaka took, the ground split with ice. A powerful chill spread outward. Suddenly, a message from Rina appeared on the screen, making him freeze. "I am sorry, Yanaka." Rina explained that she had merely been restless and unable to sleep, so she acted, along with a carefree smile. A truly unbearable reason. Yanaka was stunned, his expression changed, and he roared in fury, "Huh, what did you just say?" At that moment, in the silent forest, a shocking system notification appeared. Narukami Subaru had begun a live stream. Next, Narukami Subaru appeared with majestic presence amid the high-rise building. He immediately drew thousands of warm greetings and questions from the viewers. Receiving 10 credits from a fan along with a question about today's goal, Narukami Subaru confirmed, "I started this live stream to conquer the Lightning Radiance Cave dungeon." The viewer count quickly neared 6,000, and the comments surged with excitement. While interacting with the chat, Narukami Subaru suddenly froze when a purple-haired young man approached and asked, "Are you the streamer Narukami Subaru?" Narukami Subaru confirmed his identity, causing the strange man to cheer at the coincidence, since his group had also just accepted a mission to conquer the Lightning Radiance Cave. That man excitedly boasted about his team and suggested, "Hey, let us join you. Let me tag along. With your support, the dungeon will be nothing." However, at that moment, Hasuka sent a sharp warning in the chat to Subaru Narukami. "Those people are just a random team picked up online, clinging to your reputation." The purple-haired young man's team eagerly surrounded Narukami Subaru. He said excitedly, "We're planning to conquer the Thunder Cave." The red-haired girl accompanying him quickly added, "Our group will definitely support you." Teacher Narukami Subaru remained silent, eyes glued to his phone reading Hazuka's warning, while the purple-haired man suggested they form a single team for their shared goal. Narukami Subaru asked coldly, "What exactly do you mean?" He affirmed that his group would not rely on or burden him. Narukami Subaru sighed in annoyance and said, "I understand. Then let's work together." Seeing the other party agree, the purple-haired man smiled smugly, spirits soaring. Narukami Subaru thought to himself, if the world spread rumors that he took the task and ran, his honor would be ruined, so he had to accept the inconvenience. Brushing past, he thought silently, "Do I have to intervene every time someone is reckless? Are the annoying ones trying to kill everyone? Being famous is truly hard." Narukami Subaru's words left the purple-haired man shocked. What did you just say?" Narukami Subaru stopped, not turning his head, and said coldly, "I need to make one thing clear. We are not comrades, only walking the same path." His eyes shone with icy sharpness. The scene shifted to the gathering area of the Conrad Kingdom on the outskirts. A sea of people gathered before the city gates, astonishing everyone. "Wow, hunting monsters or attending a festival, why is it so crowded?" The mercenaries buzzed, unable to believe so many had come for the dungeon. Amid the crowd, Demon, a famous S-rank mercenary with a scarred face, held Narukami Subaru's letter and sneered, "Really?" He mocked Raymond, an E-rank, not believing a weakling would dare appear. In his heart, Demon planned to make Narukami Subaru prey for the dungeon's vultures. The livestream viewers immediately warned that the channel was a nickname for those who specialized in killing weak-ranked soldiers for profit. Demon's aura thickened. He roared an order to the entire army. "Move now. What are you hesitating for?" Meanwhile, at the Osman Kingdom's gathering area on the outskirts, in the yard, a tense confrontation occurred when Captain Omar Schneider was insulted in front of his subordinates. Omar Schneider asked in surprise, "Bold, dare to stand here and threaten?" The one who appeared was the spearman of Blue Zone. He mocked Miles Nader for failing to hear due to age. He declared, "Half of you should withdraw, we are joining this sweep operation." Omar Schneider coldly asked if this was an order from Kyojo Kazuki. The spearman corrected himself. "You should call me guild leader." He blamed Omar Schneider for losing a valuable item, insulting him. 10 years of training and new soldiers lose teeth. You should retire." The insults made Omar Schneider's subordinates angry, ready to draw weapons. Weapons were raised, but the Blue Zone spearman still turned his back, thinking they were lucky to have him to seize Thunder Cave. Seeing him trying to silence the other, Omar Schneider stopped him in time and admitted, "He speaks nonsense, but it's true, shame on us brothers." Omar Schneider resolved this time. Surely he would conquer Thunder Cave soon. Troops advanced into the dark mountain gorge between steep cliffs. Damon observed and judged the location unsafe. The entrance opening and closing rhythmically gave an artificial feeling. He looked toward Thunder Cave appearing with sharp stone pillars surrounded by lightning. Demon explained, "Usually strong electric currents hit the entrance continuously. No one can enter outside a fixed time frame." Hearing this, Narukami Subaru asked curiously, "How many times have you challenged Thunder Cave?" Demon admitted this was the third attempt, with fewer than 10 surviving soldiers. Subaru wondered about the reason for accompanying. Demon bluntly said, "I'm only targeting the Thunder Ruins." He shared that he was too tired of the mercenary life always facing death. If he could seize it, he would retire. To the question of going to the end, Demon waved it off. "Only a fool would do that. You are still optimistic because you don't know how terrifying this place is." He turned to Narukami Subaru with disdain, reminding him, "Especially you E rank, better see nothing at all." Demon also issued a warning. "If you want to log out, do it quickly, don't slow me down." In the dark night, the scouts descended to the threatening gate. A grueling journey was about to begin. Demon looked up at the lightning-filled sky and announced, "In about an hour, the thunder will stop temporarily. The entrance will appear." He warned of the danger. The mercenaries caught a small yellow squirrel and threw it straight toward the dungeon gate. Immediately, a strong lightning strike hit, incinerating the creature before the group. He turned to Narukami Subaru and reminded, "If you don't want to end up like this, rest until then." While the livestream audience grew impatient waiting for the start, Narukami Subaru stood silently, eyes glued to his shoes. Demon snapped, "E-rank, do you hear me?" Subaru ignored him, mind dominated by a familiar feeling, like the test on Millennium Mountain long ago. Going to a dungeon as if going to school, Subaru looked at Demon in astonishment. He stepped forward and touched the lightning-struck rock wall. System alert. Lightning core resistance required. His body must resist the electric shock. Golden sparks exploded as the lightning core tested intruders. Those around gasped, "How does he withstand it?" The resonance between Thunder Cave and Lightning Core created a dazzling explosion of light. The Lightning Core dissipated, revealing the centuries-hidden thunder accumulation secret. Narukami Subaru raised his electrified hand toward the beam of light. The rock wall collapsed, leaving a radiant gap in the darkness. From the rubble, a small item emitting a blue glow slowly fell to the ground. The mercenaries froze in delighted shock, crying out in disbelief that it was the Thunder Relic, their eyes blazing at the sight of the treasure. Demon stood rooted to the spot, stammering in utter panic, asking how he could possibly have done that. Narukami Subaru bent down and picked up the treasure, silently wondering if it had been waiting for someone with enough potential like him to appear. But just as Narukami Subaru touched the Thunder Relic, a crimson surge of killing intent shot straight toward him. Stream viewers were also stunned by the sudden vicious turn of events. Narukami Subaru instantly tilted his body, dodging the sneak attack from behind. The system issued an urgent warning, stating that he had been attacked by a member of an allied raid party and could counterattack without penalty. Narukami Subaru turned his head back, and the one standing opposite him at that moment was Demon, his face full of treachery. The infamous mercenary stepped forward, his gaze overflowing with greed and malice. Demon growled a threat, saying he had merely gotten lucky, and that he had better hand the item over if he knew what was good for him. Narukami Subaru calmly asked why he had to obey him. Demon's subordinates immediately chimed in, insisting that the items here should belong to the natives, not an outsider like him. Demon smiled viciously, swung his weapon and growled, asking whether Narukami Subaru knew the fear of death. Narukami Subaru coldly admitted that it was true. He understood that dying in a dungeon was not real death, but the pain and fear of standing at death's door were still enough to shatter one's spirit. Demon licked his lips with a bloodthirsty look, declaring that he was already far too used to sending outsiders to the other side. Witnessing that brutality, the young man accompanying Narukami Subaru realized the rumors about Conrad mercenaries murdering players were true, and he was filled with regret. In a panic, the purple-haired man hurriedly tried to stop them, telling everyone to calm down, sit down, and divide the shares peacefully. However, before he could finish speaking, a ferocious slash left him gravely wounded. Seeing blood already spilled, the mercenaries smugly took it as an excuse to act. In the next instant, Narukami Subaru moved like a ghost, cutting through the enemy's defenses. Mercenaries were terrified to see their comrade taken down so easily, unable to believe he was only E rank. What the hell was going on? Narukami Subaru flashed swiftly through the encirclement. Each of his slashes was cold and insidious, leaving his opponents no time to react. He looked straight at the enemy and mockingly asked whether not being taken down in one move was something to be proud of, whether that was the only pride of those self-proclaimed S-ranks like them. Forced into a corner, Demon screamed in terror that he had deceived him. He demanded to know Narukami Subaru's true identity. Narukami Subaru unleashed an extremely powerful lightning strike, knocking away Demon's weapon and sending him collapsing on the spot. The mercenary trembled in humiliation, gritting his teeth as he cursed him as a magic swordsman, only strong because he relied on his weapon. Standing tall before the defeated man, Narukami Subaru coldly replied that since he had lost, he should stop. Acting arrogant, if he wanted premium gear, he should top up and buy it himself. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he said that man no longer had a chance to use it anyway. Demon only time to scream in resentment, cursing him as a little brat. Before a decisive slash sent him out of the game, the system coldly announced that you had personally eliminated Demon. Seeing that terrifying scene, the people around them could only stare in shock and gasp. Narukami Subaru held the glowing item, glanced at the purple-haired man, and asked whether he wanted to possess this thing as well. Overwhelmed by that oppressive power, the purple-haired man hurriedly dropped to his knees, worshipping Narukami Subaru like a god and affirming that the item belonged to him. The stream viewers burst into laughter, saying Narukami Subaru was being worshipped no differently from a deity. After putting away his weapon, Narukami Subaru quietly walked through the heavy silence hanging over the entire party. Subaru decisively ordered them to keep moving. The whole group trudged deeper into the dungeon, where golden lightning continuously struck the red stone walls. Following Narukami Subaru's mysterious back, the red-haired girl worriedly asked whether it was all right to follow him, then tremblingly concluded that he was far from normal. As they advanced deeper into the dungeon, the purple-haired man whispered that as long as they did not provoke him, Narukami Subaru would not go too far, because a streamer had to maintain his image. Calmly scrolled through the comments mocking Narukami Subaru as someone who clung to others to make money, then smugly thought to himself, "Later I'll post an expose about him." Surprise! Suddenly, a tremendous explosion rang out. Crimson stone pillars surged up from the ground with currents of electricity, blocking the path. Panic quickly spread when everyone realized that both the way forward and the way back had been completely sealed off. While his teammates were still bewildered by the cave's abnormal transformation, Narukami Subaru spoke up, telling them to listen carefully. The first creatures in this cave were the Thunder Wolves. Immediately afterward, pairs of emerald blue eyes flashed in the darkness. A pack of ferocious electrified wolves slowly advanced and surrounded them. Narukami Subaru warned that their numbers were immense, and if they fought them one by one, the whole party would be exhausted before the battle ended. After saying that, he suddenly charged straight forward, while his teammates behind him cried out in despair that without him carrying them, they would be finished. Narukami Subaru silently thought that there was still one way to shorten the battle, and that was to strike directly at the pack's leader. Unlike ordinary creatures within a pack of Thunder Wolves, the smallest one was the supreme ruler, the Thunder Wolf King. Narukami Subaru launched into the air, swinging a powerful slash that tore apart the wolf charging toward him. Immediately, he activated the skill Cloud Step, allowing him to walk through the air for 3 brief seconds, no different from walking on clouds. He stepped hard against the void, using the momentum to shoot upward and confront the colossal monster below head-on. As he soared through the air, the figure of his former teammate Tashiya suddenly surfaced in Narukami Subaru's mind. Feeling the strange resonance between lightning and memory, he silently asked Tashiya if this was the feeling he had once experienced. Immediately afterward, the ferocious thunder wolves surrounded him from every direction at once. One bared its fangs and lunged from behind, intending to unleash a fatal pounce. Without the slightest hesitation, Narukami Subaru immediately spun around and swung his sword. The sword strike created a violent thunderous explosion, blasting back the enemy's attack. Amid the thick clouds of dust and flashing arcs of electricity, he planted his feet firmly on the ground. Even as the pack of wolves growled threateningly around him, Narukami Subaru remained terrifyingly calm. A lightning wolf charged wildly forward, accompanied by a deafening roar, but lightning surged violently into the nameless magic sword. Narukami Subaru curled his lips in pride, racing against electricity. "You are just a backup, I am the main source." A fierce slash, carrying immense destructive power, tore the monster apart in midair. The system continuously notified that he had defeated the Lightning Wolf King, immediately calming the wolves' frenzy. As his strength, agility, and stamina stats increased, Narukami Subaru strolled leisurely among the trembling defeated. He recalled the old teaching that as long as he defeated the leader, he would claim victory and gain control over all. Their leader had fallen, and the remaining lightning wolves now, all bowed completely under Narukami Subaru's aura. The system confirmed he had successfully tamed this species and could control them through lightning blood. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, the purple-haired young man froze, exclaiming, "What just happened, Narukami Subaru?" Narukami Subaru replied coldly, "A small matter like a rabbit. Keep moving or you'll be late for the live stream." As the command sounded, Narukami Subaru strode proudly with the entire wolf pack. His teammates could only stand in stunned amazement. They could not understand why the ferocious monsters, the dungeon's terror, suddenly became loyal and obedient to him. Narukami Subaru silently advanced deeper into the cave with his new army. Deeper inside, Narukami Subaru suddenly stopped, observing his surroundings and murmuring softly. Seeing the treacherous terrain with red cliffs crackling with lightning, he realized this place was perfect for executing his plan. Eyes glinting coldly beneath his mask, Narukami Subaru commanded the wolves behind him, "It's time, howl loudly." Instantly, the wolf pack lifted their heads and howled, the sound echoing and shaking the entire dungeon. Truly a death-calling chorus, folks. Bright golden lightning struck continuously from the cliffs and synced with the beast's howls, creating a terrifying scene. The sound was so loud that the purple-haired man screamed in horror, "Narukami Subaru, what the hell are you doing?" From the dark cracks on the cliff, hordes of mutated creatures began pouring out. It was a massive legion of insects, with blue eyes and wings flapping relentlessly. Drawn by the howls, they rushed forward like a flood. Surrounded, the purple-haired man panicked, running and shouting, "Hey, are you trying to make an insect hotpot with all this summoning?" Unlike his panicked teammate, Narukami Subaru drew the magic sword glowing with red spiritual energy. He declared that he would turn this suffocating encirclement into a hunt, in his signature style. Watching the monsters charge, Narukami Subaru coldly told his companions not to worry. The lightning wolves' support was enough. Terrified, the purple-haired man stammered, "So what should we do?" Narukami Subaru merely glanced with contempt, reminding them that from the start they were just freeloaders. Narukami Subaru commanded coldly, "So find a way to survive on your own." Finishing his words, he stood proudly in the circle of roaring monsters, gripping his sword, ready to wipe everything in front of him. Meanwhile, in a modern room, the atmosphere was tense as Narukami Subaru's livestream played on the big screen. The monster's howls reverberated through the space, sending chills down everyone's spines. Sitting silently on the sofa, Kyojo Kazuki observed the battlefield through the screen. His eyes glowed with seriousness at the unpredictable events in the lightning cave. Hasuka anxiously asked if it was safe to let Narukami Subaru act like this. John Teo calmly replied, "It is the streamer's decision, and they can do nothing more." He pointed out that this situation was slightly different, especially seeing the flood of messages requesting to tag along on the screen. John Teo smirked, calling it a free ride, because those people's skills were far from capable of clearing the lightning cave themselves. He thought that although troublesome, letting them come along would help avoid negative comments from the audience. However, John Teo also warned that if the free ride's fame spread, people would cling to Narukami Subaru like ants to honey. John Teo's eyes sharpened as he realized the young man's real intent. Narukami Subaru was using them as an example, to warn everyone never to freeload again. In the dark dungeon, Narukami Subaru frantically swept through the monsters with cold slashes, treating them as nothing more than mobile experience points. The system continuously sent level-up notifications while enhancing his strength, stamina, and focus stats. Narukami Subaru stood tall on the battlefield, eyes behind the mask glowing with formidable power. Around him, monster corpses piled up, proof of his merciless sweep. He spoke coldly, "By now, no one should be questioning why I separated to go alone." On the livestream, the audience was shocked by his overwhelming power and coldness. Some admired him, others thought he went too far. Narukami Subaru stood proudly among the ruins, gripping his blood-stained sword, then issued a stern warning. "Anyone still trying to freeload better prepare mentally." Narukami Subaru's warning rang across the screen as he stood tall in the battle-stained dungeon. Witnessing the calculated display, John Teo could not help but burst into delighted laughter on the sofa. He realized Narukami Subaru was not simple enough to ignore the weight of his words before the audience. Every step, every word was calculated for maximum media effect. John Teo smirked slightly, eyes showing admiration, conceding that this boy was indeed a top-tier gamer and streamer. At that moment, Hasuka's phone rang incessantly, displaying the caller as the troublesome boss. She sighed and answered, intending to claim she was busy, but John Teo's shouting on the other end froze her. It was news about Narukami Subaru again. Hasuka froze, asking what had happened. John Teo immediately asked if she had informed Narukami Subaru about the forum post recruiting freeloaders. Hasuka calmly replied, "I already told him." John Teo narrowed his eyes, suspecting the entire scheme was orchestrated by Hasuka from the start. Facing the boss's assumption, Hasuka coldly threatened, saying directly, "I don't have time to listen to your speculation." John Teo quickly regained composure and issued an urgent request. She must keep a copy of that forum post. With a powerful smile, he declared firmly, "It's time to open their eyes. Let them know Narukami Subaru is backed by a powerful corporation." Meanwhile, in the dark dungeon, the deafening roars of the lightning wolves suddenly resounded. Wolves with blue electric fur charged madly, attacking anyone in sight. A fierce battle erupted, forcing everyone to brace against deadly strikes. Amid the chaos and injuries, a team member panicked, loudly calling the leader's name, Omar Schneider. Omar Schneider strode out with a giant spear in hand, eyes blazing sternly as he faced the 7 surrounding monsters. During the chaos, a Blue Zone member was suddenly attacked by a lightning wolf and gravely injured. He angrily shouted at Omar Schneider, "You envied my talent, so you used the wolf to hurt me, right?" Omar Schneider remained expressionless, his eyes hardening with determination as he thought to himself, "Found the person." Omar Schneider firmly gripped the weapon in his hand. He unleashed a powerful shove, sending the blue zone soldier crashing to the ground. The man stammered in terror, "Are you joking with me?" At the same time, the savage lightning wolves charged from every direction. Omar Schneider hesitated not a moment, swinging the spear in his hand immediately. The spear pierced straight through the head of the lightning wolf directly in front of him. Amid the scattered monsters, Omar Schneider still heard the Brujan soldier sneer. "Thought you were going to show off, but it turns out you're only handling a trivial beast." Omar Schneider commanded coldly, "Sit down." Offended, the man growled, "You ordering me around? Fine, let's see who's stronger." Before he could finish, he suddenly froze, as if sensing something far more terrifying. A greater threat appeared. Surrounded by a dense pack of lightning wolves, the blue zone soldier shouted in panic, "What's happening?" Nader looked back with disdain, coldly remarking that both he and his superiors were just frogs at the bottom of a well. He sternly warned the arrogant soldier to retreat immediately if he wished to keep the last shred of dignity. The man could only grit his teeth and curse silently as Omar walked away. Omar Schneider silently advanced deeper into the dungeon, still gripping the blue glowing spear. Elsewhere, Narukami Subaru was ready, his eyes behind the mask flashing threatening blue sparks. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended. From the cliff, a giant creature with sharp teeth and a slimy coating appeared, the system confirming it as the Thunder Ma boss. Facing the horrifying beast, Narukami Subaru channeled all his thunder power into his body. Narukami Subaru immediately lunged forward. He delivered a punch as heavy as 1,000 pounds, striking the monstrous form of Thunder Ma. Black electricity erupted violently, shattering the creature's defenses with a thunderous crash, spraying slime everywhere. After quickly clearing the obstacles, Narukami Subaru slowly stepped through the ruined, desolate scene. Observing from afar, Omar Schneider reflected on the 3 grueling years he had spent just to reach this position. But Narukami Subaru soon realized a cold truth. The lightning dungeon had truly only just begun from this moment. Before the enormous red door covered in strange patterns, he gradually understood what Omar Schneider had mentioned. A true lightning dungeon appeared towering, with massive stone columns radiating a suffocating pressure. The system immediately confirmed that Narukami Subaru was entering the first Thunder Gate. Standing before the massive red stone gate, Narukami Subaru thought that the Thunder Cave still resembled an ordinary dungeon. All of that had been just a warm-up. According to Omar Schneider, the real change only begins when he crosses this boundary. Before Narukami Subaru were blazing red reliefs, depicting an ancient dragon. Meanwhile, viewers on the stream continued to buzz with discussion. Many even claimed they were just scribbles, incomprehensible. Omar Schneider recalled his period of intense training, admitting he had spent more than 5 years just to get past this first gate. Suddenly, a few sharp-eyed viewers began to notice the shadow of a dragon hidden in the drawing. "Guys, did the dragon in the painting just wink at me?" At that very moment, the ground shook violently. The seemingly lifeless lines stirred to life. Omar Schneider challenged aloud, "How long do you think it will take you?" The system immediately analyzed the compatibility between Subaru's lightning power and the challenge. Thunder power roars across the sky whenever lightning strikes, and ultimately, everything stems from the same force. Narukami Subaru wondered if the reward here was linked to the lightning he possessed. Though both of the thunder type, he understood that did not mean their skills functioned the same. Suddenly, an immense pressure spread, condensing into a legendary creature glowing with blue lightning, filling the space. The system coldly announced the appearance of the supreme entity, the Thunder Judge Ragnar. Narukami Subaru stares. The giant dragon emerged from the void. "You're the one who defeated the wolf warrior Greg, right?" While acknowledging the young man's strength, Omar Schneider still warned gravely, "But you'd better not dream of defeating Ragnar." Narukami Subaru shivered slightly, sweat streaming down as he felt the suffocating pressure. He thought he only fought Greg for the mission. Ragnar's challenge was a true nightmare, changing unpredictably and brutally with every appearance. At times, it stripped all senses from intruders, trapping them in pitch darkness and utter solitude. Ragnar could even summon massive deformed monsters, forcing players into endless survival battles. Amid the blue spiritual energy, the Judge Ragnar appeared imposingly, his bright eyes looking at the masked man and asking, "Here to conquer or become prey?" Without hesitation, Narukami Subaru replied resolutely, "Exactly." The proud answer ignited the chat, exciting and mocking the confidence of a rookie. Ragnar smirked with pleasure. The ancient entity believed Subaru had proven his worth through many trials, then commanded, "Show what you're hiding." Narukami Subaru froze, staring at his arm humming with electricity. He wondered about the lightning traces and why Omar Schneider had never mentioned them. Ragnar approached, recognizing Subaru as the one who truly opened the Thunder Gate. Looking at the glowing crystal in Subaru's hand, Ragnar asked in a deep voice, "Could it be that besides you, someone else possesses this?" Subaru paused. He suddenly remembered the bearded man wielding a lightning spear he had encountered earlier. But Ragnar immediately denied it, confirming that man had not opened the gate but merely happened to pick up a crystallized dungeon energy stone. The real reveals itself, the fake is exposed. Subaru realized he alone truly possessed the lightning power. Ragnar roared, "Now I grant you a challenge. Swallow it." Before him were traces of lightning, the mysterious crystal of an undetermined rank. Crystallized from ancient thunder across the skies, the treasure in Subaru's hand made him ponder its immense value. Even the stream viewers began teasing that he could sell it and live comfortably for life. But before him lay a risky choice, with pain potentially surpassing all imagination. Murakami Subaru squinted, wondering if he should continue gambling with this game. He understood that overcoming the Ragnarok trial might not bring any reward more worthwhile than this crystal, though swallowing that pure energy source would be a waste. Murakami Subaru had planned to save it for a later trial. Looking at the colossal dragon entity towering before him, he told himself that retreating now would be far too humiliating. His pride was higher than the tower itself. Moreover, it would be a disgrace almost impossible to wash away for that blue-eyed name. Without the slightest hesitation, Murakami Subaru decisively swallowed the trace of lightning radiance, and the system immediately rang out with a shocking notification: "You have swallowed the trace of lightning radiance. The trial begins." The gate trial was now taking place inside your body. Digesting this thing was by no means easy. A berserk surge of thunder erupted within him, making Murakami Subaru widen his eyes in terror and agony. The power of lightning seemed intent on tearing him apart from the inside, turning his body into the center of destruction. While Murakami Subaru writhed as he fought against death, inside the private room, Hasuka angrily shouted at the screen, "Did that damned bug know how much that stone was worth?" She clawed at her hair in regret, because she understood all too well that Murakami Subaru was just as obsessed with money as anyone else. Though her mouth kept cursing, Hasuka's eyes were filled with worry. She silently prayed that he would survive this calamity unharmed. Hasuka immediately picked up her phone and called someone named Kiyoharu. "Hello Kiyoharu, I am almost there." The other end replied very calmly, "You are here already. I suppose that place is rather close to you as well." Hasuka sat silently in the dark room, her pensive eyes fixed on the glowing phone. She answered with a grave expression and spoke, "Hey, what happened?" On the other end, Kiyoharu spoke in a trembling voice, "I am truly sorry." But Hasuka had no intention of letting it pass. She cut him off coldly. "This is your last chance. If you cannot do it, do not show your face to me again." Hasuka almost ground out every word so the other person would understand that she had no way back. In her heart, she frantically told herself, "You know very well how desperate I am, right?" Hanging up after a sigh, Hasuka coldly left one final wish. "Fine, good luck with the surveillance." She quietly sat before her desk, her calculating gaze falling on the card bearing Kiyoharu's name. At the same time, elsewhere, a purple-haired young man stared at the screen in shock and blurted out in astonishment, "Impossible." The scene abruptly shifted to the 5th floor, where the forging god Burin reigned. Amid the brilliant sunset, a majestic and splendid palace appeared in imposing grandeur. Murakami Subaru slowly walked across the vast courtyard. He slightly raised his gaze toward the ancient architecture and sighed inwardly. "So this is the old home, but why does my stomach hurt a little today?" But that nostalgic feeling was quickly wiped away when the system reported that the lightning radiance trial had activated inside his body. Azure bolts of lightning erupted violently, engulfing Murakami Subaru's figure. His eyes flared with golden light, radiating terrifying pressure. Blood vessels stood out clearly, showing that his body was enduring horrific devastation. The system continuously announced, "The trace of lightning radiance has stabilized inside your body. Magic power increased by 1. Murakami Subaru gritted his teeth and endured as his weakness stat kept jumping from 67 all the way to 73. Amid the bone-deep pain, he sensed a violent pulse assaulting even his smallest meridians. This time the feeling was completely different from before. Something was strangling and blocking the flow of magic power, leaving Murakami Subaru unable to move as he wished. The system kept warning that the trace of lightning radiance was spreading and gradually taking control of his body. Murakami Subaru gritted his teeth bitterly, feeling death closing in. "Too greedy, and now it is stuck in my throat, save me." Suddenly, another source of energy rose from deep within him. The system reported that the lightning radiance heart was fiercely resisting the trace of lightning radiance. Murakami Subaru froze before that strange resonance. Wasn't it only an equipment item? Although his magic power had increased, his weakness stat had already reached 81, causing him to collapse. These two powers seemed similar, but their essence was completely different. A thought flashed through Murakami Subaru's mind. He realized that the true hint from the judge was not to swallow that crystal, but to swallow the lightning radiance heart as well to create balance. Without the slightest hesitation, he brought the only crystal to his mouth and swallowed it. In an instant, an earth-shaking collision of energy erupted within his body, making the lightning around Murakami Subaru burst forth more violently than ever. The berserk power from the two sources of lightning radiance clashed, forming a pillar of light that shook the entire space. From within the blazing golden current, the figure of a colossal, majestic dragon gradually emerged, enveloping Murakami Subaru's small body. Before the towering judge, Ragnar Slight curled his lips in satisfaction and spoke. Waiting for you to finish eating made my neck ache. An earth-shaking surge of energy exploded, turning the entire space into a raging sea of thunder. At the heart of the storm, Narukami Subaru stood proudly, his white hair shining brightly and his golden eyes brimming with authority. Right in the center of his chest, the thunder heart beat rapidly, radiating the dazzling light of supreme power. Narukami Subaru painfully clutched his chest, where the lightning radiant's heart continued to resonate without pause. Witnessing that scene, Ragnar spoke softly. Such a fine thing, yet you use it like you are trying to break it. Looking at you leaves me too tired to speak. The ancient entity mocked Narukami Subaru's immaturity, but did not forget to acknowledge it. Still, realizing that on your own is rather meaningful. Narukami Subaru collapsed to his knees on the ground, his breathing ragged from exhaustion. He snapped in fatigue. Are you kidding me? I almost died in there. Ragnar loomed among the bolts of electricity, clearly stating that even the previous master of lightning radiance had never tamed this thing. Even so, the colossal dragon entity's eyes shone with expectation as he looked at the young man. This time I place great hope in you. Golden spiritual power from Ragnar poured straight into Narukami Subaru's body, causing the system to report level-ups one after another. The lightning radiance skill level successively passed level 3, level 4, and finally reached level 5 amid the eruption of divine power. The lightning radiance skill rank was officially raised to S rank, a level far beyond all imagination. Meanwhile, at the dungeon entrance, the atmosphere suddenly fell strangely silent. Captain Omar Schneider and the warriors stood stunned as the terrifying thunder phenomenon ahead abruptly vanished. Omar Schneider looked into the empty space, his dirt-smeared face clearly showing shock mixed with disbelief as he blurted out, "It vanished." Omar Schneider and his team went deathly still when they realized the dragon painting on the rock wall had completely disappeared. The bald soldier spoke in panic. "Captain, this place looks too empty, or is it just me? The dragon is gone. Show up late for the exam and even the test paper disappears." Schneider stared fixedly at the blank rock wall. No, his gaze sharpened, filled with deep thought. He confirmed in a low voice, "I have not even had time to begin the test. Someone definitely slipped in before us and interfered with this." "Hey." The Blue Zone soldier traveling with them turned pale upon hearing that and asked in alarm, "What? There is someone else besides us. Do not tell me it is Narukami Subaru." He began to lose patience, shouting that whether it was a dragon painting or a dragon tattoo did not matter. What they needed to do was hurry, or someone else would snatch everything first. He was frantic with worry. "Are you planning to let him sweep up all the rewards before we get there?" Omar Schneider suddenly stopped, glanced sideways with contempt, and asked in return, "Do you think I went through all this effort to come here just for those rewards?" Contrary to his teammates' anxiety, Omar Schneider gave a mysterious smile. He understood inwardly that everything had finally begun to shift, now that someone else had truly reached the very depths of the Lightning Radiance cavern. Omar Schneider strode forward, closing in on the Blue Zone soldier with killing intent that chilled the spine. He warned through gritted teeth that he was in a good mood, and anyone who wanted a beating was free to speak up. Under that suffocating pressure, the man trembled and replied, "Fine, I understand." To dispel the tense atmosphere, the Blue Zone soldier hurriedly spoke up to reassure them that there was no need to rush. He recalled the time he had faced Narukami Subaru in the tournament, and been taken down with a single slash. But then he sneered again, believing that even two Narukami Subarus would not be able to easily overcome the trials ahead. Every guess was wrong, yet he loved making pronouncements. Omar Schneider led the army deeper into the darkness, solemnly reminding everyone to stay vigilant, as witnessing the first conquest of the Thunder Luminous Cave required life itself as a prerequisite. The Blue Zone soldiers following behind looked on with suspicion, wondering if Omar Schneider intended to surpass the trial alone, and what awaited them ahead. All fell silent before the colossal stone gate radiating a threatening crimson spiritual energy. Beyond the blazing red door, the true destination of the Thunder Luminous Cave appeared, and Omar Schneider silently guessed that Narukami Subaru had long passed through here. The system announced that they had officially entered the second Thunder Luminous Gate. Before them lay a dark, majestic hall, leading straight to a raised platform. A jagged throne radiating suffocating pressure dominated the center of the hall, and the system issued a mysterious command, "Sit on the throne." Omar Schneider silently led the army forward. Observing the scene closely, he frowned, concluding that the situation was dangerous. They did not see Narukami Subaru anywhere. He must have gone to fight elsewhere. The Blue Zone soldiers asked in shock, but Omar Schneider confirmed that Narukami Subaru was not present here. That man snapped, telling Omar Schneider to stop mentioning Narukami Subaru and suggested the opponent might just be sitting on the throne and continue advancing. Omar Schneider immediately denied this, saying it was entirely impossible. Facing their questions, he stepped forward, eyes fixed on the space ahead, highly alert. The system issued a blazing red warning. They had intruded into the throne's territory. A massive blue lightning pillar suddenly fell from above, creating a cataclysmic explosion, scattering the entire formation. Amid the violent electric flashes, the system announced the presence of the Guardian. A thunder-luminous knight appeared, a giant warrior in silver armor glittering with electric energy, emerging from the void, ready to crush the intruders. Witnessing the terrifying entity, the Blue Zone members were shocked. The thunder-luminous knight is a boss. How could a human become like this? Caution was imperative. Omar Schneider silently observed, knowing that no one could advance without defeating this guardian. Memories of past failure surged back, haunting Omar Schneider. It was the solid wall he once faced, one that no one had surpassed in the past 10 years. The entity, glowing amidst blue lightning, the thunder-luminous knight Peleus. Omar Schneider recalled the name he had introduced during their encounter. The first time the thunder-luminous knight revealed his true identity to a challenger, Omar Schneider pondered the strange coincidence and shared it with Narukami Subaru. He wondered if they were two different people with the same name. Both had trials related to Thunder Luminous, reasonably considered as one. But Omar Schneider did not understand why the secret had never been revealed. Only in a life-or-death moment did he realize. Looking at Narukami Subaru, he confirmed that the boy's Thunder Luminous skills were directly connected to that knight. Therefore, he had hoped Narukami Subaru would appear before reaching here, but reality did not meet expectation. Back in the dark hall, the clanking footsteps of Peleus echoed harshly on the cold stone. The knight loomed from the electro-bone mist, speaking slowly again after 10 years, Omar Schneider. The companions gripped their weapons tightly. Peleus looked at the group and asked, "What are you waiting for?" Omar Schneider acknowledged the opponent grasped the situation quickly. When Peleus asked if he had met the one expected, he gritted his teeth. Not yet, still not yet. Realizing the gravity, Omar Schneider gripped his sword tightly, silently commanding the army to encircle Peleus. Blocking every retreat, the soldiers surged forward, pressing against the thunder-luminous knight, radiating threatening blue spiritual energy. Realizing the danger was approaching, Omar Schneider panicked, halted, knowing that rushing blindly would only increase casualties. But it was already too late. Flash infused with peak lightning tore through space, causing the vanguard fell instantly. Omar Schneider stood motionless. Sweat streamed as he witnessed his comrades taken down effortlessly. He bitterly realized cheap tricks were ineffective against the thunder-luminous knight, eyes blazing with anxiety at the overwhelming power. Despite warnings, the long-haired warrior shouted aggressively, "Back off if you can't handle it. I'll do it myself." Plenty of confidence, limited skill. He lunged, concentrating force into a direct strike against Peleus. A blinding burst of spiritual energy erupted as the sword struck the electric armor, but before the pressure, he only gritted his teeth in hatred, entirely pushed back. Awakening in the dark cave, face smeared with blood, Narukami Subaru groaned as pain coursed through his body. Looking at the streak of dried blood on the cracked mask, he wondered if he had slept deeply, leaving his face bruised. On the other side of the screen, nearly 12,000 viewers continuously mocked him. Some even bluntly demanded he hurry onto the stage. Combined with Hawkeye if he intended pass out again, Narukami Subaru remembered the explosive effect from the previous collaboration, realizing combining with Hawkeye and the large audience was the perfect stepping stone. Looking at his hand still tingling with electric charge, he thought, "Fine, join in." The status board showed pressure stats, level 37, but Narukami Subaru's exhaustion had reached 71. The alarming figure worried him, but he quickly steadied his mind, must continue. In the dark hall, the confrontation between Omar Schneider and the thunder-luminous knight entered a fierce phase. Blue lightning slashed through space as Omar Schneider's spear struck the knight's electric sword. He channeled lightning energy to unleash a purple slash, breaking defenses, sparks flying from collisions, demonstrating the terrifying pressure both exerted on each other. He thought 10 years of training, still only a punching bag for others to practice on. The subordinate behind sneered, asserting he was merely a tool, nothing more, nothing less. Prey offered to provoke the captain's pride. The thunder-luminous knight did not give him time to think, continuing to swing the sword relentlessly. In the moment of crisis, the figure of Narukami Subaru appeared. That image resurfaced in Omar Schneider's mind, making him wonder who had actually defeated him. Relentless clashes forced Omar Schneider to grit his teeth and endure. He painfully realized that 10 years of perseverance were still not enough to withstand such overwhelming power. Omar Schneider began to tire, wondering how long he could hold on. At most 2 minutes, maybe only one. Around him, his teammates were gradually knocked back by the blue blade of the Thunder Knight, creating a scene of devastation. With no retreat, Omar Schneider decided to stake everything on a final strike, channeling all his essence into a critical blow. He gathered the last of his strength and lunged into a direct clash. But the moment the weapons met, the opponent's sword effortlessly blocked the attack. Thunder Knight Peleus had seen through all of his efforts and commented softly, "Well done, 10 years of training have not been wasted." Yet, just as the finishing blow was about to land, everything unexpectedly changed. A brilliant golden thunder erupted violently, halting the duel with an explosion that shook the entire space. Peleus staggered back in shock, his eyes narrowed cautiously. From the dense smoke, the tall figure of Narukami Subaru gradually emerged, body covered in wounds yet surrounded by blazing golden lightning. Narukami Subaru glided past the fallen Omar Schneider and coldly commanded, "Fall back." In his current state, staying here would only make things more complicated. Not giving his opponent time to react, Narukami Subaru dashed forward, magic sword colliding with Peleus' thunder blade, shaking the hall. Amid the sparks, Narukami Subaru spoke in a deep tone, "Greetings, master. I am here to repay you with my sword." The high-level duel left all onlookers frozen in terror. The bold soldier trembled. "What is happening?" Amid the chaos, Subaru still stared at the knight and said, "I have heard the entire story." Facing the old benefactor, the Thunder Knight slowly removed his heavy helmet. He spoke solemnly, "I am not sure you remember this face, so allow me to greet you formally." As the iron armor was removed, a horrifying visage was revealed, shocking the livestream audience. "It is me, Peleus." Half of his face had decayed, leaving everyone pitying him and wondering what he had endured. Peleus looked at Narukami Subaru with reverence. "I did not know where you went after that moment, but I always believed that as long as I came here, the day would surely come." Reunited, Narukami Subaru fell silent, heart heavy with sorrow, wondering how much time had passed since then. Peleus realized he truly came from another world. He had stopped counting time after 100 years, and suspected Subaru did not belong here, as the lightning trial could repeat at will. Narukami Subaru asked in shock what had happened to the villagers, and why Peleus' body was so deteriorated. Painful memories flooded Peleus' mind, engulfed by raging flames. After Narukami Subaru left, the giants' raids continued, eventually leveling the entire village. Peleus choked back tears, saying he was the sole survivor. He had sworn to be strong like his life's benefactor. For that reason, he relentlessly pursued the power that Narukami Subaru once possessed until the very end, finding the path into the cave and laying eyes on that immense energy. Yet, for one unworthy of touching that power, the price was far harsher than he had imagined. Zeus bitterly admitted that his desire for that power had nearly extinguished his light. Worse, the vow bound him in the cave forever. Peleus stood tall amidst the lightning, planting his sword into the ground, and declared, All I can do is patiently wait for your return." Through the quiet night, Asaji's steps glided slowly over the tall grass. Her heart was heavy with thought. Asaji sighed softly, telling herself he might get angry upon learning this. Asaji's eyes were filled with sadness. She bitterly realized the problem was not that the relic could not be retrieved, but that she had chosen not to. Lost in guilt, Asaji suddenly froze, eyes wide with caution as she sensed familiar pressure ahead. Asaji hurried to the old wooden house now covered with cold blue ice. Seeing the desolation, she worried, "Oh, he's really angry now." Asaji cautiously approached, slipping through the frozen door crack to observe. She held her breath as she saw wild spiritual energy tearing through the room. Summoning all her courage, Asaji dodged sharp ice shards and stepped inside. The moment she stepped in, a powerful spiritual explosion threw her back, nearly impaled by shards of ice. Asaji screamed in panic, "This is too much. Are you trying to kill me?" The sound of dry footsteps echoed on the stone floor. From the shadows, a tall man with long silver hair stepped forward, calling her name as if addressing an enemy. Under that suffocating pressure, Asaji froze. The silver-haired man said she should pay with her life. Terrified, she bowed quickly to apologize. He asked directly, "You intentionally let him keep it, right?" Asaji tried to deny, but under his sharp gaze, she admitted, "Yes." Asaji looked into the void, her golden sad eyes explaining that though she could not see his face clearly yet, the feeling the boy gave was like Narukami Subaru back then, so she let him keep it, trusting he was no ordinary person. Seeing Asaji's guilty expression, Anaka spoke gently. "Understood. Looks like I've caused you quite some trouble. Because you returned safely, let it be considered even." Asaji asked joyfully, "Will you forgive me?" But Inaka turned coldly, adding, "However, remember to clean up the house." The remark made Asaji furious. She shouted in frustration, because he was the one who turned the house into a pile of ice. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the warriors were stunned by the opponent's overwhelming power. Is this really level 3 stars? All monsters can play among themselves, seriously guys. Omar Schneider struggled to defend, realizing the Thunder Knight showed no weakness, while Narukami Subaru had to brace himself against Peleus' deadly strikes. Vader silently analyzed and quickly realized Peleus' critical weakness was that he could not see. Narukami Subaru told himself that if he completely concealed his aura, he would find a moment of vulnerability to counterattack. At this moment, the system continuously issued glaring red warnings as Narukami Subaru's exhaustion level reached 81. Suddenly, the leader's lightning spear shot forward in an instant. The spear's tip plunged straight into his arm. He spoke coldly, saying perfect timing, and he immediately prepared to unleash the decisive strike to end the battle. Despite his severe injuries, Peleus roared stubbornly, "I still have that arm." Blue electricity exploded again around the enraged knight as he summoned the last of his strength. Yet Narukami Subaru had anticipated it all long ago. Too inexperienced. He immediately activated Cloud Step, allowing 3 seconds of airborne movement. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Narukami Subaru leaped into the air, escaping the control range in Peleus' stunned gaze. A giant golden lightning pillar descended from above like the final verdict. The lightning engulfed the body of the lightning knight. The violent explosion tore the space apart, cracking the ground. Amid the dust and golden sparks, Pelus whispered serenely, "My benefactor, forgive me for troubling you until the very end." Pelus' figure began to dissolve into ethereal blue lights. He smiled contentedly at Narukami Subaru and said thank you. Finally, he could rest in peace. Below, Omar Schneider and the assault team watched the entire scene in shock. A sword suddenly swept past in front of him, the cold yet slightly irritable aura making others cautious. Witnessing that victory, the Blue Zone soldier shouted angrily, "This battle is no different from Omar Schneider's last. Why go to this extent? Dirty long-haired scum. All tricks and deception." Seeing Narukami Subaru exhausted, he immediately rallied his comrades. "This is our chance. Everyone, charge and attack him." Seeing the warriors hesitate, Jinzaki Naoto shouted furiously, "Don't you hear me? He is the one your respected leader has been tracking all this time. Kill him to end the conflict." He looked at the panting, weary Narukami Subaru with satisfaction and quietly calculated. He no longer used lightning, he must be drained. If we take advantage of this moment. Naoto turned to Omar Schneider. "Omar Schneider, what are you still standing there for? The chance for revenge is right in front of you." Looking at his injured arm, Omar Schneider coldly refused. "Stop being foolish. If you want to die, go yourself, don't drag me into it." Jinzaki Naoto angrily threatened with the guild rewards and punishments, yet Omar Schneider remained indifferent. "What nonsense are you spouting? That reward clearly belongs to him. Besides, I joined Lamzone to conquer the Lightning Cave. I care nothing for the guild's troubles." Seeing he could not manipulate Omar Schneider, Jinzaki Naoto immediately changed his tone. He stepped closer to Narukami Subaru with a fake smile. "Hey Narukami, I have an enticing offer for you." He tried to lure Narukami Subaru into joining Lamzone, promising all rewards and a position equal to the staff. Inwardly, Jinzaki Naoto calculated, "Initially I planned to seize the lightning and consolidate my position, but now I must yield. First I must secure this one." Jinzaki Naoto confidently asked, "So, what do you think of this offer? We no longer need to confront each other, right?" In response to that anticipation, Narukami Subaru coldly looked at him and asked in return, "Why do you think so?" Facing the other's smug expression, Narukami Subaru decisively said, "Your offer does not interest me." His sword had already swept past him, a merciless farewell. Narukami Subaru stood proudly on the battlefield, his gaze coldly down at the defeated, then turned to face the opposite side. "Omar Schneider, you want to join too?" Even injured, Omar Schneider still remained contemplative. "What matters more is that I want to know what lies inside." When asked if he intended to go with me, Omar Schneider slightly curled his lips provocatively. "What, are you scared?" Turning to the comrades who had bonded for 10 years, Omar Schneider firmly commanded, "Everyone, help Quinn," ignoring the objections. Full of astonishment, he affirmed this was both an order and the final request of a leader to his team. Watching the hesitant comrades, Omar Schneider suddenly drew his short sword, then plunged it forcefully into his own leg, continuing, "One more thing, how about this?" Witnessing the man's almost extreme resolve, Narukami Subaru silently acknowledged, "Perfect for going together, isn't it?" Despite his body being battered and blood flowing continuously, Omar Schneider still strode forward, leaving Narukami Subaru to wonder, what should we do now? As the audience continuously praised a true man worthy of respect, Narukami Subaru decisively said, "Then go." Two quietly advanced to the center of the hall, where the Thunder King's throne awaited. That was the Thunder Seat, the legendary throne shrouded in electric mist, before the utter shock of all witnesses. Narukami Subaru slowly ascended the stone steps and sat proudly in the highest position. Immediately his spiritual power erupted violently, his eyes shining with authority. The system coldly announced, "You have sat on the vacant Thunder Seat." As Narukami Subaru took the Thunder Seat, a terrifying pressure surged. The power of lightning erupted violently, enveloping the entire hall, making his eyes glow. Golden light blazed intensely, sweat streamed down as his body braced against the wild energy constantly purging. Amid the tremor, Narukami Subaru was shocked in his mind as an ancient vision suddenly returned. In a dark and silent palace, the enormous glowing doors suddenly swung open, shattering the gloomy atmosphere of the hall. A figure in radiant golden armor strode in, the clanging of his metal boots echoing solemnly along the red carpet. He was a young man with long red hair and blazing eyes, radiating a regal aura of authority. He looked toward the throne and solemnly acknowledged. In his current state, he could not withstand the power of lightning radiance. With a determined expression, he confirmed he was still not worthy to sit on that highest position. He stated clearly, "Therefore I cannot sit there. One day I will return as a worthy vessel." He turned his back and walked toward the blinding beam of light from the door, leaving a mysterious message. "I came here just to tell you that, Father." The red-haired warrior's silhouette gradually vanished in the glow, leaving the ancient hall in silence. As soon as Narukami Subaru sat down, the lightning seat instantly shattered under the immense pressure. Ground around also collapsed, breaking into fragments. Amid the dust and debris, the audience's comments continuously appeared full of doubt. Did it collapse exactly when he sat down? Nothing unusual. Sometimes it is heavier than you think. Narukami Subaru realized with shock that the live stream audience could not see the scene he had just experienced. He wondered, wait, they can't see that part of the story? Narukami Subaru forced himself to stand amid the ruin. A blue energy sphere suddenly appeared, hovering right in front of him. The audience immediately buzzed, demanding to see the new item. Narukami Subaru reached out, grasping the radiant beam of light firmly. The system immediately announced, "You have completed the lightning motion and received the empty heart of lightning." Thanks to this achievement, Narukami Subaru leveled up by 3 ranks, and his strength, agility, stamina, and focus were all significantly improved. However, the treasure, the empty heart of lightning, had both rank and classification unknown, making viewers even more curious about its true function. Looking at the gift in his hand, Narukami Subaru clicked his tongue. The reward seemed a bit trashy compared to the difficulty of this trial, but a sudden thought made him pause. Wait, could it be the same type as the lightning heart? At that moment, Omar Schneider staggered forward amid the debris. He exclaimed in shock, "What just happened? What exactly occurred?" Seeing the radiant item emerge from the dust in Narukami Subaru's hand, Omar Schneider could not help but wonder, what exactly is it? Realizing Narukami Subaru was also lost in thought, he sighed softly. Even he doesn't know. He looked at Narukami Subaru with a complex gaze and laughed helplessly. Even when hacking, he still doesn't know, truly hopeless. If I want to see the fruits of 10 years of dedication, I guess I'll have to watch your stream. Narukami Subaru maintained his usual cold expression, responding indifferently. Fruits, we've only just begun. Narukami Subaru reminded Omar Schneider that he wouldn't remain on this floor much longer either. Then he walked away leisurely, not forgetting to drop a practical comment. If you're watching, at least give owner ATE some credit. He told himself it was time to complete the final task. Omar Schneider watched Narukami Subaru engrossed in the tablet and marveled. Just finished lightning motion, and the first thing he does is this. He's really peculiar. Ignoring the remark, Narukami Subaru focused on the numbers on the screen. The system continuously reported large rewards. Villain gave you 20,000, safe facets gave you 10,000 C. Narukami Subaru's eyes showed satisfaction. He quietly said, "Thank you everyone for staying to the very end." Even though the audience still expressed regret and kept sending messages to linger, Narukami Subaru resolutely declared, "Today, the stream ends here." The device screen suddenly went dark, leaving only the words, "Narukami Subaru has ended the live stream."